Dance of Death? By Douglas Preston and Lincoln Child. 38. A brilliant moon, huge and intensely white, seemed to gild the vast expanse of sea far, far below. Looking out her window, Viola Mascaline could see a long white wake like a pencil laid across the burnished water, at the head of which was an enormous ocean liner, looking like a toy boat from Bamaba Kong Feet. It was the Queen Mary, she thought, on its way to New York from Southampton. She gazed at it, feeling the enchantment of it, imagining the thousands of people below on that great ship in the middle of the ocean, eating, drinking, dancing, making love, an entire world on a ship so small it seemed she could hold it in her hand. She watched until it vanished on the far horizon. Funny how she'd flown at least 1,000 times, and still it was such an exciting experience for her. She glanced at the man across the aisle, dozing over his copy of the Financial Times, having never once looked out the window. That was something she couldn't understand. She settled back in her seat, wondering how to amuse herself next. This was the second leg of her journey from Italy, having changed planes in London, and she'd already read her book and flipped through the trashy in-flight magazine. The first-class cabin was almost empty, and as it was almost high a.m. London time, what few passengers shared the cabin were asleep. She had the flight attendant to herself. She caught the woman's eye. "Can what be of assistance, Lady Mascaline?" She winced at the use of her title. How in the world did they all seem to know? "Champagne, and if you don't mind, please don't call me Lady Mascaline. It makes me feel like an old bag. Call me Viola instead." "My apologies. Mote le Glunk bring the champagne right away." "Thanks ever so." While Viola waited, she rummaged in her purse and withdrew the letter she had received a note for her house on the Italian island of Capraia 3 days before. It already showed signs of being opened and closed one too many times, but she read it again anyway. "My dear Viola, this letter will no doubt come as a shock to you, and for that Mote met sorry. Mote find myself in the same position as Mark Twain in having to announce that the reports of my death are much exaggerated. Maud am alive and well, but Mott was forced to go underground due to an exceptionally delicate case Mott have been working on. That, combined with certain recent events in Tuscany with which you are no doubt acquainted, created the unfortunate impression among my friends and colleagues that Mott was dead. For a time it was useful for me not to correct that impression. But Mote am alive, Viola, though Mote experienced a situation that put me as close to death as a human being can get. That terrible experience is the reason for this letter. Realize during those dreadful hours of near death how short life is, how fragile, and how we must none of us let slip those rare opportunities for happiness. When we met by chance on Capraia scant hours before that experience began, Mote was taken by surprise. And so, if you pardon my saying so, were you? Something happened between us. You made an indelible impression on me, and Mote entertained hopes that Mote made a not dissimilar impression on you. Mote would therefore like to invite you to stay with me in New York for 10 days, so that we may get to know each other better. To see, in effect, if indeed that impression is as indelible and as favorable as Mote strongly believe it to be. At this Viola had to smile. The old-fashioned, somewhat awkward wording was so like Pendergast that she could almost hear his voice. But the fact was, this was an extraordinary letter, unlike any she had ever received. Viola had been approached by many different men in many different ways, but never quite like this. Something happened between us, it was true. Even so, most women would be surprised and even shocked to receive an invitation like this. Somehow, even on one meeting, Aloysius already knew her well enough to understand that such a letter would not displease her. On the contrary, she returned her attention to the letter. "If you accept this admittedly unconventional invitation, please arrange to be on the January Jaime Bay, British Airways, flight Tom Hi from Gatwick to Kennedy. Do not tell anyone why you are coming. Mote will explain when you get here. Suffice to say that, if word of your visit got out, it could even now endanger my life. When you arrive at Kennedy, my dear brother Diogenes will meet you at the luggage carousel." Diogenes. She found herself smiling, remembering how Aloysius had said on Capraia that eccentric names ran in his family. He wasn't kidding. Who would ever name their child Diogenes? "You will recognize him instantly because of his strong resemblance to me, except that he sports a neatly trimmed beard. What is most striking about him is that due to a childhood accident, he has eyes of 2 different colors, one hazel, the other a milky blue. He will carry no sign, and he, of course, does not know what you look like, so you will have to find him yourself. I wouldn't trust you with anyone less than my brother, who is utterly discreet. Diogenes will escort you to my cottage out on Long Island, in a little town on Gardiner's Bay, where Moat will be waiting for you. This will allow us several days in each other's company. The cottage is well equipped but rustic, with a splendid view of Shelter Island across the bay. You will naturally have your own chambers, and we will comport ourselves with propriety. Unless, of course, circumstances dictate otherwise. At this, Viola giggled out loud. He was so old-fashioned, and yet here he was, basically propositioning her in a way that wasn't even subtle, but managing to do it tastefully, with the driest sense of humor. In 3 days following your arrival, the case Moat have been involved in will conclude. We will then emerge, and Moat will once again show myself to the living with Moat trust you on my arm. We will proceed to enjoy a splendid week of theater, music, art, and culinary exploration in New York City before your return to Capraia. Viola, Moat beg you again, tell no one of this. Please give me your answer by old-fashioned telegram to the following address. A. Pendleton, Blom Glover Asbox Road, The Springs, N. Mort, and sign it, Anna Livia Plurabelle. You will make me very happy if you accept my invitation. I know Mort am not very clever with sentiment and flowery phraseology. That is not my way. Mort will save further demonstrations of affection for when we meet in person. Sincerely, Aloysius. Again, Viola had to smile. She could almost hear Pendergast with his elegant but rather severe air speaking the sentences. Anna Livia Plurabelle, indeed. Nice to know that Pendergast was and above tossing in a witty literary allusion, and an esoteric highbrow one at that. How appealing he was. She fairly tingled with the thought of seeing him again, and the faint whiff of danger he alluded to in the letter simply added spice to the adventure. Once again, she couldn't help but reflect on how odd it was. She seemed to know him so well after spending only that one afternoon together. She had never before believed in that nonsense about soulmates, about love at first sight, about matches made in heaven. But somehow, she folded up the letter and took out the second one. It was a telegram, and it read simply, Delighted you are coming. Confirmed my brother will meet you. I know Moat can trust you to be discreet. Fondly, AXLP. She carefully put both letters back into her handbag and sipped the champagne, her mind drifting back to that meeting on Capraia. She remembered how she had been digging manure into her vineyard when she saw a man in a black suit approaching, picking his way gingerly among the clods, accompanied by an American policeman in mufti. It was such an odd sight it had almost made her laugh. They had called out to her, thinking she was a peasant laborer, and then they'd drawn closer, and she had looked at Pendergast's strange and beautiful face for the first time. Nothing like that sudden, queer feeling had happened to her before. She could read the same experience in his face, despite his efforts to conceal it. It had been a short visit, an hour's talk over glasses of white wine on her terrace overlooking the sea, and yet her mind had returned again and again to that afternoon, as if something momentous had happened. Then there was that second visit, by Da Agosta alone, his face wan and troubled, and his terrible news of Pendergast's death. It wasn't until that awful moment that she had realized just how much she'd looked forward to seeing Agent Pendergast again, and how certain she had somehow been that he would figure in the rest of her life. How dreadful that day had been, and how joyful things had become now that she'd received his letter. She smiled, thinking about seeing him again. She loved intrigue. She had never shied away from anything life had thrown at her. Her impulsiveness had gotten her into trouble on occasion, but it had also given her a colorful and fascinating life she would trade for anything. This mysterious invitation was like something out of the romance novels she used to devour in her early teen years. A weekend in a cottage hidden away on Long Island, with a man who fascinated her like no other, followed by a whirlwind week in New York City. How could she refuse? She certainly didn't have to sleep with him. He was the very soul of a gentleman, although just the thought brought an electric tingle that caused her to blush. She finished off the champagne, which was excellent, as it always was in first class. She sometimes felt guilty about flying first class. It seemed elitist, but on a transatlantic flight it was so much more comfortable. Viola was used to discomfort from her many years digging up tombs in Egypt, but she had never seen any sense in being uncomfortable for its own sake. She checked her watch. She'd be landing at Kennedy in just over 4 hours. It would certainly be interesting to meet this brother of Pendergast, this Diogenes. You could tell a lot about a person by meeting his brother. 39. Augusta followed Pendergast's downtrodden form as the agent shambled around the corner of 9th Avenue onto Little Westmoreland High Street. It was 9 o'clock in the evening, and a bitter wind was blowing hard off the Hudson River. The old meatpacking district, sandwiched into a narrow corridor south of Chelsea and north of Greenwich Village, had changed in the years D'Agosta was away. Now hip restaurants, boutiques, and technology startups were sprinkled among the wholesale meat distributors and commercial butcheries. It seemed like a hell of a place for a forensic profiler to hang up his shingle. Halfway down the block, Pendergast halted before a large 12-story warehouse that had seen better days. The steel mesh windows were opaque but to hat age, and the lower stories were caked with soot. There was no sign of any kind, no name. Nothing to announce the existence of any firm within beyond a weathered sign painted directly onto the old brick which read Price and Price Pork Packing, Inc. Below that was an oversized entrance for truck deliveries, closed and barred, and a smaller door beside it with an unlabeled buzzer. Pendergast's finger went up to it and gave it a jab. Yes, a voice asked immediately from the adjoining speaker grill. Pendergast murmured something, and there was the sound of an electronic lock disengaging. The door opened into a small white space, empty save for a tiny camera mounted high on the rear wall. The door closed behind them with a faint click. They stood there, facing the camera, for 30 seconds. Then an almost invisible door in the rear wall slid back. Pendergast and D'Agosta walked down a white corridor, then stepped into a dim room, an amazing room. The lower floors of the warehouse had been gutted, leaving a large 6-story shell. Ahead, the sprawling main floor was a maze of display tables, hulking scientific equipment, computer workstations, and intricate models and dioramas, all cloaked in shadow. D'Agosta's attention was drawn to a gigantic table, displaying Vekep. Hatate appeared to be a model of the ocean floor somewhere around Antarctica, cut away to show sub-sea floor geology, along with what looked like a strange volcano of some kind. There were other intricate models, including one of a ship packed with mysterious-looking ROVs, scientific equipment, and military hardware. A voice sounded from the shadows. Welcome. Augusta turned into the dimness and saw a figure in a wheelchair approaching between 2 rows of long tables, a man with closely cropped brown hair and thin lips set above a square jaw. He wore an unassuming but well-cut suit and controlled the wheelchair with a small joystick operated by a black-gloved hand. D'Agosta realized that one of the man's eyes must be glass because it conveyed none of the fierce gleam of its mate. A purple scar ran down the right side of his face from hairline to jaw, giving the illusion of a dueling wound. "Madame Eli Glynn," he said, his voice low, mild, and neutral. "You must be Lieutenant D'Agosta and Special Agent Pendergast." He stopped the wheelchair and extended his hand. "Welcome to Effective Engineering Solutions." They followed him back between the tables and past a small greenhouse, its grow lamps flickering eerily, then got into an elevator cage that took them up to a 4th-floor catwalk. As he followed the wheelchair down the catwalk, D'Agosta felt a twinge of doubt. Effective Engineering Solutions? Mr. Not Dr. Eli Glynn? He wondered if, despite her vaunted research skills, Constance Green had made a mistake. This didn't look like any forensic profiling consultant he had ever seen before, and he had dealt with quite a few. Glynn glanced back, ran his good eye over D'Agosta's uniform. "You might as well turn off your radio and cell phone, Lieutenant. We block all wireless signals and radio frequencies in this building." He led the way into a small conference room decorated in polished wood, closed the door, then gestured for them to be seated. He wheeled himself to the far side of the lone table, where a gap between the charcoal-colored Herman Miller chairs was clearly reserved for him. A thin envelope lay on the table before him. Otherwise, the spotless table was empty. Leaning back in the wheelchair, he fixed them both with a penetrating gaze. "Yours is an unusual request," he said. "Mine is an unusual problem," Pendergast replied. Glynn eyed him up and down. "That is a rather effective disguise, Mr. Pendergast." "Indeed." Glynn folded his hands. "Tell me the nature of your problem." Pendergast glanced around. Tell me the nature of your company. Mort asked because all this, he gestured, does not look like the office of a forensic profiler. A slow, mirthless smile stretched the features of the man's face, distorting and inflaming the scar. A fair question. Effective Engineering Solutions is in the business of solving unique engineering problems and performing failure analysis. What kind of engineering problems? Pendergast asked. How to neutralize an underground nuclear reactor in a certain rogue Middle Eastern state being used to produce weapons-grade fuel. The analysis of the mysterious and sudden loss of a billion-dollar classified satellite. He twitched a finger, a small gesture that carried surprising weight. So motionless had the man been up to that point. You'll understand if Mortana go into details. You see, Mr. Pendergast, failure analysis is the other side of the engineering coin. It is the art of understanding how things fail and thus preventing failure before it happens, or finding out why failure occurred after it happens. Sadly, the latter is more common than the former. D'Agosta spoke. I still don't get it. What does failure analysis have to do with forensic profiling? Met getting to that, Lieutenant. Failure analysis begins and ends with psychological profiling. Ease realized long ago that the key to understanding failure was understanding exactly how human beings make mistakes, which is the same as understanding how human beings make decisions in general. We needed predictive power, a way to predict how a given person would act in a given situation. We therefore developed a muscular proprietary system for psychological profiling. It currently runs on a grid-powered supercomputer of IBM e-server nodes. We do psychological profiling better than anyone else in the world. And Mort do not tell you this by way of salesmanship. It's a simple fact. Pendergast inclined his head. Most interesting. How is it Mort have never heard of you? We do not generally wish to be known, beyond, that is, a small circle of clients. Before we begin, Mort must be assured of discretion. Mr. Pendergast, Ease makes two guarantees. First, utter discretion. Second, guaranteed success. Now, please tell me your problem. The target is a man named Diogenes Pendergast, my brother. He disappeared over 2 decades ago. After contriving to stage his own false death, he seems to have vanished off the face of the earth, at least officially. He's not in any government databases. Beyond a death certificate which Motka Nova kept to be forged, there are no adult records of him at all. No address, no photos, nothing. He removed a thick manila folder from his coat and placed it on the table. Everything Mort know is in here. How do you know he is still alive? We had a curious encounter last summer. It's in the report that, and the fact he has turned into a serial killer. Glynn gave a slow nod. From a young age, Diogenes hated me, and he's made it his life's work to destroy me. On January Machine of this year, he finally put his plan into action. He has begun murdering my friends and associates, one by one, and taunting me with my inability to save them. He's killed 4 so far. For the last 2, he's mocked me with notes ahead of time naming the victim. The first time correctly, and the second time as a ruse to make me protect the wrong person. In short, Mote have utterly failed to stop him. He claims to be targeting Lieutenant D'Agosta here next. Again, the summaries of the homicides are in that folder. D'Agosta saw Glyn's good eye gleam with new interest. How intelligent is this Diogenes? As a child, his IQ was tested at Hycham Moor. That was incidentally after he had scarlet fever, which altered him permanently. Glynn raised an eyebrow. Are we dealing Vekeptehat organic brain damage? Not likely. He was strange before the fever. The illness seems to have focused it, brought it to the fore. And this is why you need me. You need a complete psychological, criminal, and behavioral analysis of this man. Naturally, because you are his brother, you are too close to him. You cannot do it yourself. Correct. Diogenes has had years to plan this. He's been 3 steps ahead of me all the way. He leaves no clues at his crime scenes. None that are unintentional, at least. The only way to stop him is to anticipate what he'll do next, what must stress. This is an emergency situation. Diogenes has threatened to complete his crime tomorrow. January Hamitam. He named this day as the culmination of all his planning. There is no telling how many more lives are in jeopardy. Glynn opened the folder. Vekeptehat his good hand and began leafing through it, scanning the pages. Mort cannot produce a profile in 24 hours. You must. It's impossible. The earliest Mort can do it, assuming Mort drop all other work and focus solely on this, is 72 hours from now. You have come to me too late, Mr. Pendergast, at least too late for the date your brother named. Not too late, perhaps, to take effective action afterwards. He gave his head a curious tilt as he eyed Pendergast. The agent was very still for a moment. So be it then, he said in a low voice. Let's not waste any more time. Glynn put a hand on the folder before him and slid it across the table. Here is our standard contract. My fee is $1 million. D'Agosta rose from his chair. $1 million? Are you crazy? Pendergast stilled him with a wave of his hand. Accepted. He took the folder, opened it, scanned the contract rapidly. At the back, said Glynn, you look find our standard disclaimers and warranties. We offer an absolute unconditional guarantee of success. This is the second time you mentioned that curious guarantee. How do you define success, Mr. Glynn? Another ghostly smile lingered on Glynn's face. Naturally, we cannot guarantee that you will apprehend Diogenes, nor can we guarantee to stop him from killing. That lies in your hands. Here's what we do guarantee. First, we will give you a forensic profile of Diogenes Pendergast that will accurately elucidate his motive. Moore'd already know his motive. Glynn ignored this. Second, our forensic profile will have predictive power. It will tell you within a limited range of options what Diogenes Pendergast's next actions will be. We offer follow-up services. If you have specific questions about the target's future actions, we will run them through our system and provide you with reliable answers. But question whether that's possible with any human being, let alone someone like Diogenes. Do not wish to bandy philosophical questions with you, Mr. Pendergast. Human beings are disgustingly predictable, and this is as true of psychopaths as it is of grandmothers. We shall do what we say. Have you ever failed? Never. There is one assignment that remains. Shall we say open? The one involving the thermonuclear device? If Glynn was surprised by this question, he did not show it. What thermonuclear device is that? The one you are designing downstairs. I saw several equations on a whiteboard relating to the curve of binding energy. On a nearby table lay a paper with the design for machining a piece of HE that could only be used to compress a core. Mott shall have to speak to my chief engineer about his carelessness with regard to our other project. Mott also see you redeveloping a genetically engineered plant mosaic virus. Does that also relate to that other project? We offer the same guarantee of confidentiality to our other clients that we offer you. Shall we return to the subject of Diogenes? In particular, the question of his motive. Not quite yet, said Pendergast. Mott, do not speak frivolously. Your entire manner, your speech, your movements, your very intensity, Mr. Glynn, speaks of someone with an overriding obsession. Mott have also noted that, at least if the scar on your face is an indication, your injuries are recent. When Mott weigh that with what I saw downstairs, Mott find myself growing concerned. Glynn raised his eyebrows. Concerned? Concerned that a man such as you, wrestling with a problem far greater than my own, would be able to devote his full attention to mine. Glynn remained very still, not answering. Pendergast looked across the table at him, equally motionless. A minute went by, then two, without either man speaking. Watching waiting D'Agosta grew increasingly alarmed. It was as if the two men were fighting a duel, waging a battle of turn and counterturn, all without speaking or even moving. Suddenly, without preamble, Glynn began to speak again in the same calm, neutral voice. If you ever decide to leave the FBI, Mr. Pendergast, Mott believe Mott could find a place for you here. There is no obsession on my part, however. Only the simple fulfillment of our guarantee of success. You see, we don't make that guarantee just for our clients. We make it for ourselves. I intend to complete that other project successfully, although the original client is no longer in a condition to appreciate it. That project involves a severe seismic dislocation at a certain site in the South Atlantic that requires a, nuclear adjustment. And that is more than you need to know. It is true that Moot am taking on your little problem, chiefly because Moot find myself embarrassed for funds. However, Moot will devote all my energy to seeing your project through, because to fail would mean having to return your money and to suffer personal humiliation, and as I said, ease does not fail. Clear enough? Pendergast nodded. And now let us return to your brother's motive, the fountainhead of his hatred. Something happened between you and him, and Mott must know what it is. It's all described in that folder. He always hated me. The final straw was when Mott burned my brother's journals. Tell me about it. Moat was 14 and he was 12. We had never gotten along. He was always cruel and strange, much more so after the scarlet fever. When was that? When he was 7. Are there any medical records? None. He was treated by the private family physician. Proceed. One day Moat came across his journals, which were filled with the most vile things ever put on paper, abominations beyond the reach of any normal mind. He'd been keeping them for years. I burned them. And that was the precipitant. Some years later, our home burned, and our parents died in the fire. Mort was away at school, but Diogenes saw it all, heard their cries for help, that drove him over the edge. A cold smile played at the corners of Glyn's lips. Mort, think not. You think not. Mort have no doubt that he was jealous of you, and that the destruction of his journals infuriated him. But that happened far too late to produce such a deep pathological obsessive hatred, nor can a mere bout with scarlet fever create hatred out of thin air. No, Mr. Pendergast. This hatred stems from something else that happened between you and your brother at a much earlier age. That is the information we lack, and you are the only person who can supply it. Everything of relevance that happened between me and my brother is in that file, including our recent encounter in Italy. Moat can assure you there is no single incident, no smoking gun which explains his hatred. Glyn picked up the file, leafed through it. 3 minutes passed, then 5. Then Glyn put the folder down. You're right, there is no smoking gun here. Just as Mort said, it's quite possible you have repressed it. Mort repressed nothing. Mort have an exceptional memory going back to before my first birthday. Then you are deliberately withholding something. Pendergast went very still. D'Agosta watched the two men surprised. He had never seen anyone challenge Pendergast in quite this way before. As he eyed Pendergast, Glyn had become, if possible, even more expressionless. We can proceed without this information. Moat need it, and Moat need it now. He glanced at his watch. Moat met going to call in several of my trusted associates. They'll be here within the hour, Mr. Pendergast. There's a small room with a bed behind that door in the back. Please make yourself comfortable and await further instructions. Lieutenant, your presence here is no longer required. D'Agosta looked at Pendergast. For the first time in his memory, the agent's face wore a look of something like apprehension. Met not going anywhere, D'Agosta said immediately, irritated at Glyn's arrogance. Pendergast smiled thinly, shook his head. It's all right, Vincent. Much as Moat loathed the idea of rummaging around in my past for something that probably does exist, Moat see the necessity for doing so. Moat will meet you back at our prearranged place. Are you sure? Pendergast nodded. And never forget, you are the one named next by Diogenes. January Hymetam is less than 3 hours away. Vincent, be transcendentally cautious. 40. Laura Hayward paced the small room like a caged lioness, glancing frequently at the ugly clock behind her desk. She felt that if she didn't work off her nervous energy, she would explode, and since she couldn't leave her office, she paced. She had spent almost the entire evening organizing the evidence from the Duchamp and Green killings, and cross-comparing it to evidence she had cajoled, pried, and bludgeoned out of the New Orleans and D.C. police departments. She had cleared her cork wall of all other cases and had divided it into 4 cantons, one for Iegze Hat homicide. Professor Torrance Hamilton on January Machin, Charles Duchamp on January Jaime High, Special Agent Michael Decker on January Jaime Ba, and Dr. Margot Green on January Jaime Sao. There were micrographs of fibers and hair, photographs of knots and footprints, abstracts of the ME reports, blood splatter analyses, photographs of the murder scenes and weapons, fingerprint reports, diagrams showing ingress and egress where determined, along with an embarrassment of other evidence, relevant or not. Pushpins with colored strings drew red, yellow, green, and blue connections among the evidence, and there were a surprising number of connections. While the MOS were all quite different, there was no doubt in Hayward's mind the same person had committed all 4 homicides. No doubt. Sitting on the middle of her desk was a thin report, just in from the top guy in the forensic profiling division. He had confirmed that the homicides were psychologically consistent and could have been committed by the same perp. What's more, he had prepared a profile of the killer. It was startling, to say the least. D.C. and New Orleans didn't know it yet. The FBI didn't know it yet. Not even Singleton or Rocker Kano Avec it yet. but they were dealing Vekepte serial killer, a meticulous, intelligent, methodical, cool, and utterly insane serial killer. She spun, strode, spun again. As soon as she showed Rocker that she connected the cases, the shit would hit the fan. The FBI, already involved because of Decker's murder, would descend like a ton of bricks. There would be an earthquake of publicity. Serial killers always garnered big headlines. But a serial killer like this was totally unheard of. She could almost see the screaming Bami Haipeo Inate headline in the Post. The mayor would get involved, maybe even the governor. It was going to be a mess. A god-awful mess. But she could call Rocker until she had the last piece of evidence. The last piece of the puzzle, the smoking gun. She was going to get raked over the coals, no matter what. The political fallout would be terrible. It was important she had all her ducks in a row. That was the only thing that could save her ass. A timid rap came on the door and she halted mid-stride. "Come in," she said. A man holding a manila envelope poked his head in. "Where have you been, Mot?" "Was supposed to have this report 2 hours ago." "Moat met sorry," the man stammered, taking a few tentative steps inside the office. As Moat explained on the phone, we had to run the match 3 times because... "Never mind, just give me the report, please." He held it out from a distance, almost as if fearful of being bitten. "You got a DNA match?" she asked, taking the report. "Yes, a pair of beautiful matches, blood from the box cutter and the spot on the floor, both from the same individual, not the victim. But here is the problem: the DNA wasn't in any of the FBI criminal or juvenile databases, so we did like you asked and ran it against all the DNA databases. When we finally did get a match, it was in a federal database, and we had a major problem because of confidentiality issues." And well, he hesitated. "Go on," Hayward said as gently as she could. "The reason Mort had to run the program 3 times was to be absolutely sure about this match. This is explosive stuff, Captain. We can afford to be wrong." And Hayward could hardly breathe. "You aren't going to believe this. The DNA matched one of the Bureau's top agents." Hayward breathed out. "Mut believe it. God help us. Mut believe it." 41. Ellie Glynn Wade in his small private office on the 4th floor of the Effective Engineering Solutions building. It was a sober room, containing only a table, several computers, a small bookshelf, and a clock. The walls were painted gray, and there was nothing of a personal nature in the office, save for a small photograph of a stately blonde woman wearing the uniform of a ship captain, waving from what appeared to be the bridge of a tanker. A line from a W.H. Auden poem was handwritten beneath. The office lights had been turned off, and the only illumination came from a large flat panel monitor, which carried a high-definition digital feed from an office in the basement of the EES building. The video feed showed 2 people. The subject, Pendergast, with EES psychological specialist, Rolf Krasner, who was preparing the subject for questioning. Glynn observed the slender figure of Pendergast with interest. The man's insight into Glynn's own psychology, his extraordinary ability to pick out and interpret a few details scattered about a room which itself was a very morass of detail, had nearly unnerved Glynn, and in a curious way deeply impressed him. While still watching the proceedings on the monitor, the audio turned off, he turned again to the folder Pendergast had given him. Although unimportant in the larger scheme of things, Pendergast's case was not without its points. For example, there was the near-mythical Cain and Abel relationship between these 2 extraordinary brothers. For Pendergast was extraordinary. Glynn had never before met a man whose intellect he could respect as equal to his own. Glynn had always felt somewhat alienated from the mass of humanity. And yet here was a man he could, in the revolting parlance of the present age, identify with. That Pendergast's brother appeared to be even more intelligent, and yet utterly malevolent, Glynn found even more intriguing. This was a man so consumed by hatred that he had devoted his life to the object of his hatred, not unlike a man under the spell of obsessive love. Whatever lay at the bottom of that hatred was something perhaps unique in human experience. Glynn glanced back at the monitor. The chit-chat was over and Rolf Krasner was getting down to business. The EES psychologist combined a disarmingly friendly air with consummate professionalism. You could hardly believe that this cheerful, round-faced, unassuming man with the Viennese accent could be considered a threat. Indeed, at first glance, he seemed about the most unthreatening personality imaginable, until you saw him in action. Glynn knew just how effective that Jekyll and Hyde strategy could be with an unsuspecting subject. On the other hand, Krasner had never had a subject like this one. Glynn leaned over and switched on the audio feed. "Mr. Pendergast," Krasner was saying cheerily, "is there anything Mort can get you before we begin? Water? A soft drink? A double martini? A chuckle?" "Nothing, thank you." Pendergast appeared ill at ease, as well he should. These had developed 3 different modes of interrogation, each for a particular personality type, along with an experimental 4th mode to be used only on the most difficult, resistant, and intelligent subjects. After they had read through Pendergast's folder and discussed the situation, there was no argument over which mode would be used. Pendergast would be only the 6th person to undergo this 4th type of interrogation. It had never failed. "We use some of the techniques of good old-fashioned psychoanalysis," Krasner said, "and one of them is that we ask you to lie down on a couch, out of view of the questioner. Would you please make yourself comfortable?" The figure lay down on the richly brocaded couch and folded his white hands on his chest. Except for the ragged clothes, he looked alarmingly like the corpse at a wake. "What a fascinating creature this man is," Glynn thought as he moved his wheelchair closer to the monitor. "Perhaps you recognize the office we re-in, Mr. Pendergast?" Krasner said, bustling about, getting ready. "Mort du Number Merchin Bergast." "Exactly. Modeled after Freud's own office in Vienna. We even managed to acquire some of his African carvings, and that Persian carpet in the center also belonged to him. Freud called his office Gemtlich, which is an almost untranslatable German word meaning agreeable, comfortable, cozy, friendly, and that is the atmosphere we have strived to create. Do you speak German, Mr. Pendergast?" "German is not one of my languages, much to my regret. I should have liked to read Goethe's Faust in the original." A marvelous work, vigorous and yet poetic. Krasner took a seat on a wooden stool out of Pendergast's view. "Do you employ the free association methods of psychoanalysis?" Pendergast asked dryly. "Oh no, we've developed a technique all our own. It's very straightforward, actually. No tricks, no dream interpretations. The only thing Freudian about our technique is the office decor." He chuckled again. Glynn found himself smiling. The 4th interrogation mode used tricks. They all did. But of course the subject wasn't supposed to see them. Indeed, this 4th mode seemed like pure simplicity itself on the surface. Highly intelligent people could be fooled, but only with the greatest of care and subtlety. Met going to help you through some simple visualization techniques, which will also involve questioning. It's simple and there is no hypnosis involved. It's just a way to induce a calm and focused mind receptive to questioning. Does that suit you, Aloysius? May Mott call you by your first name? You may, and Modem at your disposal, Dr. Krasner. Modem only concerned that Mott may not be able to give you the information you desire, because Mott do not believe it exists. Do not concern yourself with that. Simply relax, follow my instructions, and answer the questions as best you can. Relax. Glyn Canoa Vacep, this was about the last thing Pendergast would be able to do once Krasner got started. Wonderful, now Mott Met going to turn down the lights. Mott will also ask you to close your eyes. As you wish. The lights dimmed to a faint, diffuse glow. "Now we will allow 3 minutes to pass in silence," said Krasner. The minutes crawled by. "Let us begin," Krasner's voice had taken on a hushed, velvety tone. Another long silence, and then he resumed. "Breathe in slowly. Hold it, now let it out even more slowly. Again. Breathe in, hold, breathe out, relax. Very good. Now Mott wants you to imagine you are at your favorite place in all the world. The place where you feel most at home, most comfortable. Take a minute to place yourself there. Now turn around, examine your surroundings. Sample the air. Take in the scents, the sounds. Now tell me, what do you see?" A momentary silence. Glynn leaned still closer to the monitor. "Mortem on a vast green lawn at the edge of an ancient beechwood forest. There is a summer house at the far end of the lawn. There are gardens and a mill house to the west where a brook flows. The lawn sweeps up to a stone mansion shaded by elms." "What is this place?" "Ravenscry, the estate of my great-aunt Cornelia." "And what is the year and season?" "It is Morchin Bay Mihai, the Ides of August." "How old are you?" 12. Inhale the air again. What scents can you smell?" "Freshly cut grass, with a faint overlay of peonies from the garden." "What are the sounds?" A whip-poor will, the rustle of beech leaves, the distant murmur of water. Good. Very good. Now I want you to rise. Rise off the ground. Let yourself float. Look down as you rise. Do you see the lawn, the house from above? Yes. Now rise further, 100 feet, 200. Look down again. What do you see? The great sprawling house, the carriage house, the gardens, lawns, mill house, trout hatchery, arboretum, greenhouses, the beechwood forest, and the drive winding to the stone gates, the encircling wall. And beyond that, the road to Haddam. Now, make it night. It is night. Make it day. It is day. Do you understand that you are in control? That all this is in your head? That none of this is real? Yes. During this process, you must always keep that in mind. You are in control, and none of what is happening is real. It is all in your mind. Mote, understand that. Below, on the lawn, put the members of your family. Who are they? Name them, please. My father Linnaeus, my mother Isabella, my great-aunt Cornelia, Cyril the gardener working to one side. There was a long pause. Anyone else? And my brother, Diogenes. His age? 10. What are they doing? Standing around just where Mort put them. The voice sounded dry and ironic. Glynn could see very well that Pendergast was maintaining an ironic detachment and would attempt to do so as long as possible. Put them in some kind of typical activity, Krasner went on smoothly. What are they doing now? Finishing tea on a blanket spread out on the lawn. Now Mote wants you to drift down, slowly join them. Mort am there. What are you doing, exactly? Tea is over, and Great-Aunt Cornelia is passing a plate of petits fours. She has them brought up from New Orleans. Are they good? Naturally. Great-Aunt Cornelia has the highest standards. The tone of Pendergast's voice was laden kept to hot irony, and Glynn wondered just who this Great-Aunt Cornelia was. He glanced down at an abstract attached to Pendergast's file, flipped through it, and came to the answer of his question. A chill crept up his spine. He quickly shut the file right now. That was a distraction. What kind of tea did you take? Asked Krasner. Great-Aunt Cornelia will only drink T.G. Tips, which she has sent over from England. Now look around the blanket. Look at everyone. Gaze around until your eyes come to rest on Diogenes. A long silence. What does Diogenes look like? Tall for his age, pale with very short hair, eyes of two different colors. He's very thin and his lips are overly red. Those eyes, look into them. Is he looking at you? No. He has turned his head away. He does not like to be stared at. Keep staring at him. Stare hard. A longer silence. Have averted my eyes. No, remember, you control the scene. Keep staring. Mort done to choose too. Speak to your brother. Tell him to rise, that you wish to speak to him in private. Another longer silence. Tell him to come with you to the summer house. He refuses. He cannot refuse. You control him. Even through the monitor, Glynn could see that a small sheen of sweat had appeared on Pendergast's brow. It's a beginning, he thought. Tell Diogenes that there is a man waiting for him in the summer house who wants to ask you both some questions. A Dr. Krasner. Tell him that. Yes, he will come to see the doctor. He is curious that way. Excuse yourselves and walk to the summer house, where Mortem waiting. All right. A brief silence. Are you there? Yes. Good. Now, what do you see? We re inside. My brother is standing here. You re here. Mote Mim here. Good. We shall remain standing. Now Mort will ask you and your brother some questions. You will relay your brother's answers to my questions, since he cannot speak to me directly. If you insist, said Pendergast, a touch of irony returning to his voice. You control the situation, Aloysius. Diogenes cannot evade answering, because it is you who is really answering for him. Are you ready? Yes. Tell Diogenes to look at you, to stare at you. He won't tie. Make him, with your mind, make him do it. A silence. All right. Diogenes, Mortem now speaking to you. What is your first memory of your older brother, Aloysius? He said he remembers me drawing a picture. What is the picture? Scribbles. How old are you, Diogenes? He says 6 months. Ask Diogenes what he thinks of you. He thinks of me as the next Jackson Pollock. That ironic tone again, thought Glynn. This was one very resistant client. That would not normally be the thought of a 6-month-old baby. Diogenes is answering as a 10-year-old, Dr. Krasner. Fine, ask Diogenes to keep looking at you. What does he see? He says nothing. What do you mean, nothing? He isn't speaking. He spoke. He said the word nothing. What do you mean by the word nothing? He says, but see nothing that is not there, and the nothing that is. Excuse me? It's a quotation from Wallace Stevens, said Pendergast dryly. Even at 10, Diogenes was partial to Stevens. Diogenes, when you say nothing, does that mean you feel your brother Aloysius is a nonentity? He laughs and says the words are yours, not his. Why? He is laughing harder. How long will you be at Ravenscry, Diogenes? He says until he goes back to school. And where is that? St. Ignatius Loyola on Lafayette Street, New Orleans. How do you like school, Diogenes? He says he likes it as much as you would like being shut up in a room with 25 mental defectives and a middle-aged hysteric. What is your favorite subject? He says experimental biology on the playground. Now I want you, Aloysius, to ask Diogenes 3 questions which he must answer. You must make him answer them. Remember, you are in control. Are you ready? Yes. What is your favorite food, Diogenes? Wormwood and gall. Want a straight answer. That, Dr. Krasner, is the one thing you will never get from Diogenes, said Pendergast. Remember, Aloysius, that it is you who are actually answering the questions. And with great forbearance, Mote might add, said Pendergast. Mote am doing all Mote can to suspend my disbelief. Glynn leaned back in his wheelchair. This wasn't quite working. Clients resisted some with every fiber of their being, but not quite like this. Irony was the ultimate resistance. He had never before seen it so skillfully employed. And yet Glynn felt a shiver of self-recognition. Pendergast was a man who was hyper-aware of himself, unable ever to step outside of himself, to let go, to lower, even for an instant, the elaborate defensive mask he had created to place between himself and the world. Glynn could understand a man like that. All right, Aloysius, you are still in the summer house with Diogenes. Imagine you have a loaded pistol in your hand. Fine. Glynn sat up, a little startled. Krasner was already moving to what they termed Phase 2, and very abruptly. Clearly, he, too, realized this session needed to be jump-started. What kind of pistol is it? It's a gun from my collection, a signature grade Mochin Moilum ACP by Hilton Yam. Give it to him. It would be most unwise to give a pistol to a 10-year-old, don't you think? Again, that ironic, amused tone. Nevertheless, do it. Done. Tell him to point the gun at you, and pull the trigger. Done. What happened? He asked, laughing uproariously. He didn't pull the trigger. Why not? He says it too soon. Does he intend to kill you? Naturally, but he wants. His voice trailed off. Krasner pounced. What does he want? To play with me for a while. What kind of play? He says he wants to pull off my wings and watch what happens. Mote am his ultimate insect. Why? Mort don't know. Ask him. He laughing. Grab him and demand an answer. Mort would prefer not to touch him. Grab him, get physical, force him to answer. He's still laughing. Hit him. Don't be ridiculous. Hit him. I want to carry on with this charade. Take the gun away from him. He's dropped the gun, Beute. Pick it up. All right. Shoot him. Kill him. This is utterly absurd. Kill him, do it. You've killed before. You know how to do it. You can and you must do it. A long silence. Did you do it? This is an asinine exercise, Dr. Krasner. But you did imagine it, didn't you? You imagined killing him. Mort imagined no such thing. Yes, you did. You killed him. You imagined it. And now you are imagining his dead body on the ground. You see it because you cannot help but see it. This is Pendergast's voice trailed of. You see it. You can help but see it, because what I'm telling you to you are seeing it, but wait. He's not yet dead, he moves. He still lives, he wants to say something. With his last dying strength, he beckons you closer, says something to you. What did he just say? A long silence. Then Pendergast answered dryly, qualis artifex perio. Glynn winced. He recognized the quotation, but could see that Krasner did not. What should have been a breaking point for Pendergast had suddenly turned into an intellectual game. What does that mean? It's Latin. Mort, repeat. What does it mean? It means, oh, what an artist dies with me. Why did he say that? Those were Nero's last words. Mort believed Diogenes was speaking facetiously. You have killed your brother, Aloysius, and now look on his body. An irritated sigh. This is the second time you have done it. The second time? You killed him once before, years ago. Pardon me. Yes, you did. You killed whatever goodness was in him. You left him a hollow shell filled vacep te hot malice and hatred. You did something to him that murdered his very soul. Despite himself, Glynn found he was holding his breath. The gentle, soothing tones were long gone. Dr. Krasner had slipped into phase 3, once again with unusual swiftness. Mort did no such thing. He was born that way, empty and cruel. No, you killed his goodness. There is no other possible answer, don't you see, Aloysius? The hatred Diogenes feels for you is mythological in its immensity. It cannot have sprung from nothing. Energy can neither be created nor destroyed. You created that hatred. You did something to him that struck out his heart. All these years you have repressed this terrible deed, and now you have killed him again, literally as well as figuratively. What you must face, Aloysius, is that you are the author of your own fate. You are at fault. You did it. Another long silence. Pendergast lay on the couch, unmoving, his skin gray, wax-like. Now Diogenes is rising. He is looking at you again, but want you to ask him something. What? Ask Diogenes what you did to him to make him hate you so. Done. His answer? Another laugh. He said, Mort hate you because you are you. Ask again. He says that is reason enough, that his hatred has nothing to do with anything I did. It simply exists like the sun, moon, and stars. No. What is it that you did, Aloysius? Krasner's voice was once again gentle, but it had great urgency. Unburden yourself of it. How terrible it must be to carry that weight on your shoulders. Unburden yourself. Slowly, Pendergast arose from the couch, swinging his legs over the side. For a moment, he sat motionless. Then he passed a hand across his forehead, looked at his watch. It is midnight. It is now January Haimitam, and more out of time. Can't be bothered with this exercise anymore. He stood and turned to Dr. Krasner. Mort commend you on your valiant effort, Doctor. Trust me, there's nothing in my past that would justify Diogenes' conduct. In the course of my career studying the criminal mind, Mort have come to realize a simple truth. Some people are born monsters. You can elucidate their motives and reconstruct their crimes, but you cannot explain the evil within them. Krasner looked at him, great sadness in his face. There's where you were wrong, my friend. Nobody is born evil. Pendergast held out his hand. We shall differ then. Then his eyes turned directly toward the hidden camera, startling Glynn. How could Pendergast know kept where it was? Mr. Glynn? Mort, thank you too for your effort. You should have plenty in that folder to complete the job at hand. Mort can help you no further. Something terrible will happen today, and Mort must do everything in my power to stop it. And he turned and walked briskly from the room. 42. The mansion at Tom Chinmimot Riverside Drive lay above one of the most complex geological areas of Manhattan. Here, beneath the litter-strewn streets, the bedrock of Heartland schist yielded to a different formation, the Cambrian Manhattan. The gneiss of the Manhattan Formation was particularly faulted and contorted, and riddled with weak areas, cracks, and natural tunnels. One such weak area, several centuries ago, had been enlarged to form the passage from the mansion S sub-basement to the weed-choked shore of the Hudson River. But there were other tunnels, older and more secret, that burrowed beneath the mansion into dark and unknown depths. Unknown to all, that is, but one. Constance Green moved slowly through one of these tunnels, descending with practiced ease into the blackness. Though she held a torch in one slim hand, it was not lit. She knew these deep and hidden spaces so well that light was not necessary. The passage was frequently narrow enough to allow her to follow both walls with her outstretched hands. Though the tunnel was of natural rock, the ceiling was tall and quite regular, and the floor was even enough to appear almost like steps fashioned by man. But only Constance had ever walked this way before. Until a few days ago, she had hoped never to come here again. It was a reminder of the old times, the bad times, when she had seen things no living being should ever have to witness. When he had come with violence and murder, and had taken from her the only human being she had known, a man who was like a father to her. The murderer had upended the ordered world she had grown so used to. She had fled here then, into the chill recesses of the earth. For a time, it seemed, sanity itself also fled under the shock. But her mind had been too carefully trained over too many years to ever become fully lost. Slowly, slowly, she came back. Once again, she grew interested in the ways of the waking, the living. Once again, she began creeping back up to her old home, her world, the mansion at Tom Chinmimote Riverside. That was when she began watching the man named Wren and finally revealed herself to the kindly old gentleman, who in turn had brought her to Pendergast. Pendergast. He had reintroduced her to the world, helped her move out of a shadowy past into a brighter present. But the work was not yet done. All too well, she was aware of that tenuous line still separating her from instability, and now this had happened. As she walked, Constance bit her lip to keep back a sob. But it shall be all right, she tried to tell herself. It shall be all right. Aloysius had promised her so, and he could do anything, it seemed, even rise from the dead. She had made a promise to him as well, and she would keep it, to spend her nights here, where not even Diogenes Pendergast could ever find her. She would keep her promise despite the dreadful weight this place, and its memories, placed on her heart. Ahead, the passage narrowed, then split into two. To the right, the tunnel kept corkscrewing down into darkness. To the left, a narrower way led off horizontally. Constance chose this passage, following its twists and turns for 100 yards. Then she stopped and at last turned on the lamp. Its yellow light revealed that the passage widened abruptly, dead-ending in a small, snug chamber perhaps 10 feet by 6. Its floor was covered by an expensive Persian carpet taken from one of the basement storage rooms of the mansion above. The lines of the bare rock walls were softened by reproductions of Renaissance paintings. Parmigiani's Madonna with the long neck, Giorgione's Tempest, half a dozen others. A cot was set into the rear of the niche and a small table lay at one side. Works by Thackeray, Trollope, and George Eliot were stacked neatly beside Plato as Republic and St. Augustine as Confessions. It was much warmer here, below ground. The air smelled, not unpleasantly, of rock and earth, yet the relative warmth, the small attempts at domesticity, afforded Constance little comfort. She set the lamp upon the table, sat down before it, and glanced to one side. There was a recess in the rock face here, perhaps 3 feet above the level of the floor. She pulled a leather-bound book from it, the most recent volume of a diary she had kept in the old days when she had been the ward of Pendergast's ancestor. She opened the diary and turned its pages over slowly, thoughtfully, until she reached the final entry. It was dated July of the previous year. Constance read the entry once, then again, brushing away a stray tear as she did so. Then, with a quiet sigh, she replaced the diary into the recess beside its mates. 42 other volumes, identical in size and shape, stood there. While the closer volumes looked quite new, the ones farther along the recess grew increasingly cracked and worn with age. Constance sat there, looking at them, her hand resting pensively on the edge of the niche. The movement had pulled back the material of her sleeve, exposing a long row of small, healed scars on her forearm. 20 or 30 identical marks, lined up precisely in parallel with one another. With another sigh, she turned away. Then she extinguished the light and, saying a brief prayer to the close in watchful darkness, she stole toward the cot, turned her face to the wall, and lay down, eyes open, preparing herself as best she could for the nightmares that would inevitably come. 43. Viola Maskelyne picked up her luggage at the International Arrivals Carousel at Kennedy Airport, engaged a luggage porter to load it onto a cart, and followed it through customs. It was after midnight, and the wait was brief. The board official asked her a few desultory questions, stamped her UK passport, and ushered her through. A small crowd of people was waiting at the arrivals area. She paused, scanning the crowd, until she noticed a tall man in a gray flannel suit standing at the fringe. She recognized him instantly, so uncanny was the resemblance to his brother, with his high, smooth forehead, aquiline nose, and aristocratic bearing. Just seeing a person with such a close resemblance to Pendergast made her heart accelerate. But there were differences, too. He was taller and less wiry, a little more heavily built perhaps, but his face was sharper, the cheekbones and bony ridges around the eyes more pronounced, all of which, taken together, gave his face a curiously asymmetrical feeling. His hair was ginger-colored, and he sported a thick, neatly trimmed beard, but the most startling difference was in his eyes. One was a rich hazel green, the other a glaucous blue. She wondered if he was blind in the pale eye. It looked dead. She smiled, gave him a quick wave. He too broke into a smile and came walking over with a languid step, his hands outstretched. He grasped her hand in both of his, hands cool and soft. Lady Mascaline? Call me Viola. Momet. Charmed, his voice had much of his brother's buttery southern tones, yet although his manner of speech was almost as languorous as his walk, his words were very precisely enunciated, as if bitten off at the ends. It was an unusual, almost strange combination. A pleasure to meet you, Diogenes. My brother has been quite mysterious about you, but Motkano Ovekep, he is anxious to see you. Is this your luggage? He snapped his fingers, and a porter came rushing over. See that this lady's luggage is brought to the black Lincoln parked just outside, Diogenes told him. The trunk is open. A 20 appeared in his hand as if by magic, but the man was so captivated by Viola that he barely saw it. Diogenes turned back to Viola. And Hato Vekep was your trip? Bloody awful. Sorry I couldn't suggest a more convenient flight. It's been rather a hectic time for my brother, as you know, and the logistics of arranging the meeting were a bit daunting. No matter. The important thing is that Moat met here. Indeed it is. Shall we go? He offered her his arm, and she took it. It was surprisingly strong, the muscles hard as steel cables, very different from the soft, languid impression his movements gave. There be no mistaking you for anyone but Aloysius' brother, she said as they walked out of the baggage claim area. Moat Luglunk take that as a compliment. They went through the revolving doors into a blast of cold air. A dusting of fresh snow glittered on the sidewalks beyond the covered walkway. Brr, Viola said, recoiling. When Moat left Caprea, it was a balmy 20 degrees. This is barbaric. That would be 20 degrees Celsius, of course, said Diogenes with a wink. How might envy you, able to live there year-round, my car? He opened the door for her, then went around, waited for the skycap to close the trunk, then slipped in the other side. Moat don't actually live there year-round. Normally at this time of year, Moat met in Luxor working on a dig in the Valley of the Nobles. But this year, with the blasted state of the Middle East, Moat ran into some permit problems. Diogenes accelerated smoothly from the curb and merged into the traffic headed for the airport exit. An Egyptologist, he said. How fascinating. Moat myself spent some time in Egypt, a junior member of the von Hertzgaard expedition. Not the one that went into Somalia looking for the diamond mines of Queen Hatshepsut? The one where Hertzgaard was found decapitated? The very one. How exciting, Moat would love to hear about it. Exciting is certainly one way to describe it. Is it true that Hertzgaard may have found the Hatshepsut mines just before he was murdered? Diogenes laughed quietly. Mort sincerely doubt it. You know how these rumors get started. What Mort find more interesting than those mythical mines is the very real Queen Hatshepsut herself, the only female pharaoh. But of course you know all about her, Mort sure. Fascinating woman. She claimed legitimacy by saying that her mother slept with the god Ammon and that she was the issue. How does that famous inscription go? Ammon found the queen sleeping in her room. When the pleasant odors that proceeded from him announced his presence, she awoke. He showed himself in his godlike splendor, and when he approached the queen, she wept for joy, at both his strength and beauty, and gave herself to him. Viola was intrigued. Diogenes seemed to be as much of a polymath as his brother. So tell me, Viola, what kind of work are you doing in the Valley of the Nobles? We've been excavating the tombs of several royal scribes. Find any treasures, gold, or even better, jewels? Nothing like that. They were all robbed in antiquity. We re-after inscriptions. What a marvelous profession, Egyptology. It seems my brother appreciates interesting women. Mort hardly know your brother, to tell you the truth. That will change this week. Mort have little doubt. Mut met, looking forward to it. She laughed a little self-consciously. Actually, Mut still can't believe Mut met here. This whole trip is such a caprice, so mysterious. Mut love mysteries. So does Aloysius. It seems you two are made for each other. Viola felt herself coloring. She quickly changed the subject. Do you know anything about this case he's been working on? It's been one of the most difficult of his career. Fortunately, it's almost over. Today, in fact, will come the denouement, and then he'll be free. The case involves a serial killer, a truly insane individual, who for various obscure reasons has conceived a deep hatred for Aloysius. He has been killing people and taunting my brother with his inability to catch him. How terrible. Yes, my brother was forced to go underground so abruptly in order to conduct his investigation that it gave everyone the impression he'd been killed. Mort thought he was dead. Lieutenant D'Agosta told me as much. Only Mort knew the truth. I helped him after that Italian ordeal, nursed him back to health. Mort saved his life, if Mort may be allowed a moment of self-congratulation. Mort met so glad he has a brother like you. Aloysius has few real friends. He's very old-fashioned, somewhat forbidding, a bit standoffish, and so Mort tried to be his friend as well as his brother. Mort met so glad he found you. I was so worried about him after that dreadful accident with his wife in Tanzania. Wife Tanzania? Suddenly, Viola found herself wanting very much to ask what had happened. She resisted. Aloysius would tell her in good time, and she had always had the English abhorrence of prying into someone else's personal life. He hasn't really found me yet. We just the most casual of new friends, you know. Diogenes turned his strange, bicolored eyes to her and smiled. Mort believed my brother is already in love with you. This time Viola colored violently, feeling a sudden mixture of excitement, embarrassment, and foolishness. Stuff, she thought. How could he be in love with me after one meeting? And Mort have reason to believe you are in love vekep tehat him. Viola managed a careless laugh, but she was tingling all over with the strangest sensation. The car hurtled through the frosty night. This is all far too premature, she finally managed to say. While Aloysius and Maud are much alike, Maud differ from him in terms of directness. Forgive me if Maud embarrassed you. Think nothing of it. The Long Island Expressway stretched ahead, a snowy alley of darkness. It was almost 1 o'clock in the morning, and there were few cars on the road. Flakes of snow were drifting down, whipping up and over the windshield of the car as they hurtled along. Aloysius was always the indirect one. Mort could never tell what he was thinking, even when he was a boy. He does seem a bit inscrutable, Mort supposed. Very inscrutable. Rarely does he ever reveal his real motivations for doing things. For example, Mort always believed he devoted himself to public service to make up for some of the black sheep in the Pendergast line. Really, Viola's curiosity was piqued again. An easy laugh. Yes, take Great Aunt Cornelia, for example. Lives not far from here, at the Mount Mercy Hospital for the criminally insane. Curiosity was replaced by surprise. Criminally insane? That's right. Every family has its black sheep, Mott suppose. Viola thought of her own great-grandfather. Yes, that is true. Some families more than others. She nodded, glanced over, found Diogenes looking at her, quickly lowered her eyes. Mort think it adds interest, spice, to a family lineage. Much better to have a murderer for a great-grandfather than a shopkeeper. A rather unique point of view. Diogenes might be a little odder than first impressions indicated, but he was certainly amusing. Any interesting criminals in your ancestry, Diogenes asked, if you don't mind me prying. Not at all. No criminals exactly, but Mort did have an ancestor who was one of the great violin virtuosi of the 19th century. He went insane, froze to death in a shepherdess hut in the Dolomites. Exactly my point. Mort felt sure you would have some interesting ancestors. No dull accountants or traveling salesmen in your lineage, eh? Not that Mott know of. Actually, we did have a traveling salesman in our own ancestry. Contributed greatly to the Pendergast fortune, in fact. Really? Indeed, he concocted a quack medicine by the name of Hezekiah's Compound Elixir and Glandular Restorative, started by selling it from the back of a wagon. Viola laughed. What a funny name for a medicine. Hilarious. Except it consisted of a deadly combination of cocaine, acetanilid, and some rather nasty alkaloid botanicals. It caused uncounted numbers of addictions and thousands of deaths, including that of his own wife. The laughter died in Viola's throat. She felt a twinge of uneasiness, I see. Of course, nobody knew back then of the dangers of drugs like cocaine. You can fault great-great-grandfather Hezekiah for that. No, of course not. They fell silent. The light snow continued to fall, the flakes drifting out of the dark sky, a glitter flashing through the headlights, and then were gone. "Do you think there's such a thing as a criminal gene?" asked Diogenes. "No," said Viola. "Mort think that's rubbish. Sometimes I wonder. There have been so many in our own family. There was Uncle Antoine, for example, one of the truly great mass murderers of the 19th century. Killed and mutilated almost 100 workhouse girls and boys." "How awful," murmured Viola. The feeling of uneasiness grew stronger. Diogenes gave an easy laugh. The English transported their criminals to the colonies, Georgia and then Australia. They figured it would purge the Anglo-Saxon race of the criminal classes, but the more criminals they transported, the higher the crime rate became. "Crime obviously had a lot more to do with economic conditions than genetics," said Viola. "You think so?" "True. Mort would not have wanted to be poor in 19th century England. In my view, the real criminals back then were the titled classes. Less than 1% of the people owned more than 95% of the land. And with the enclosure laws, the English lords could evict their tenant farmers, who flocked to the cities and either starved or turned to crime." "True," Viola murmured. It seemed Diogenes had forgotten that she came from those titled classes. But here in America, it was different. How would you explain the fact that criminals run in some families like blue eyes or blonde hair? In every generation, the Pendergast family seems to have produced a killer. After Antoine, let's see. There was Comstock Pendergast, famed mesmerist, magician, and mentor of Harry Houdini. He killed his business partner and the man's poor family, and then committed suicide. Cut his own throat twice then. "Pardon?" Viola realized that she was unconsciously gripping the door handle. "Oh yes, twice. The first time he didn't quite get it deep enough, you see. But guess he didn't relish the thought of bleeding slowly to death. Myself, I wouldn't mind dying a slow death by exsanguination. I hear it's rather like going to sleep. But would have plenty of time to admire the blood, which has such an exquisite color. Do you like the color of blood, Viola?" "Excuse me?" Viola felt panic well up within her. "Blood, the color of a fine ruby, or vice versa. Mort personally find it to be the most compelling color there is. Some might call me eccentric, but there it is." Viola tried to quell her feelings of fear and uncertainty. They were now far from the city, and the dark night rushed by, only a few lights on in the darkened neighborhoods they passed, barely visible from the highway. "Where are we going?" she asked. "To a little place called the Springs, a charming cottage on the shore. It's about 2 more hours." "And Aloysius is there?" "Of course, dying to see you." This whole trip was a colossal mistake. She could see that now. Another foolish, impulsive decision. She'd been caught up in the heady romance of it, in the relief of learning Pendergast was still alive. But the truth was she hardly knew the man, and this brother of his. Suddenly, the thought of spending 2 more hours in a car with him was unthinkable. "Viola," came the soft voice, "but sorry. Are you all right?" "Fine, just fine." "You look worried." She took a deep breath. "To tell you the truth, Diogenes, Mort D prefer to stay in New York tonight. Mort met more tired than Mort realized I'll see Aloysius when he comes to town." "Oh no, he'll be crushed." "Mort, can I help that? If you would please turn the car around? Really." Mort met terribly sorry for the sudden change of mind, "but this will be best. You've been very kind. Please take me back to New York." "If that's what you want." Mort Luglung have to get off at the next exit to reverse direction. She felt a wave of relief. "Thank you. Mort met really awfully sorry for putting you to all this trouble." The exit soon came. Hempstead. The car slowed, exited. It approached the stop sign at the top of the exit ramp and cruised to a stop. There were no cars in sight, and Viola sat back, hand still unconsciously clutching the door handle, and waited for Diogenes to proceed. But he didn't proceed, and then suddenly she smelled the queerest chemical odor. She turned quickly. "What is?" A hand holding a bunched cloth clamped itself over her mouth, while an arm lashed around her neck with lightning speed and wrenched her brutally down to the seat. She was pinned, the stinking cloth jammed mercilessly over her nose and mouth. She struggled, trying to breathe, but it was as if a door of darkness had just opened before her. Against her will, she leaned forward, falling and falling into darkness, and then the world went blank. 44. The wintry scene could not have been more bleak. A thin snow had fallen on the cemetery the night before, and now a bitter wind blew through the bare trees, rattling the branches and sending wisps of snow whipping across the frozen ground. The grave itself looked like a black wound in the earth, surrounded by bright green astroturf laid on the snow, with a second astroturf carpet laid over the pile of dirt. The coffin rested beside the hideous hole, strapped to a machine that would lower it into the grave. Huge bouquets of fresh flowers stood about, jittering in the wind, adding a surreal fecundity to the frozen scene. Nora could not take her gaze from the coffin. Wherever she turned, she always seemed drawn back to it. It was a highly polished affair, with brass handles and trim. Nora couldn't accept that her new friend, lay inside dead. How terrible to think that, just a few days before, she and Margot had been enjoying dinner together in Margot's apartment, chatting about the museum. That same night she had been murdered. And then yesterday the very disturbing, very urgent call from Pendergast. She shivered uncontrollably, took a few deep breaths. Her fingers were freezing even through her gloves, and her nose felt like it had lost all sensation. She was so cold that she thought the tears might freeze on her face. The minister, dressed in a long black down coat, was reading Right One of the Burial of the Dead from the Book of Common Prayer, his voice sonorous in the freezing air. A large crowd had turned out, amazingly large when you considered the weather. An enormous quantity of people had come from the museum. Margot had clearly made a large impression even during her short tenure there, but then she had also been a graduate student there years before. Standing near the front was the museum S director, Colopy, with a stunningly beautiful wife even younger than Nora. Most of the anthropology department had showed up, except for those who were supervising the desperate last-minute work on the Sacred Images show. The opening gala was this evening. She herself should have stayed at the show, but she would never have forgiven herself if she'd missed Margot's funeral. There was Prine bundled up like an Eskimo and dabbing at his bright red nose with a cotton handkerchief. The security director, Manetti, looking genuinely stricken, probably feeling that Margot's death had been a personal failure. Her eye roamed the crowd. A quietly weeping woman stood at the front, supported on either side by ushers. No doubt Margot's mother. She had Margot's light brown hair, her same fine features and slim build. She seemed to be the only member of Margot's family, and Nora remembered Margot saying at dinner that she was an only child. A particularly strong gust of wind rattled through the cemetery, temporarily overwhelming the minister's voice. Then it returned. Into thy hands, O Lord, we commend thy servant Margot, our dear sister, as into the hands of a faithful Creator and most merciful Savior, beseeching thee that she may be precious in thy sight. Nora bent against the bitter wind and drew her coat tighter as she listened to the sad, soothing words. She wished Vekeptehat all her heart that Bill was there with her. The bizarre telephone call from Pendergast, and it was Pendergast, she had no doubt, had left her shaken. Bill's life threatened and he in hiding. And now her own life in danger. It all seemed incredible, frightening, as if a dark cloud had descended on her world, and yet the evidence was directly in front of her. Margot was dead. A humming noise broke her black reverie. The machine was lowering Margot's coffin into the grave, with a grinding of gears and the whirring of a motor. The minister's voice raised slightly as the coffin descended. Making the sign of the cross with an upraised hand, he read the last words of the service. With a faint thump, the coffin came to rest, and then the minister invited Margot's mother to throw in a clod of dirt. She did so, and some others followed, the frozen clods making a disturbingly hollow sound as they struck the coffin lid. Nora felt as if her heart would break. Her friendship with Margot, which had gotten off to such a bad start, had just begun to blossom. Her death was a tragedy in the truest sense of the word. She was so brave, so full of conviction. The service over, the crowd began to drift back toward the narrow cemetery lane where their cars waited, frosty breath rising in the air. Nora checked her watch. 10 o'clock. She had to get back to the museum immediately to work on the final preparations for the opening. As she turned to leave, she saw a man dressed in black approach obliquely. A few more moments, and he had fallen into step beside her. He looked haggard, Vekeptehat grief, and she wondered if Margot didn't have other close relatives after all. Nora? Came the low voice. Nora was startled. She paused. Keep walking, please. She kept walking, feeling mounting alarm. Who are you? Agent Pendergast. Why are you out in the open after my warning? Mort have to live my life. You can live a life if you've lost it. Nora sighed. Mort veille kept a note to know what's happened to Bill. Bill is safe, as Mort explained. It is you Mort met worried about. You're a prime target. Target of what? Mort can't tell you that. What Mort can tell you is that you must take steps to protect yourself. You should be afraid. Agent Pendergast, Mort, I'm afraid your call scared me half to death, but you can expect me to drop everything. As Mort told you, Mort got an opening. Mort got to prepare for tonight. A sharp, exasperated exhalation. He's killing everyone around me. He will kill you too. And then you won't miss not only your opening, but the rest of your life. The voice, far from the honeyed drawl she remembered, was tense and urgent. Mote have to take the risk. Mote Luglung be in the museum the rest of the day, under high security in the exhibit, and then Mote Luglung be at the opening tonight, surrounded by thousands. High security did not stop him before. Who is this him? As Mote V said, to tell you more would only put you at greater risk. Oh, Nora, what must Mote do to protect you? She faltered, shocked at the near despair in his voice. Mote met, sorry, look, it's just not in my nature to run and hide. Mote worked too long for this opening. People are counting on me, okay? Tomorrow, let's take this up again tomorrow. Just not today. So be it. The anonymous figure turned away. Strange how little he looked like the Pendergast Nora remembered. Melted into the dark clusters of people walking toward their cars, and was gone. 45. D'Agosta paused at the door of Hayward's office, feeling almost afraid to knock. The painful memory of their first encounter in her office came into his mind unbidden, and he forced it away with great effort, rapping more loudly than he intended. Come in. The very sound of her voice caused his heart to pause. He grasped the handle, pushed open the door. The office looked very different. Gone were the various piles of paper, the pleasant, controlled untidiness. Now it was severe in its organization, and it was clear Hayward was working, living, and breathing a single case. And there she was, standing behind her desk, her short, slim figure in a neat gray suit, with Captain Esbars on the shoulder, looking directly at him. The look was so intense, D'Agosta found himself almost pushed back by it. Have a seat. The voice was coldly neutral. Listen, Laura, before we begin, Mote just want to say. Lieutenant, came the crisp response. You've been summoned here on police business, and anything you might have to say of a personal nature is inappropriate. D'Agosta looked at her. This was unfair, Laura, please? Her face softened, but only for a moment, and she spoke in a low voice. Vincent, don't do this to me or to yourself. Especially not now, Mutt. Have something very, very difficult to show you. This stopped D'Agosta. Please take a seat. Mort Luglunk stand. Brief silence while she stared at him. Then she spoke again. Pendergast is alive. D'Agosta felt himself go cold. He hadn't known why she'd summoned him, hadn't even dared to guess, but this was the last thing he'd expected. How did you find out? He blurted. Her face tightened. Ve kepte had anger. So you did know. Another tense silence. Then she reached down and picked up a piece of paper, drew it in front of her. D'Agosta could see it was a list of handwritten notes. What was this about? He had never seen Laura so wound up. On January Merchine, Professor Torrance Hamilton was poisoned in front of a lecture hall of 200 students in his class at Louisiana State University and died about an hour later. The only useful evidence uncovered from the crime scene, some black fibers found in his office, is analyzed in this report. She dropped a slim folder on her desk. D'Agosta glanced at it but did not pick it up. The report states that the fibers were from a very costly cashmere merino blended wool fabric made for only a few years in the Motnin Chincham Namije in a factory outside Prato, Italy, the only place it was sold in America. The only place was a small shop on Rue L'Esplanade in New Orleans, a shop patronized by the Pendergast family. D'Agosta felt a sudden hope. Was it possible, after all, that she believed him, that she'd had checked into Diogenes? Laura, Lieutenant, let me finish. My forensic team searched Pendergast's Tess apartment in the Dakota, at least the rooms we could get into, and took fiber samples. In addition, we found 24 identical black suits in a closet. The suits and the fibers all came from the same source. Those bolts of cashmere merino wool dyed black. This is a virtually unique fiber. There can be no mistake. D'Agosta felt a very strange sensation crawl up his spine. he suddenly had a premonition of where this might be going. On January High, Charles Duchamp was hung from his apartment building on Samui Lam, Trinhining, and Broadway. Again, the crime scene was unusually clean. However, our forensic team did recover a few more of the same black fibers that were found at the Torrance homicide. In addition, the rope used to hang Duchamp was woven of a rare type of gray silk. We ultimately learned it is a special type of rope used in Buddhist religious ceremonies in Bhutan. The monks tie these silk ropes into incredibly complex knots for meditative and contemplative purposes. These are unique knots, found nowhere else in the world. She paused, laid down a photograph of the rope that hung Duchamp, showing the knot smeared with blood. That particular knot is known as Rant Ankadurdag, the tangled path to hell. It has come to my attention that Special Agent Pendergast spent time in Bhutan studying with the very monks who make these knots. There's a simple answer. Vincent, if you interrupt me one more time, Mot Leglunk have you muzzled. Diagosta fell silent. The next day, on January Hamiba, FBI Special Agent Michael Decker was murdered in his house in Washington, D.C., stabbed through the mouth with an antique Civil War bayonet. This crime scene was equally clean. The forensic team recovered fibers from the same bolt of cashmere merino wool found at the Hamilton poisoning. She laid another report before Diagosta. At around 2 o'clock in the morning of January Hamisau, Margot Green was fatally stabbed in the New York Museum of Natural History. Morph gone over the museum's personnel lists, and she was the last person to enter the exhibition hall. But she also checked out of the hall. The murderer must have used her card to leave. This crime scene wasn't nearly as clean as the others. Green was a formidable opponent, and she put up a struggle. She defended herself with a box cutter and wounded her assailant. Blood not belonging to the victim was recovered from the scene, both on the box cutter, which had been imperfectly wiped clean, and from a single spot on the floor. She paused. The DNA tests came back late last night. She picked up a piece of paper and, with a snap, dropped it too in front of Diagosta. Those are the results. Diagosta couldn't bring himself to look. He knew the answer already. That's right, Special Agent Pendergast. Diagosta knew better than to say anything. Which brings me to motive. All these people had something in common. They were close acquaintances of Pendergast. Hamilton was Pendergast's language tutor in high school. Duchamp was Pendergast's closest, and perhaps only childhood friend. Michael Decker was Pendergast's mentor at the FBI. P.S. One of the main reasons Pendergast has even survived in the FBI, after all the trouble his unorthodox methods got him into. And finally, as you well know, Margot Green was a close friend of Pendergast's from 2 cases dating back several years, the museum murders and the subway killings. All this evidence, all these tests have been checked and rechecked. There can be no mistake. Special Agent Pendergast is a psychopathic killer. Diagosta had gone cold. He realized now why Diogenes had saved Pendergast the way he did, why he'd helped nurse him back to life after what had happened in the Castel Fosco. It wasn't enough just to murder his brother's friends. No, he would also frame him for the crimes. And now this, Hayward said. She showed him another report. It was bound in plastic and the title was visible. Psychological Profile. Hamilton Duchamp Decker Green Killer. Behavioral Science Unit. Federal Bureau of Investigation, Quantic. Mot today not tell them that Mot suspected one of their own. Mot just told them we thought the crimes might be connected and asked them to draw up a profile. Because of the Decker killing, Mot got it back in 24. Go ahead and read it if you want. But here's the short version. The killer is a highly educated male with at least 4 years of postgraduate education. He is an expert chemist. He is thoroughly familiar VKP, hat forensic and police procedure, and he probably once worked, or still works, in law enforcement. He has a broad knowledge across a range of subjects in science, literature, math, history, music, and art. In short, he is a Renaissance man. His IQ lies in the Mortme to Highcham range. His age is probably between 30 and 50. He is well-traveled and probably multilingual. He is likely ex-military. He is a person of considerable financial means. He is very adept at disguises. She looked Diagosta in the eye. This remind you of anyone, Vincent? Diagosta didn't reply. Those are the outward details. Now comes the psychoanalysis. She paused, finding the place in the report. The killer is a self-controlled and controlling person. He's extremely well organized, neat, and places a high premium on logic. He represses any outward show of emotion, and rarely, if ever, confides in anyone. He has few, if any, real friends and has difficulty forming relationships with the opposite sex. This individual probably suffered a difficult childhood, with a cold, controlling mother and a distant or absent father. His family relationships were not close. There will probably be a history of mental illness or crime in the family. As a young boy, he suffered a crippling emotional trauma involving a close family member, mother, father, or sibling, that he has spent the rest of his life compensating for. He is deeply suspicious of authority, considers himself intellectually and morally superior to others. What a load of psychobabble, Diagosta exploded. It's all twisted up. This isn't the way he is at all. He stopped abruptly. Hayward was looking at him with raised eyebrows. So you do recognize this person? Of course Mort recognized him, but this is a twisting of who he really is. Pendergast didn't murder those people. He was framed, the evidence, the blood was planted. His brother, Diogenes, is the killer. Another long silence. Go on, she said, her tone neutral. After Pendergast's ordeal in Italy, when we all thought he was dead, Diogenes took him to a clinic to recover. He was sick, drugged. It must have allowed Diogenes plenty of opportunity to harvest all the forensic evidence he needed to frame Pendergast. Hair, fibers, blood, it's Diogenes. Don't you see? He's hated Pendergast all his life. He's been planning this for years. He sent Pendergast a taunting letter saying he was going to commit the perfect crime and naming the date today. You're not going to lay this crazy theory on me again, Vincent. It's my turn to talk. Diogenes wanted to commit a crime even more horrible than killing his brother. He wanted to kill everyone his brother loves, but leave his brother alive. Now it seems he is also framing his brother for those same crimes. Diagosta stopped. She was looking at him with an expression of pity bordering almost on pain. Vinny, you remember how you told me to look into Diogenes? Well, Mott did. Mott had a hell of a time tracing him, but here's what Mott found. She opened a folder, took out yet another document, and slid it in front of him. It was stamped and embossed and notarized. What is it? A death certificate of Diogenes d'Agripont Bernoulli Pendergast. He was killed 20 years ago in a car accident in the UK. A forgery, Mort saw a letter from him. Mort cano capius alive. What makes you think Pendergast didn't write the letter? Diagosta stared at her. Because Mort saw Diogenes with my own eye. Is that so? Where? Outside Fosco's castle. When we were being chased, he had eyes of 2 different colors, just like Cornelia Pendergast told us. And how do you know it was Diogenes? Diagosta hesitated. Pendergast told me. Did you speak to him? No, but Mort saw a picture of him as a child just recently. It was the same face. A long silence followed. Hayward reached down and picked up the forensic profile again. There's something else in here. Read it. She pushed a piece of paper over to him. The target subject may manifest symptoms of a rare form of multiple personality disorder, a variant of Munchausen syndrome by proxy, in which the subject acts out 2 separate diametrically opposite roles, that of killer and of investigator. In this unusual condition, the killer may also be a law enforcement officer assigned to the case, or an investigator connected to the case. In another variant of this pathology, the killer is a private citizen who initiates his own investigation into the killings, often making apparently brilliant discoveries of evidence that law enforcement has overlooked. In both variants, the killer personality leaves minute clues for the investigator personality to discover. Such discoveries often made apparently through extraordinary powers of observation and/or deduction. The killer personality and investigator personality are not aware of each other's existence on a conscious level, although much cooperation is noted on the subconscious, pathological level. Bullshit. Munchausen by proxy is about somebody wanting attention. Pendergast goes out of his way to avoid the limelight. This doesn't describe Pendergast. You know the guy, you've worked with him. What does your gut tell you? You don't want to know what my gut tells me. Her dark eyes were scrutinizing him. Vinny, you know why Mort met sharing this information with you? Why? For one thing, because Mort think you're in terrible danger. Pendergast is a crazy son of a bitch, and he is going to kill you next, Mort cano vecep he will. He won to kill me because he is to the killer. The Pendergast, you know, isn't even aware he is the killer. He believes in this Diogenes. He genuinely thinks his brother is still alive and that you two are going to find him. It's all part of the pathology mentioned here. She slapped the report. There's the other personality of his Diogenes, who exists within the same body that personality you haven't met yet. But you will when he kills you. Diagosta couldn't even find the words to respond. Well, no. Maybe Mot should have told you all this? Her voice hardened. You don't have a right to know any of this, after how royally you've screwed up. Mot went out on a 10-mile limb for you. Got you a great position on the force, and you betrayed my trust, you rejected my... She paused, breathing hard, recovering her composure. Now Diagosta felt a flash of real anger. Mot betrayed you? Listen, Laura, Mot tried to talk with you about this. Mot tried to explain. But you pushed me away, saying Mot was obsessing over someone's death. How do you think that felt? Or how do you think Mot feel now, listening to you say how naive Mot am, how gullible? Trusting Pendergast like this. You've seen my casework in the past, you know what Mot Met capable of. Why do you think Mot Met so wrong now? The question hung in the air. This isn't the time or place for that discussion, Hayward replied after a moment. Her tone had grown quiet and businesslike, and we restraying from the point. And what exactly is the point? Mort wants you to bring Pendergast in. Diagosta stood rooted in place, thunderstruck. He should have seen it coming. Bring him in, save yourself, save your career. If he's innocent, let him have his day in court. But the evidence against him is overwhelming. That's right. It's damning as hell, and you didn't even see the half of it. But that's the way our system works. Bring him in and let him face a jury of his peers. Bring him in? How? Mutt got it all worked out. You re the only man he trusts. You re-asking me to betray him? Betray? My God, Vinny, the man's a serial killer. 4 innocent people are dead. And there's another thing you seem to be overlooking, your actions to date. Keeping Pendergast's existence secret, lying to me. Lying to Captain Singleton, border on obstruction of justice. Now that you know Pendergast is a fugitive, that's right, a warrant for his arrest has already been sworn out. Any further actions on your part to protect him will amount to criminal obstruction and accessory after the fact. You re already in deep shit, and this is the only way you re going to get out of it. You bring him in, or you go to jail. It's that simple. For a long moment, Diagosta said nothing. When he spoke, his voice sounded dead, wooden, even in his own ears. Give me a day to think it over. A day? She looked at him incredulously. You've got 10 minutes. 46. Viola woke with a splitting headache. For a moment, she stared blankly, uncomprehendingly, at the frilled top of a canopied bed rising above her. And then it all came back. The drive along the dark highway. The increasingly bizarre comments by Pendergast's brother, the sudden attack. She fought down a rising wave of panic, lying still, concentrating only on her breathing, trying not to think of anything at all. Finally, when she felt she was master of herself, she sat up slowly. Her head reeled and dark spots danced across her vision. She closed her eyes. When at last the throbbing had subsided a little, she opened her eyes once again and looked around the room. It was a small bedroom with rose-patterned wallpaper, some old Victorian furniture, and a single barred window. Moving carefully, for the sake of both her headache and silence, she swung her legs over the bed and stood unsteadily on the floor. Quietly, she reached for the door handle and gave it a turn, but as she expected, it was locked. A second twinge of panic was suppressed more quickly than the first. She went to the window and looked out. The house was set a few hundred yards back from a marshy bay. Beyond a line of scraggly dunes, she could see a pounding line of surf and a dark ocean flecked with whitecaps. The sky was a metal gray, and, with the instinct of somebody who had spent many nights under the open sky, she sensed it was morning. On both the right and the left, she could just make out a pair of ramshackle beach houses, their windows boarded up for the season. The beach was empty. She reached through the bars and tapped on the glass. It seemed to be unusually blue and thick, perhaps unbreakable, and soundproof too. At least, she could not hear the surf. Still moving slowly and making every effort to be silent, she walked into a small adjoining bathroom. Like the bedroom, it was old-fashioned and neat, with a sink, a claw-footed tub, and another small window also barred and paned in the same oddly thick glass. She turned on the tap and out came a gush of water, which quickly went from cold to piping hot. Shutting it off, she returned to the bedroom. She sat back down on the bed, thinking it was all so unreal, so utterly bizarre. It was impossible to comprehend that the person who had picked her up was Pendergast's brother. She had absolutely no doubt. In many ways, he was practically a twin of the man. But why had he kidnapped her like this? What were his intentions? And most important, what on earth was Pendergast's role in it? How could she have been so wrong about him? But then, when she thought back to their brief meeting on the island of Caprea last fall, she realized how strange it all was. Perhaps word of his tragic death that made her romanticize their lone encounter and made it seem more than it really was. And then that letter with its news that Pendergast was still alive, and its romantic, impulsive request. Impulsive, that was the word. Once again, she had allowed her impulsiveness to get her into trouble, and this time it looked like deadly serious trouble. Was it possible that D'Agosta was in on it too? That the entire story of Pendergast's death had been a sham, part of some complex plot to lure her here? Was this some kind of sophisticated kidnapping network? Or were they holding her for ransom? The more she thought about this complete and utter dog's breakfast, the more she felt fear giving way to anger and outrage. But even that emotion she repressed. Better to direct her energies toward escape. She went back into the bathroom and made a quick inventory. Plastic comb, toothbrush, toothpaste, water glass, clean towels, washcloth, shampoo. She reached down and picked up the glass. It was heavy and cold, real glass. She turned it over thoughtfully in her hands. A sharp piece would make a weapon, but it could also double as a tool. Escape through the windows was out of the question, and no doubt the door would be reinforced and secure. But this was an old house, and the walls would probably be plaster and lath beneath the wallpaper. She took a towel, wrapped it tightly around the glass, and gave it several sharp taps on the edge of the sink until it broke. She unwrapped the towel. As she'd hoped, the glass had broken into several large pieces. She took the sharpest, walked back into the bedroom, and approached the opposite wall. Careful to minimize noise, she stuck the pointed edge into the wallpaper and gave an exploratory thrust. It immediately slipped, taking with it a piece of the wallpaper. She saw, to her dismay, the glint of metal underneath. With her fingernails, she caught the cut edge of wallpaper and peeled it back, revealing a smooth, cold expanse of steel. A chill went up her spine, and in that moment a knock came at the door. She started, then quickly climbed back into the bed, pretending to be asleep. The knock came again, and a third time, and then she heard the scrape of a key in the lock. The door creaked open. She lay there, eyes closed, shard of glass concealed beside her body. Dear Viola, Mort know you have been up and about. Still, she lay there. See, you have already discovered. M've decorated your room in metal. Now please sit up and stop this tiresome charade. Mort have something important to tell you. Viola sat up, anger returning. A man stood in the doorway whom she did not recognize, although the voice was unmistakably that of Diogenes. Forgive my unusual appearance. Madame dressed for the city, to which Madame headed in a few minutes. In disguise, it seems, you fancy yourself a right Sherlock Holmes. The man bowed his head. What do you want, Diogenes? Mort have what I want. Whatever for? The strange man gave a broad smile. What do Mort want with you? Frankly, Mort could care less about you, except for one thing. You aroused the interest of my brother. Mort heard your name pass his lips just once, no more. It piqued my curiosity. Luckily, your name is unique, your family is prominent, and Mort was able to find out a great deal about you. Mort suspected tender feelings on your part for my brother. When you responded to my letter, Mort know ave kept my hunch was right, and that Mort had landed a prize beyond compare. You're an ass, you don't know anything about me. My dear Viola, rather than worrying about what Mott know, you should be worrying about two things you don't know, and should. First, you need to know that you cannot get out of this room. The walls, floor, ceiling, and door are made of riveted ship's hull steel. The windows are 2 layers of unbreakable, soundproof, bulletproof glass. The glass is one way, which means that you can see out but those outside, and there will not be any. Cannot see in. Tell you this only to save you trouble. There are books in the bookcase, drinking water from the tap, and some hard candies in the bottom drawer of the bureau for you to suck on. Why, you've gone to a lot of trouble and expense, boiled sweets even. Indeed. Indeed, she mocked his courtly drawl. You said you had 2 things to tell me. What's the second? that you must die. If you believe in a supreme being, be sure to resolve any unfinished business you have with him. Your death will take place tomorrow morning at the traditional time, dawn. Almost without intent, Viola laughed, an angry, bitter laugh. If you could only hear what a pompous ass you sound. You will die at dawn. How histrionic. Diogenes took a step back, a frown passing fleetingly over his face before neutrality returned. What a sprightly vixen you are. What have Mut done to you, you bloody nutter? Nothing. It is what you did to my brother. Mott did nothing to your brother. Is this some kind of sick joke? A dry chuckle. It is indeed a sick joke, a very sick joke. Anger and frustration burned away her fear. Viola slowly tightened her grip on the shard of glass. For such a revolting man, you seem insufferably pleased with yourself. The dry chuckle died off. My, we certainly have a sharp tongue this morning. You reek crazy. Mort have no doubt that by the standards of society, Mort am clinically insane. Viola's eyes narrowed. So you're a follower of the Scottish psychiatrist R.D. Lang. I follow nobody. So you believe in your ignorance, Lang said. Mental illness is the sane response to an insane world. Mort commend the gentleman, whoever he is, for his insight. But my dear Viola, Mort don't have all day to exchange pleasantries. My dear Diogenes, if only you knew just how boorish you sound. She put on a deadly accurate imitation of his languid accent. How dreadfully sorry, Mot am, that we can continue this charming conversation. You and your feeble attempts at breeding. There was a silence. Diogenes had lost his smile, but if other thoughts were going through his head, they did not express themselves on his face. Viola was amazed at the depth and clarity of her own anger. She was breathing fast, and her heart was going like mad in her chest. Diogenes finally sighed. You are as chattery as a monkey and almost as smart. If Mot were you, Mot to be a little less garrulous and face your end with dignity, as befits your station. My station? Oh my God. You another of those American poons who get their willy up meeting some red-nosed baronet or doddering old viscount. I should have known. Viola, please, you were getting overexcited. Wouldn't you be a little overexcited if you had been lured overseas, drugged and kidnapped, locked in a room and threatened? Viola, a suffet! Moat will be back in the wee hours of the morning to carry out my promise. Specifically, Moat will cut your throat. Twice, in honor of our Uncle Comstock. She suddenly stopped. The fear had come back in full force. Why? Finally, a sensible question. Moat am an existentialist. Moat carve my own meaning out of the suppurating carcass of this rotting universe. Through no fault of your own, you have become part of that meaning. But Moat do not feel sorry for you. The world is abrim with pain and suffering. I simply choose to direct the festivities instead of offering myself up as another witless victim. Moat take no pleasure in the suffering of others except one. That is my meaning. Moat live for my brother. Viola, he gives me strength, he gives me purpose, he gives me life. He is my salvation. You and your brother can go to hell. Ah, dear Viola. This is hell, except that you are about to gain your release. Viola leaped off the bed and rushed at him, shard raised, but in the blur of an instant she found herself pinned to the floor. Somehow Diogenes now lay on top of her, his face inches from hers, his breath sweetly smelling of cloves in her face. Goodbye, my lively little monkey, he murmured, and kissed her tenderly on the lips. And then, in one swift bat-like movement, he rose and was gone, the door slamming behind him. She flung herself on it, but it was too late. There was the sound of oiled steel sliding into steel, and the door felt as cold and unyielding as a bank vault. 47. D'Agosta didn't need a day to consider Hayward's offer. He day note even need 10 minutes. He walked straight out of the building, pulled out the cell phone Pendergast had given him, and asked for an emergency meeting. A quarter of an hour later, as he stepped out of a cab at the corner of Broadway, and behind the memory of his encounter with Laura was still raw, but he told himself he couldn't think about that right now. He had to bury his personal feelings until the crisis was over, assuming, that is, it would ever be over. He walked east down Bay Hyand ahead. In the distance he could see Central Park, the brown trees skeletal in the January chill. At the next intersection he stopped and pulled out the cell phone again. Call me again once you reach Columbus and Bay Hyand, Pendergast had said. D'Agosta was only a block away from Pendergast's apartment at the Dakota. Could he possibly be at home? It seemed outrageous given the circumstances. He flipped open the phone, dialed the number. Yes, came the voice of Pendergast. In the background, D'Agosta could hear the tapping of keys. Moat met at the corner, he replied. Very good. Make your way unobserved to High 2 West Bay High. The building is mixed residential and commercial. The entrance is locked during working hours, but the receptionist habitually buzzes in anyone who looks normal. Take the stairs to the basement and locate the door marked B14. Make sure you are alone. Then knock slowly 7 times. Have you got that? Got it. The line went dead. Putting the phone away, D'Agosta crossed the street and continued toward the park. Up ahead, at the far corner, he could see the crenellated, sand-colored bulk of the Dakota. It looked like something out of a Charles Addams cartoon. At its base, beside a huge Gothic entrance, was a doorman's sentry box. 2 cops in uniform loitered nearby, and 3 squad cars were parked along Central Park West. It seemed the cavalry was already in place. D'Agosta slowed his pace, keeping as near as he could to the building fronts, a wary eye on the police. 24 West Bay High End Street was a large brownstone structure halfway down the block. He glanced around again, saw nobody suspicious, rang the buzzer, gained admittance, and quickly ducked inside. The lobby was small and dark, the walls covered with dingy-looking gray marble. D'Agosta nodded to the receptionist, then made his way down the staircase at the rear of the lobby. There was a single basement hallway, with metal doors set into the cinder block walls at regular intervals. It was the work of 60 seconds to find the door marked B14. He glanced around once again, then rapped on the door 7 times, as instructed. For a moment, silence. Then, from within, the sound of a bolt being slid back. The door opened and a man wearing the black and white uniform of a doorman appeared. He glanced up and down the hall, then nodded to D'Agosta and ushered him inside. To his surprise, D'Agosta found himself not in a room, but in a very narrow hallway, barely more than a crawl space, that ran on ahead into darkness. The doorman switched on a flashlight, then led the way along the corridor. It seemed to go on forever. The walls changed from cinder block to brick to plaster, then back to brick again. At times the corridor widened. At others it grew so narrow it almost brushed against D'Agosta's shoulders. It jogged left a few times, then right. At one point they emerged into a tiny courtyard, little more than an air shaft, and D'Agosta could see a small patch of blue sky far above. It felt like being at the base of a chimney. Then they climbed a short stairway. The doorman opened another door with a large, old-fashioned key, and they entered yet another narrow corridor. At length, the corridor dead-ended at a small service elevator. The doorman pulled back the brass grillwork, unlocked the elevator door with a different key, and motioned for D'Agosta to step in. The man stepped in behind D'Agosta, closed the grill and the elevator door, then grasped a large, circular handle in one wall. With a protesting chuff, the elevator creaked upward. The ancient door was windowless, and D'Agosta had no idea how many floors they ascended. He guessed 4 or 5. The elevator stopped of its own accord, and the doorman opened its door. As the bronze grill was pulled back, D'Agosta saw a short passageway beyond, leading to a single door. The door was open, and Pendergast stood within it, once again clad in his habitual black suit. D'Agosta paused, staring at him. Ever since his surprise reappearance, the man had appeared in some disguise or other. His face or clothing, or more usually both, dramatically altered, and it gave D'Agosta a strange chill to see his old friend as he really was. Vincent, Pendergast said, "Do come in," and he led the way into a small, almost featureless room. There was an oaken dresser and a leather sofa along one wall, and a work table along another. 4 iMac laptops were lined up on the work table, along with some NAS devices and what looked to D'Agosta like a network hub. There were 2 doors in the rear of the room. One was closed, and the other opened onto a small bathroom. "This is your Dakota apartment?" D'Agosta asked in disbelief. A wan smile appeared on Pendergast's face, then disappeared again. "Hardly," he said, closing the door. "My apartment is on the floor above this one." "Then what's this place?" "Think of it as a bolt hole. A rather high-tech bolt hole. It was set up last year on the advice of an Ohio acquaintance of mine, in case his services were temporarily unavailable." "Well, you can stay here. The cops are crawling all over the entrance to the Dakota. Moat just come from Laura Hayward's office, and she has got a red-hot suspect." "Me? And how in hell did you learn that?" "Mort's known it for some time. Pendergast's eyes darted from monitor to monitor as his hands flew over the keys. When Mort came upon the murder scene of my friend Michael Decker, Mort found several strands of hair clutched in his hand. Blonde hair. My brother's hair is not blonde, it's a gingery red. Immediately, Mort realized that Diogenes' plan was even more interesting than Mort suspected. Not only did he plan to kill everyone close to me, he planned to frame me for their murders. But what about the notes Diogenes wrote you? Don't they indicate he's alive? No. Recall the odd handwriting. The handwriting Mott said was strangely familiar. That was my handwriting, but altered just enough so it would appear, to a handwriting expert anyway, that Mott was trying to disguise it. D'Agosta took a moment to digest this. Why did you tell me? Mortave kept no reason to burden you with all this before it was necessary. When Mort saw those hairs, it was perfectly clear to me that Diogenes would have salted the other crime scenes with false evidence as well. Met sure, during my convalescence in Italy, he stocked up on all the physical evidence he needed, taken from my person, including my blood. It was only a matter of time before they connected me to the killings. Mort had hoped Mort have a little more time than this. Hayward did a commendable job. That's not all Laura asked me to set you up. Moat walked out on that one. They've sworn out a warrant on you. You can stay here. On the contrary, Vincent, Moat must stay here. It's the only place with the resources. Moat need on short notice. And it is a bit like Poe's purloined letter. The last place they expect to find me is at home. The police presence is a mere formality. D'Agosta stared at him. So that how you knew Diogenes would target Laura? She is the one investigating Duchamp's murder. He was banking on her suspecting you. Precisely. Now pull up a chair and let me show you what Mort meant doing. Pendergast waved his hands toward the 4 laptops. These computers are tapped in parasitically to the city's web of street corner surveillance cameras, along with a couple of major private systems. At Mizzen Banks, for example. He pointed at one of the screens, which was currently subdivided into a dozen small windows. In each window, black and white video feeds of sidewalks, street intersections, and toll plazas were zipping by in accelerated reverse motion. Why? Met convinced Diogenes' final crime is going to take place in or around Manhattan, and you cannot move around a city like New York these days without being photographed, taped, or otherwise surveyed dozens of times every hour. But Diogenes is disguised. To most, yes, not to me. You can disguise your appearance, but you can disguise everything. Your mannerisms, the way you walk, even the way you blink your eyes. Diogenes and Mort are very alike physically. Mort videotaped myself, and now Mort met running image recognition and pattern recognition algorithms against these video in various states of motion feeds. He waved at Mort via another of the laptops. As you can see, Mort met concentrating particularly on feeds near the Dakota and the intersections around the Riverside Drive mansion. We know Diogenes has been to the mansion, and he has probably been here as well. If Mort can locate him, acquire an image print, Mort can track him backwards and forwards visually. From that point, try to find a pattern in his movements. Would that need more computing horsepower than you'd find at a small university? Hence the wiring closet. And Pendergast reached over and opened the closed door. Inside, stacked from floor to ceiling, were rack-mounted blade servers and RAID arrays. D'Agosta whistled. You understand all this shit? No, but Mort know how to use it. Pendergast swiveled to look at him. Although his skin was paler than D'Agosta had ever seen it, the agent's eyes glittered with a dangerous brightness. He had the manic energy, the deceptive second wind, of somebody who had not slept in several days. Diogenes is out there, Vincent. He's lurking somewhere in this myriad of data streams. To commit his ultimate crime, he's going to have to surface. And that's my chance, my last, my only chance. To stop him, this room is the only place anymore where Mort have access to the technology that can accomplish that. More clattering of keys. The acquaintance Mott spoke of Duete now, the one in Ohio? He would be far better suited to this job than Mort. But he has been forced to make himself invisible for reasons of his own protection. Laura isn't the type to wait around. They were probably already coming after you. And no doubt you, too. D'Agosta said nothing. They've searched my apartment. They've probably searched the Riverside Drive house. As for this little Warren, well, you saw yourself that Mort have a private exit from the Dakota. Even the doorman here don't know about it. Only Martin, who you just met. He paused in his typing. Vincent, there is something you must do. What's that? You'll go straight to Laura Hayward, say that you'll cooperate in every way, but that Moat seemed to have disappeared, and that you have no idea where Moat am. There's no need for you to damage your career any further over this. Mort already told you. Mort met with you all the way. Vincent, Mortem demanding that you leave. Hey, Aloysius? Pendergast looked at him. Up yours. He saw Pendergast's eyes were upon him. Mort vi not forget this, Vincent. Never mind. The agent went back to his work. 10 minutes passed, 20, and then Pendergast suddenly stiffened. A hit? Mort believed so, Pendergast said. He was staring intently at one of the computers, playing a grainy image over and over, forward and backward. Diagosta looked over his shoulder. Is that him? The computer believed so, and Mort do as well. It's odd, though. The image isn't taken from outside the Dakota, as Mutz expected it about 6 blocks north outside of. At that moment, a low chime sounded from a box on the table. Pendergast turned toward it quickly. What's that? Diagosta asked. It's Martin. It seems there's somebody to see me. Diagosta tensed. Police? Pendergast shook his head. He leaned toward the box, depressed a switch. A bicycle messenger, sir, came the voice. He has an envelope for you. You've asked him to wait? Yes. And the police are unaware of his presence? Yes, sir. Bring him up. Take the usual precautions. Pendergast took his finger from the switch and straightened. Let's see vekep hatate this is about. His tone was casual, but his face looked drawn. They walked down the short hallway to the elevator. A minute passed without a word being exchanged. Then, from below, the elevator gave a clank and began to rise. Shortly, the brass grille was drawn back and 2 figures emerged. The doorman Diagosta had met earlier and the bicycle messenger, a slim Hispanic youth wearing a scarf and a heavy jacket. He held an oversized envelope in one hand. Looking at the package, Pendergast's pale face went gray. Wordlessly, he reached into a pocket of his black jacket, withdrew a pair of medical gloves, and drew them on. Then he took a $20 bill from his wallet and gave it to the messenger. Would you mind waiting here a few moments, please? He asked. Moat guess, the messenger said, looking suspiciously at the gloves. Pendergast took the envelope, exchanged a private look with the doorman. Then, nodding to Diagosta, he strode quickly back into the room. Is it from Diogenes? Diagosta asked, closing the door behind them. Pendergast didn't respond. Instead, he spread a sheet of white paper on the desk, laid the envelope on top of it, and examined it carefully. It was unsealed, the rear flap loosely fastened by twisted red thread. Pendergast gave the thread a brief, close scrutiny. Then he unwound it and carefully upended the envelope. A small sheet of folded paper fell out, followed by a lock of glossy dark hair. Pendergast drew in his breath sharply. In the room, it sounded explosively loud. Quickly, he knelt and opened the folded sheet. The paper was a beautiful hand-pressed linen, with an embossed coat of arms at its top, a lidless eye over 2 moons with a lion couchant. Beneath, written in tobacco-colored ink with a fountain pen or quill, was a date, January Hymetam. Diagosta realized it was identical to the note Pendergast had received a few months earlier at the mansion on Riverside Drive. Unlike that note, however, this one had more written upon it than just a date. His eye fell to the words below. She's a very spirited, Brother can see why you like her. Savor this token as earnest of my claim, a lock of her lovely hair. Savor it also as a memento of her passing. If you caress it, you can almost smell the sweet air of Capraia. Of course, Mort could be lying about everything. This lock could belong to someone else. Search your heart for the truth. Frater agibale. Oh my, Diagosta said. The words were cut off as his throat closed up involuntarily. He glanced over at the agent. He was sitting on the floor, gently stroking the lock of hair. The look on his face was so terrible Diagosta had to turn away. It could be a lie, he said. Your brother's lied before. Pendergast did not answer. There was a brief and awful silence. Moat Luklungo questioned the messenger, Diagosta said, not daring to look back. Exiting the room, he walked down the corridor to the elevator. The messenger was there, waiting, watched over by Martin. NYPD, he said, briefly showing his badge. Everything had slowed down as in a nightmare. He felt curiously heavy, as if he could barely move his limbs. He wondered if this was vekep. Hatate it was like to be in shock. The youth nodded. Who gave you the package to deliver? Somebody in a cab dropped it off at our service. What did the passenger look like? It was just the cabbie. There was no passenger. What kind of vehicle exactly? Typical yellow cab from the city. Did you get a name or medallion number? Even as he asked the question, D'Agosta knew it wouldn't matter whether the kid had gotten one or not. No doubt Diogenes had covered his trail. The messenger shook his head. How were you paid? The driver paid $50, said his instructions were to get a messenger to deliver the package to a Dr. Pendergast, Mort West Bay High End Street, in person, if possible, and not to talk to anybody but Dr. Pendergast or the doorman. Very well. D'Agosta got the youth's name and employer. Then he took Martin aside, asking him to make sure the cops didn't stop the messenger as he left the building. The strange feeling of heaviness had not left him. He walked back down the corridor to the small room. Pendergast did not look up at his entrance. He was still sitting on the floor, hunched forward, the lock of hair placed before him. One hand rested on each knee, palm inward, each thumb forming a small circle with the middle finger. The bereft, grief-stricken expression on his face had disappeared, and in its place was utter impassivity. He did not move, did not blink, did even seem to breathe. He looked to D'Agosta as if he were a million miles away. Maybe he is, D'Agosta thought. Maybe he's meditating or something, or maybe he's just trying to keep himself sane. The messenger knew nothing, he said as gently as he could. The trail's too well covered. Pendergast did not acknowledge this. He remained motionless. His face had lost none of its pallor. How the hell did Diogenes find out about Viola? D'Agosta burst out. Pendergast spoke almost robotically. For the first week while in Diogenes' care, Mort was raving delirious. It's possible Mort mentioned her name. Nothing escapes Diogenes, nothing. D'Agosta sank into a nearby chair. Right now, he didn't think he cared if Laura Hayward, a dozen FBI agents, and an Army Corps came storming into the apartment. They could lock him up and throw away the key. It wouldn't make any difference. Life was shit. The two sat in the room, motionless, silent, as half an hour ticked by. Then, without warning, Pendergast leaped to his feet, so suddenly that D'Agosta's heart turned over in his chest. She would have traveled under her own name, he said, eyes glittering intently. What? D'Agosta said, rising himself. She wouldn't have come if he'd asked her to use a pseudonym or arranged for a false passport, and she must have just arrived. He wouldn't have delayed the note. He wouldn't have had time. He raced toward the nearest laptop and began typing furiously. Within 20 seconds, the typing stopped. Here she is, he cried. D'Agosta raced to look at Pendergast's screen. Folkestone Data Center. Scuol engine bon chum bon memode. Proprietary and confidential. Passenger manifest lookup. Results of inquiry follow. 1 records found. BA 0023599148. Masculine Lady Viola. British Airways. Flight Tom Hi. Departed. London Gatwick LGW. Jaime Bay Emi January Mimotza Nummi 2 Foot PM GMT. Arrived. Kennedy I JFK Jaime Tam January Mui Heiser Mui Foot. End of inquiry. Pendergast turned away from the screen. His entire being seemed to crackle with energy, and his eyes, before so empty and distant, were on fire. Come, Vincent, we re off to JFK. Every minute we waste, the trail grows colder. And without another word, he dashed out of the room and down the hall. 48. It was like the old days, D'Agosta thought grimly. Pendergast in his black suit, racing along the streets of New York City in his Rolls. Except that really, it was like the old days at all. Pendergast was a hunted man, and D'Agosta himself was in such deep shit he needed a decompression chamber when he surfaced, assuming he ever surfaced at all. The Rolls pulled up to the curb at Terminal Bay arrivals. Pendergast leaped out, leaving the vehicle running. A Port Authority policeman was strolling along the curb, and Pendergast swooped down on him. Federal Bureau of Investigation. He passed his gold shield in front of the officer briefly, then closed it up and slid it back into his suit. What can Mort do for you, sir? The officer responded, instantly intimidated. We here on an investigation of the utmost importance. Can Mort ask you to watch my vehicle, officer? Yes, sir, the man practically saluted. Pendergast strode into the terminal, black coat flapping behind him. D'Agosta followed him to baggage claim security. Within, a heavy-set guard was listening patiently to a man in a suit shouting angrily about a stolen bag. Again, Pendergast opened his badge. Special Agent Pendergast, Federal Bureau of Investigation. My associate, Vincent D'Agosta, NYPD. Well, it says about time, the man cried angrily. My wife's extremely valuable jewelry. Never put valuable jewelry in check-in luggage, said Pendergast smoothly, linking his arm in the man's, and propelling him to the door and out, then stepping quickly back and shutting and locking it. You make it look so easy, said the guard with a grin. Is there an Officer Carter on duty? Said Pendergast, his eye just flitting over the man's identification badge. That's me, Randall Carter. What can Mort do for you? Mort was told you were the best man to handle my problem. Really, the man's face lit up. Who? We need to review some security videotapes from last night. Just after midnight. It's a matter of great urgency. Yes, sir. Let me just call the Director of Security. Pendergast shook his head wonderingly. Didn't they tell you this was already cleared? It is Mort didn't know. Funny, they did send down an SC. Well, Pendergast interrupted briskly. Mort met glad they at least had the sense to send me to you. You think for yourself. You not one of those bureaucratic types. He suddenly leaned into the man's face and grasped his shoulder. Are you wearing body armor, officer? Body armor we were not required. Hey, but why? We'd better get going. Yes, sir. The officer needed no more persuasion. He hustled to the back of his office and unlocked a security door. Down a beige corridor, past another locked door, and D'Agosta found himself in a large computer room festooned with monitors playing back live video feeds from all over the terminal. A few security guards were sitting around a cafeteria-style table drinking coffee, while a thin, irritated technician rapped away on a keyboard in one corner. These gentlemen need to see some video, Carter said to the technician. Moment, said the technician. No, now this man's FBI, and it's a matter of grave importance. The technician got up, expelling an irritated hiss. Right, let's see the SC. He held out his hand. It's been cleared. You got my okay on that. A roll of the eyes. So what do you want? Pendergast stepped up. British Airways Flight Tom Hi arrived here from Gatwick DUET after midnight. Mort want the security videotapes of the carousel, where that Flight S luggage arrived, and most important, Mort need to review the feed from the greeting area just beyond customs clearance. Have a seat. This might take a while. Mort met afraid Mort don't have a while. Give me a break. Mort look lung do what Mort can. But don't hold your breath. Pendergast broke into a gentle smile. Seeing that smile, D'Agosta felt himself tense up instinctively. You read Jonathan Murphy, are you not? Pendergast asked in his honeyed voice. So you can read an ID card, bravo. Mort believe in the carrot and stick method of doing things, Jonathan, Pendergast said, still pleasantly. Get me those videotapes in 5 minutes, and you will receive a $10,000 reward from the FBI's Public Incentive and Reward Program, also known as PIRP. No doubt you've heard of it. On the other hand, fail to get me that videotape, and Luglung put a red security flag in your file, which will mean that you Luglung never work at another airport or any other secured site in the country again. Now, which is it to be? Carrot or stick? A silence. The security guards were nudging Ixigay other, and grinning clearly the technician wasn't popular. Murphy smirked. Luglung take the 10 grand. Excellent. The technician sat down again and went to work with a vengeance, fingers hammering at the keys. D'Agosta watched as numbers scrolled frantically across the CRT. We don't use videotapes anymore, he said. We have everything stored digitally on site. The ganged feeds use up an entire terabyte of our RAID 1 array every. Suddenly, he stopped bashing at the keyboard. Okay, the flight arrived at 10 minutes after midnight, gate Bamida. Let's see. It takes about 15 minutes on average to go through Bree Customs and walk to the carousel, Mortlaglung Q up to 12:20, just to be safe. A video sprang to life on Murphy's screen. Pendergast bent forward, scrutinizing it intently. D'Agosta peered over his shoulder. He could see the international baggage area, an empty carousel turning. Mortlaglung nudge up the speed until people start arriving, Murphy said. Now the carousel turned much faster. The seconds spun by in fast motion at the bottom of the screen. Shortly, people began arriving at the carousel, looking for their luggage. Murphy tapped a set of keys, slowing the video down to normal speed. That's her, Pendergast whispered urgently, pointing at the screen. Agosta made out the slender form of Viola Maskelyne, carrying a small bag. She approached the carousel, pulled her ticket out of the bag, examined the baggage claim checks, then crossed her arms to wait. For a minute, Pendergast just stared at the image. Then he spoke again. "Switch to the greeting area, please. Same time frame." The technician typed in some more commands. The image of the baggage area disappeared, replaced by the waiting area outside customs. It was sparsely populated, a few knots of people standing around restlessly, waiting to meet arrivals. "There," said Pendergast. A man stood off to one side, tall, slender, dressed in a dark overcoat. He had gingery hair, and he was looking around the room rather languidly, peering into various corners. His eye turned and stopped, fixed on the security camera. Agosta had to stop himself from taking an instinctual step back. The man was staring right at them. His face was tan and angular, and he had a closely trimmed beard, one eye milky blue, the other hazel. Agosta recognized him instantly as the man he had seen on the slopes above Castel Fosco in Italy, that fateful day not 2 months earlier. The man nodded formally at the camera, raised his hand just a little, and tipped a wave. His lips moved as if in speech. Agosta glanced at Pendergast. His face was white with rage. Pendergast turned to the technician. "Back that up and print it out there, when the man waves." "Yes, sir." A moment later, and the computer printer was humming. Pendergast ripped the color image out and stuffed it in his pocket. "Fast forward, please, until a lady comes out and greets him." Once again, the images on the screen scurried briefly in accelerated motion, slowing again when Viola emerged. Diogenes approached Vekeptehat, 2 outstretched hands and a large smile. Agosta watched breathlessly as the two exchanged what appeared to be pleasantries. Then Diogenes waved a bill and a skycap came rushing over. They turned and headed toward the door, the skycap following with Viola's bags. Pendergast pointed at the screen. "Who's that skycap?" Carter, the security officer, squinted at the screen. "Looks like Norman Saunders." "Is he still on?" Carter shook his head. "Could say." "He goes off at 8, one of the other guards said. But sometimes he works overtime." The figures disappeared out the glass doors. "Go to the curbside camera." Right. More rapping of keys. The scene abruptly changed again. There was Diogenes striding toward a dark Lincoln. He grasped the door handle, opened the door for Viola, helped her in. He waited for the skycap to close the trunk. Then he walked around the car and got into the driver's seat. The car pulled away, accelerating into the darkness beyond, and was gone. "Back up," said Pendergast, "and get me a print of the car. When the door is open, please. Motvei caponate to see the interior, and another print when the car's pulling away so we can get a make on the plate." A moment later, the computer was spitting out the images, which Pendergast immediately thrust into his jacket. Good. Now we were going to find Saunders. "If he is here, he look be at the East Carousel," Carter said. "Thank you." Pendergast turned to go. "So," said the technician, "how to collect my 10 grand? Pendergast paused. $10,000 just for doing your job? A ridiculous idea. To much muffled laughter and shaking of heads, they left the room. "If Saunders is on, he look be over by baggage," said Carter. "Mot look show you." Several flights had recently arrived, and streams of travelers were crowding into baggage claim. All carousels were running full bore, packed with luggage, and skycaps were coming and going busily. Carter stopped one of them. "Saunders take an extra shift?" The man shook his head. He's off until midnight. Looking past the skycap, Agosta noticed 4 Port Authority cops on the landing above the baggage claim concourse. Scanning the crowd, immediately he nudged Pendergast. "Mort like that." "Neither do Mort." Carter's radio went off, and he grabbed it. "We better get the hell out of here," murmured Agosta. They began walking briskly toward the exit. "Hey!" came a distant shout. "Wait!" Agosta glanced back to see the officers spilling into the crowd, pushing their way through. "You two! Wait!" Pendergast broke into a run, darting through the throngs of people and heading back out to the curb. The Furung Ezeope was still beside the idling rolls, talking on his radio. Pendergast shot past him, and Agosta half jumped, half tumbled into the passenger seat. The man's protest was lost in the roar of the big engine and the tremendous screech of rubber as the rolls shot away from the pickup area at high speed. As they accelerated onto the JFK Expressway, Pendergast pulled the printouts from his suit coat. Boot up my laptop there in the carrier and do a make on a Lincoln Town car, New York license 453A WQ6. Radio the milepost Moormoot Toll Plaza on the Van Wyck Expressway and talk someone into reviewing the security tapes for between 12:30 and 1 a.m., going both east and west. What about us? We re-going east. East? You don't think he took her into the city? That exactly what Moat do think he did. But given that Diogenes seems to be able to anticipate what Moat think Moat met going east to the far end of the island. Right. Another thing we going to need to trade down. And Pendergast abruptly pulled off the airport expressway into the returns lot of a Hertz office, steered the big car into an empty spot, and killed the engine. D'Agosta looked up from the laptop. What, rent something? No, steal something. 49. Again, Smithback entered the gracious confines of Dr. Tysander S. office, a load of textbooks under one arm. It was 8 o'clock, well past the barbaric Namzo Bamifut PM dinner hour of River Oaks. He found the psychiatrist seated behind his desk, but this evening the usual look of genteel condescension was marred by an irritated flash in the eyes. Edward, Dr. Tysander said, although Mortem extremely busy, Mortem happy to give you 5 minutes of my undivided attention. Smithback seated himself without an invitation and thumped the load of books onto the man's desk. Morph been thinking about something you said in our conversation. The day before yesterday, he began, you told me, it is a grave step to deprive a person of his freedom, and due process must be followed with total scrupulosity. Mort may have said something like that, yes. You said exactly that. It made me curious to know just what that process is. Tysander nodded condescendingly. You seem to have found our library to your satisfaction. Very much so. In fact, Moat found exactly what Moat was looking for. How nice, said Tysander, feigning interest while taking a surreptitious glance at his watch. Smithback patted the top book. The laws of New York State regarding the involuntary commitment of the mentally ill are among the strictest in the nation. Moat am well aware of that. It is one reason why we have so many homeless people on the street. It is enough for a family to sign the documents in order to commit someone against his will. There's a whole process involved. Another sage nod from Tysander. Isn't it true, for example, that a judge has to declare the person non compos mentis? Yes. And even a judge cannot make that declaration unless 2 conditions are met. Do you recall those 2 conditions, Dr. Tysander? This time the psychiatrist gave a genuine smile, delighted to show off his erudition. Most certainly do. The person is either a danger to himself, mentally or physically, or a danger to society. Right. In the first case, suicide ideation or an actual attempt must usually be present, which must be attested to by a signed letter from a doctor. In the case of a person being a danger to society, it's usually necessary for the person to have been arrested. You have been busy, Edward, said Tysander. And then, after the declaration of non compos mentis, there must be a psychiatric evaluation recommending involuntary commitment. All standard procedure now, Edward, it's after 8, and it is long until lights out, so if you'd... Smithback pulled one of the books from the pile. Mot luglunk be done in a minute. Tysander rose, squaring papers on his desk. If you make it quick. He nodded imperceptibly, and an orderly emerged from the shadows near the door. Smithback hastily pulled a sheet of paper from the book and handed it over the desk. Mort drew up a list of documents that must, by law, be in my file. Tysander took the list, scanned it with a frown. A judge declaration, a suicide attempt report signed by a doctor, or an arrest record, a psychiatric evaluation. He read them off. Mort, no doubt, they all there. Now, Edward, it's time. The orderly advanced. One other thing, Smithback said. Thank you, Edward. A note of exasperation had crept into Tysander's shortened voice. A question. That psychiatric evaluation that must be in the file, who administers it? We do, always. Surely, Edward, you remember the interview and tests you took on admittance. There's where you blew it, Tysander. Smithback dropped the heavy tome back on the desk for effect. It says right in here. Jonathan? The orderly appeared at Smithback's elbow, a hulking presence. This way, Mr. Jones. By law, Smithback went on loudly, the psychiatric evaluation can be done by anyone on the staff of the admitting institution. Rubbish. Show Mr. Jones to his room, Jonathan. It's true, Smithback cried as the orderly took his arm. Back in the 50s, a young man was committed by his family in collusion with the asylum. They stole his inheritance. In the aftermath, a law was passed stating the evaluation had to be done by an independent psychiatrist. Check it out. Page Bachambama Bay. Romansky v. Reynald State Hospital. This way, Mr. Jones, said the orderly, propelling him firmly across the Persian carpet. Smithback dug in his heels. Tysander, when Moat get out, Moat met going to sue River Oaks and you personally. If you can produce that independent evaluation, you'll lose the suit, and it luglunk cost you dearly. Good night, Edward. Mot luglunk make it my mission in life. Mot luglunk dog you like the Furies dogged Orestes. Mot luglunk take away everything you have, your job, your reputation, this whole pile. As you know, Mot met as rich as Croesus. Check my file. Mot cano ave kept for a fact you cut that corner. There, no independent evaluation, and you know it. Smithback felt himself being dragged bodily toward the door. Shut the door on your way out, will you, Jonathan? Dr. Tysander said. Tysander? Smithback raised his voice. Can you afford to make this mistake? You luglunk lose the whole enchilada, you son of a... Jonathan shut the door to the office. Come on, Jones, he said, giving Smithback a gentle push down the hall. Give it a rest. Get your hands off me, Smithback cried, struggling. Hey, man, Mot met just doing my job, said the orderly calmly. Smithback relaxed. Right. Sorry, Mot, imagine it's about as much fun working here as it is being a guest. The orderly released him, and Smithback dusted off his jacket. All right, Jonathan, he said, mustering a feeble smile. Escort me back to my cage. Mot luglunk work up a new angle tomorrow. Just as they were turning the corner, Tysander's voice came echoing down the hall. Jonathan, bring Mr. Jones back. Jonathan paused. Looks like you get another hearing. Yeah, right. As they turned back toward Tysander's office, Smithback heard the low voice of the orderly behind him. Good luck. Smithback entered the office. Tysander was standing behind the desk, his figure rigid. Smithback saw his own file open on the director's desk. Next to it was the book he'd indicated, open to page Ba. Sit down, Tysander, said tersely. He nodded at the orderly. You can wait outside. Smithback took a seat. You think you're a clever fellow, Tysander said. All the phony good humor and condescension was gone. His face was noave kep as hard and gray as a boiled potato. Moat was right, Smithback murmured, more to himself than to Tysander. A sheer technicality. There is a psychiatric hospital in the state that does independent evaluations. Mort don't think anyone is even aware of this ridiculous law, but under the circumstances, Mort can afford to keep you here. You read damn right you can afford it. Mot luglunk sue your ass from here to Albany. Tysander closed his eyes and held up a hand. Mr. Jones, please. Our intention was to help you, but Mot luglunk be damned if Mot luglunk let some spoiled brat undo all the good Movi built up over the years. Frankly, you re not worth it. So Mot met free? As soon as Mort write up the decommitment papers. Unfortunately, at this almost lockdown, you want to be able to leave until 6 a.m. tomorrow. Smithback echoed, almost afraid to believe his ears. Believe me, Mort love to get rid of you now, Jonathan. The orderly came back in. Mr. Jones is to be discharged in the morning. See to it he is given every consideration until then. They exited the office, and as soon as the door closed, Smithback grinned. Jonathan, Mort met out of here. Jonathan high-fived him with a big smile. Man, how'd you do it? Smithback shrugged. Sheer brilliant. 50. Nora Kelly paused on the corner of Bay Trinhinning Street and Museum Drive, looking northward. The great Romanesque entrance to the museum was lit up with spotlights. A 5-story banner touting the opening hung on the facade. Below, the drive was packed with the usual New York chaos of limos and black Mercedes, disgorging patrons and celebrities in furs and black tie to successive waves of flashes. The inevitable red carpet had been rolled down the granite steps, which were roped off as if at a movie premiere to keep back the press and the uninvited. The whole spectacle made her sick. Margot Green had been brutally murdered just 2 days ago and buried this very morning. Yet it was as if the museum had already dismissed and forgotten her. Nora wondered what would happen if she turned around and went back to her apartment. But she already knew the answer. She might as well kiss her career goodbye. She was supposedly one of the stars of this show, as George Ashton had made all too clear to her. The show must go on. Taking a deep breath and pulling her woolen coat more tightly about her shoulders, she started forward. As she drew closer, she noticed a commotion off to one side. A group of short, heavy-set men dressed in buckskins and wrapped in decorated blankets was standing in a circle, beating drums and chanting, some waving bundles of smoking sagebrush. After a moment of incomprehension, she suddenly realized what it was all about. The Tano protesters had arrived. She could see Manetti, the security director, talking with them and gesturing, flanked by a couple of NYPD cops and some museum guards. It seemed the commotion had begun to attract the attention of the guests, and some of them were coming over to see what was happening. "Excuse me." Nora pushed her way through some gawkers, ducked under the velvet rope, stuck her museum badge in the face of a protesting guard, and approached the group of Indians. At that very moment, a beautiful young woman came sweeping up, a star or starlet of some kind, judging by the trail of paparazzi that followed in her wake. "This is private property," Manetti was saying to what Nora assumed was the leader of the Tanos. "We don't object to your protesting, but you have to do it down there, on the sidewalk." "Sir," the leader began in a quiet voice, "we are not protesting, we are praying." "Whatever. This is private property." The celebrity waded in. With a jolt, Nora recognized her as movie star Wanda Merceau, tall, exotic, and vaguely foreign, rumored to be in line for Best Actress at the upcoming Academy Awards. "Hold on. Why should these people have a right to pray?" she demanded, to a dozen simultaneous flashes. A thicket of boomed mics came swinging around to capture every deathless word that might drop from her lips, and 2 lights fired up. Instantly, Nora saw a PR disaster in the making. "Moat not saying they can pray," Manetti said, exasperation strong in his voice. "All Moat saying is that this is private property. These Native Americans are praying." Merceau turned and asked, as an afterthought, "Why are you praying?" "We were praying for our sacred masks, locked in a case in the museum," the leader said. "They've locked up your sacred masks?" The actress' face bloomed in mock horror. The cameras zeroed in. Something had to be done, and fast. Nora shoved forward, pushing aside a policeman and jostling Manetti to one side. "Hey, just a minute," the security director began. "Nora Kelly, assistant curator of the exhibition," Nora explained to the cop, dangling her badge before every official face within reach. She turned to the security director. "Motluklunk handle this, Mr. Manetti." "Dr. Kelly, these people are trespassing on museum property." "Motkano ave kept that, Motluklunk handle it." Manetti fell silent. Amazing, Nora thought, how quickly a sharp tone and an air of authority, an authority she didn't have, could turn the tables. She turned to the Tano leader, startled to see he was old, at least 70. The calmness and dignity in his face was remarkable. This wasn't the young, angry activist she had imagined. The other men were equally aged, all somewhat rotund, wrapped in Pendleton wool blankets. The old VW bus they'd arrived in, a real junker, was parked illegally on Museum Drive and would no doubt soon be towed. "Yasha Slilzenitsa," she said to the man. The leader stared at her dumbfounded. "Yashas," he said hastily, as if remembering himself. "How?" "Moat spent some time at Tano Pueblo," said Nora. "That's all Moat know of your language, so please don't try to reply." She smiled and held out her hand. "Nora Kelly, one of the curators of the show, Moat believe." "Moat spoke to one of your colleagues." "You spoke to me. Then you must be Mr. Wamatoa." The old man nodded. "How can Mort help you?" Nora asked. "They want to pray," Merceau shouted from the sidelines. Nora ignored her, keeping her attention on Wamatoa. "We re-praying to the masks," he said. "That's all we re-asking, to speak to our masks." "Speak to the masks?" "Yes, to reassure them that we hear, that we care about them, that they haven't been forgotten." Nora could see Manetti rolling his eyes. "That's so beautiful," said Merceau, turning her head to better expose her profile to the cameras. Another dozen flashes went off. "We believe the masks are alive, that they have a spirit. They've been alone and away from us for a long time. We've come to bless them, comfort them." Suddenly, Nora realized just what the solution was. She pretended to think for a moment. She knew from her brief week at Tano Pueblo back in her graduate student days that they viewed any decision arrived at Motfaf quickly as a poor decision. "This doesn't seem like a good place to do that," she said at last. That's just what Mott was saying, Manetti began. Nora paid no attention. I wonder if there might be a better place. There is, Manetti said, down there on the sidewalk. Nora flashed a look at Manetti. We would like to be closer to our masks, not further, said Wamatoa. Why don't you come in then, Nora asked. They want to let us. Come in as my guests. Motluklunk take you to the masks right now, so you can speak to them in private, before the unveiling of the hall. Dr. Kelly, are you crazy? Manetti protested. The Tano elder stared at her a minute, then his broad, ancient face broke into a radiant smile. He gave a dignified bow. Isha Latzil, you are a human being, Miss Nora. Bravo, cried Merceau. I want to permit this, the security director said. Mr. Manetti, Motluklunk take full responsibility. You can just bring these people into the hall before the ribbon cutting. That's impossible. Nothing's impossible. In fact, this is the way it should be. She turned to the Indians. Would you gentlemen like to follow me? We'd be happy to, said the Tano. Merceau linked her arm with the startled old Indian-ess, and they marched forward behind Nora, the crowd of press and onlookers surging behind. Make way for the Tano elders, Merceau cried. Make way! Her sequined dress shimmered under the lights, her face radiant at seizing so brilliantly the center of attention. Like magic, the crowd parted as they mounted the red-carpeted steps. The Tanos began softly chanting and beating their drums again as they passed through the rotunda and entered the Hall of the Heavens, and Nora found herself facing a line of gala partygoers who had fallen rapt at the sight of Native Americans marching toward the hall. No doubt, they all thought the procession was part of the program. The mayor came forward, sensing, like Merceau, an opportunity. Manetti followed behind, his face red but his mouth shut, obviously realizing it would be counterproductive to continue the argument in front of the whole city. Now Colopy came rushing forward from the greeting line. Nora, what in the world? She bent toward him and whispered quickly. The Tanos would like to have a private moment with the masks alone before the ribbon cutting. Whatever for? To pray for and bless the masks, that's all. Colopy frowned. Nora, this is not the time. Surely this can wait. Nora looked straight into his eyes. Dr. Colopy, please trust me on this. Mort know the Indians of the Southwest well. Mort lived and worked among them for years. They not here to cause you trouble or public embarrassment. They just want a little private time with their masks. By the time the ceremony's over, they'll be gone, and the whole situation will be diffused. This is the very best way to handle things, and Mort, no, if you give it careful consideration, you'll agree. She dropped her voice even further. It also happens to be a great public relations opportunity. Colopy looked at Nora, his patrician face wide with astonishment. Then he looked at Manetti. Finally, he turned toward the waiting Tanos. He cleared his throat and smoothed his hair, his brow wrinkled in thought. And then suddenly his face broke into a welcoming smile. He reached out his hand toward the Tano leader. Welcome, Mr. Wamatoa. Of course. Welcome. The museum is delighted to receive you and your group as representatives of the Tano people. Mote understand, you've come a long way to see the great Kiva masks. 2,000 miles. A murmur went up in the crowd. The cameras were whirring. We are so glad you could make it. This is a special honor for the museum, and for me personally. The press was eating it up. Nora felt a huge relief. It was going to turn out all right. Our security director, Mr. Manetti, will take you into the hall to, visit with the masks in private, Mr. Manetti. You can handle the security zones a tad ahead of schedule, monsieur, and leave them alone while they pray. Yes, sir. Will half an hour suffice? Colopy asked the leader. Yes, thank you, replied the Tano elder. Splendid. Afterwards, you were all invited to join the festivities, Mr. Wem. Wem. Wamatoa. Excellent. Is there anything else we can do? For now, this will suffice. The Tanos nodded, looking around and nodding to one another. To tell you the truth, we didn't expect to be treated with this kind of respect. Nonsense! We're delighted to have you. Colopy turned toward the cameras, having fully recovered his composure. The museum thanks the Tano people for the privilege of being allowed to share these remarkable masks with the rest of the world. Merceau began the clapping, and soon the hall was thundering. They kept a hat applause, the television cameras capturing every detail. Nora watched Manetti lead the group of Indians down the corridor, speaking into a two-way radio as he did so. Then she walked to the nearest chair she could find and collapsed in it. She couldn't have believed she'd spoken to the museum director like that. Her knees felt like rubber. In a detached, almost weary way, it occurred to her how fitting an elegy this was for Margot. It had been so important to her, this issue of the masks and the Thanos sovereignty over them. Seeing these Indians ushered into the exhibition with solicitousness and respect would have made her very happy. Suddenly, a cold glass of champagne appeared before her. She looked up in surprise to see Hugo Menzies standing behind her, resplendent in a magnificent shawl-collared tuxedo, his flowing white hair combed back, face beaming. He took Nora's hand, placed the cold glass into it, patted her on the back, and sat down. "Did anyone ever tell you what a genius you are?" He chuckled. "That was the most dashing publicity coup it has been my privilege to witness." Nora shook her head. It could have been a publicity disaster. It would have been a disaster if you hadn't been on the scene. But not only did you handle the Thanos, but you made the museum look downright benevolent. Brilliant. Just brilliant. He practically chortled with pleasure, his eyes sparkling. Nora had never seen him so animated. She took a slug of champagne. It had been the week from hell with Bill threatened, and in hiding Margot's murder, the stress of the opening, the warnings from Pendergast. But right now she was too tired and exhausted to feel any fear. All she wanted to do was go home, double-lock the door, and crawl into bed. Instead, she had to endure hours of speechifying, mingling, and forced gaiety. Menzies placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. "When this is all over, Mo't like you to take a week's vacation. You deserve it." "Thanks, Mo't. Wish Mo't could begin now." 3 more hours. Nora held up her glass. 3 more hours, she said, and took another gulp of champagne. A string ensemble struck up Heidzis Emperor Quartet as the crowd began to move toward the food tables. They were loaded vecchette hat blinio caviar, prosciutto, rare French and Italian cheeses, mounds of crusty baguettes, crudité, fresh oysters on beds of crushed ice, cold lobster tails, smoked sturgeon. The works. Other tables groaned vecchette hat wines and champagne, and every third person seemed to be a waiter rushing about with a silver tray loaded with drinks and food. "Nora," said Menzies, "you must circulate." She groaned. "God help me." "Come on, we." Luk-Lunk faced the ravening hordes together. He took her arm and they began making their way slowly through the crowd. Nora found that she was greeted at every turn by congratulators, peppered with questions from the press. Her stunt with the Thanos had apparently gone down exceptionally well, everyone assuming it had been long planned. When at length she returned to their assigned table, she found that several other members of the department were there, including Ashton, the show's chief curator. As the serious eating got underway, Colopy, flanked by his young wife, mounted the podium and gave a short, witty speech. Then it was time for the cutting of the ribbon. Nora, Menzies, Ashton, and a few other curators lined up at the podium while Colopy, wielding the gigantic pair of scissors used for such occasions, went to the ribbon and made a hash of trying to cut it. When it was finally accomplished, a cheer went up and the huge doors leading to the Sacred Images exhibition swung open. Smiling and nodding, Menzies, Nora, and the rest of the anthropology department led the way, the partygoers following in an excited crush behind. It took about half an hour to reach the far end of the hall, propelled along by the mass of people behind them. Nora felt a shudder as she passed through the room Margot had been murdered in, but of course, all trace of the crime scene had been removed, and nobody but her even seemed aware of it. As she moved farther and farther beyond the scene of the murder, Nora felt the horror replaced by a quiet sense of pride. She could hardly believe they'd managed to pull it off. Menzies stayed close beside her, occasionally murmuring compliments on the cases she had curated or arranged. The Thanos had come and gone, leaving some bits of turquoise, pollen, and cornmeal on the top of the mask case, which everybody took care to leave in place. At last, when they reached the final hall, Menzies turned to Nora and bowed. "Mo't believe we have done our duty." He smiled, face twinkling, "and now you may beat a discreet retreat home. Mo't, unfortunately, have some work to do upstairs in my office. Let's talk next week about that vacation. Mo you." He bowed again, and Nora, with relief, turned to make her way to the nearest exit, and home. 51. For perhaps the 50th time in the last 2 days, Larry Enderby had made up his mind to quit, get the hell out of the museum. It was enough that he worked in a windowless basement room in the Museum of Natural History, the spookiest damn place in all of New York City. He could get the horror of what he'd found 2 days ago out of his head. They hadn't even given him a frigging day off, offered him counseling, or even thanked him. It was like he didn't count. It was like she didn't count. The way they just moved right ahead with the exhibition, as if nothing had happened. Margot Green. He didn't know her well, but she'd gone out of her way to be nice to him the few times they'd met, which was more than he could say for most of the curators and all the administrators. It was just the way the museum treated everybody below a certain level, hired help. But, if he could admit it to himself, Enderby was mainly disgruntled because the museum had chosen this exact time, during the biggest party in 5 years, to switch over yet another museum hall to the new security system. So, instead of scarfing down caviar and champagne with the beautiful people 2 flights up, they were down there in the basement once again, toiling over software subroutines. Sure, they'd have been invited to the party like everyone else in the museum. That just added insult to injury. He rolled back from the computer console with an exaggerated sigh. Holding up, Walt Smith, project manager for the museum's security upgrade, asked from behind a nearby monitoring screen. Smitty had been unusually gentle since Enderby's discovery 2 days before. Everyone was tiptoeing around him like somebody had died in his family. How about a short break to check out the party? Enderby asked him. I wouldn't mind a few of those cocktail shrimp. Smitty shook his head. He held a BlackBerry in one hand and a cell phone in the other. More'dn't think that's going to be possible, Larry. Sorry. Come on, Smitty, Jim Choi, the software engineer said from the far side of the diagnostic display unit. Just give us half an hour. You'd be surprised how many shrimp Mort can ingest in half an hour. The party's almost over. They'll run out of food soon. You know we can alter the schedule. The Astor Hall's just like any other, one more on the list. What, we were going to sneak the hands of the atomic clock back 5 minutes? Maybe nobody will notice. Smitty laughed at his own miserable joke. Choi rolled his eyes. Smitty was not known for his rapier-like wit. Enderby watched the goatee on Smith's chin waggle up and down as he laughed. It was a straggly little thing, seemingly attached by only a few hairs, and Enderby half hoped it might fall off one of these days. Despite Enderby's general irritation, he had to admit Smitty wasn't a bad guy to work for. He'd worked his way up through the ranks, and despite being only 35, was as old museum as they came, a real stickler, relatively humorless. But as long as you were a conscientious worker and did your job, he looked out for you. It wasn't Smitty's fault the museum bigwigs were demanding that the new security system be fully installed and operational yesterday. Smitty stood up and walked across the room, past racks of computer workstations and servers, to a bank of 6 dozen small XG-V monitors mounted in the far wall. Most of the monitors showed black and white still lifes of empty museum hallways and display cases. Half a dozen in the lower right corner, however. The video feeds from the Hall of the Heavens, where the opening party was going on, were a riot of movement. From his terminal, Enderby watched the little images dance and jitter their way across the screen with a heavy heart. Upstairs, the museum's slope-shouldered, mouth-breathing curators were rubbing elbows with starlets and nymphets, and here he was, toiling in this cave like some troglodyte. True, it could be worse. He could be working in the pit, the museum's central security office, which was twice as large but unpleasantly hot and crammed full of even more screens and keyboards than this advanced technology center. Worse, but not much worse. Smitty was squinting at his BlackBerry. Okay, set to initialize the final test? Nobody replied. Would Luglung take that as a yes? He turned back to his console, tapped briefly on the keyboard. Astor Hall, he intoned, final failsafe test of the security upgrade. January Heimatam, Tamza Heimatam Foot PM. Geez, he always makes it sound like it's mission control in here, Enderby thought. He glanced over at Jim Choi, who once again rolled his eyes. Larry, what's the status of the legacy system? Smitty asked. Looks good. Jim, give me an update on the laser grid in the Astor Hall. A brief tapping of keys. Ready to go, Choi said. Then last run the low-level diagnostics. There was a brief silence as both Smitty and Choi ran independent tests. Enderby, whose job was to monitor the behavior of the pre-existing security system as the updated laser security system was brought online, stared at his monitor. This was probably the 40th hall they'd converted to the new system, and for each conversion, there were 100 steps to perform: on-site analysis, system architecture, coding, installation. He could be making 3 times his salary in some slick startup in Palo Alto, with stock options to boot, and he probably wouldn't stumble over any bodies in the middle of the night either. Smitty looked up from his keyboard. "Jim, what's your checksum?" "It's 780E4F3 hex." "We'll concur, let's proceed." Smitty picked up a phone dial. Enderby watched without interest. He knew Smitty was calling the boys in the pit, giving them a heads up that the switchover was about to happen. Just a reminder in case some newbie went apeshit when he saw the hiccup on their screens. It was always the same. The old system would be disabled. There would be a 90-second period in which the new system was initialized and the handshake performed. Then a final 20-minute test of the new system would follow to ensure the installation was correct and that it had been brought online successfully. 20 minutes in which they had nothing to do but twiddle their thumbs. Then at last the new system would become fully operational and the old system put in backup mode. He fetched a huge yawn. As he did so, his stomach grumbled unhappily. "Central Security?" Smitty was saying into the phone. "Who is this, Carlos?" "Hey, it's Walt Smith in ATC. We reactivating the lasers in the Astor Hall. We Luglunk be initializing in about 5 minutes." "Right. Luglunk call back once the handshake's complete." He put the phone down, then looked back at Enderby. "Hey, Larry," he said gently. "What?" "Just how much time did Choi there say he needed to consume that trawler load of shrimp?" "Mott told you," Choi piped up. 30 minutes. Smitty leaned forward, resting his arm on the console. "Tell you what, if we can get this initialization done and the 20-minute test phase started, Luglunk give you 15. Including the time it'll take us to get there and back again." Enderby sat up. "On the level?" Smitty nodded. Choi grinned widely. "You dieti purchased yourself a boy." "Good. Then let's see how fast we can get through this checklist." And Smitty turned back to his terminal. 52. Hugo Menzies inserted his key into the staff elevator and rode it from the 2nd to the 5th floor. Exiting the elevator, he strolled meditatively down the long, polished corridor. The curatorial offices lay on either side, old oaken doors with panels of frosted glass, each bearing the name of a curator in old-fashioned gold leaf lettering, even those most recently appointed. Menzies smiled, already feeling a nostalgia for the old pile and its quaint traditions. He paused before his own office door, opened it, and entered just long enough to pick up the canvas satchel that accompanied him almost everywhere. Then he closed and locked the door and continued his stroll to the farthest end of the hall, where there was an unmarked door. He unlocked it, stepped into the stairwell beyond, descended 2 flights, and exited into a dark, deserted hall, the Hall of Northwest Coast Indians. It was one of the oldest halls in the museum, a true gem of late 19th century museology, and it smelled of old cedar and smoke. Transformation masks, totem poles, slate bowls gleamed in the dark recesses. Menzies paused to inhale the air with delight. Then he walked briskly through the deserted hall and several others, finally arriving at a large metal door bearing the legend "The Astor Hall of Diamonds." His eye dwelled lovingly on the door in all its brushed steel splendor, taking special note of the 2 video cameras on either side, staring down at him like beady black eyes, except as he knew they were currently not functioning. He smiled again, then removed a large round watch from his vest pocket and gazed at it. Although in shape it resembled a pocket watch, it was in fact a modern digital stopwatch. On its face, numbers were counting down with enormous rapidity, at an accuracy to the thousandths of a second. The watch was reading time signals from the same satellite that the museum's security system used. He waited until the watch signaled a certain point in time with a soft beep. Menzies immediately put the watch away, stepped rapidly to the door, placed his ear against it, and then quickly swiped a magnetic card through the reader. The door did not open. Instead, a small eye-level window shot open, revealing a retinal optical scanner. Menzies bowed his head, popped 2 soft contact lenses out from his eyes and into a waiting plastic container, then stepped up to the optical reader. A quick bar of light passed across his face. There was a moment's stillness, and then a soft click announced the disengagement of the lock. He stepped through the door into the hall beyond, the door automatically closing behind him. With a rapidity of movement marvelous for his advanced age, Menzies knelt, opened his satchel, and got to work. First he reached up and, with a sharp tug, removed his leonine thatch of white hair, shoved the wig into the satchel, then reached into his mouth and pulled out 5 molded rubber cheek and chin pieces. This act alone caused an astonishing transformation in the shape and apparent age of his face. Another pair of quick tugs took off the bushy eyebrows, and a few small blemishes, liver spots, a mole. Next, still kneeling, the man removed more than a dozen small dental mirrors from the satchel, mounted on bizarre little stands in a variety of odd shapes and sizes, all made of beautifully hand-machined brass. Next came an array of black objects wired together, a stack of thin mylar sheets, several small cutting tools, exotic-looking metal instruments, and a flat of sticky pads, each the size and shape of a lentil. When these had been arranged on the floor with military precision, the man waited, still crouching, unmoving, stopwatch again in his hands. He raised his head once to look at the hall in front of him. It was dark, utterly dark, without even the slightest gleam announcing its extraordinary contents. The darkness was part of the security, because the only electromagnetic radiation in the hall after closing was invisible infrared and far infrared wavelengths. Even the myriad laser beams crisscrossing the hall were infrared, undetectable to the naked eye. But he did not need light. He had rehearsed this many hundreds of times in an exact duplicate of this room which he had constructed himself. The watch gave another soft beep, and the man exploded into movement. With the speed of a ferret, he darted about the room, placing the dental mirrors in precisely fixed and calibrated locations, each mirror turned to the precise angle. In 2 minutes he was done and back in his place by the door, breathing slowly and regularly, watch in hand. Another soft beep indicated the laser beams had gone back on, each one now redirected to a different path, running around the outer walls instead of crisscrossing the hall itself. This rotating series of laser grids was one of the features of the new security system. No doubt the technicians in the basement were congratulating themselves on another successful test. Again the man waited, looking at his watch. Another etoepte beep, and he was up again, this time carrying the mylar sheets, which he stuck over the video camera lenses which had been placed in numerous strategic locations. The mylar sheets, clear to the naked eye, were actually etched with holographs which responded strongly to infrared light and which reproduced the precise scene that the infrared video cameras were pointed at, minus, of course, the man. When the video cameras came back on, they would see the same boring scene they had seen before, only it would not be real. Again, like a cat, the man retreated to his safe corner. Again he waited until the stopwatch beeped another soft warning. This time he scurried around the perimeter of the hall, setting a sleek black box in each corner, connected by wires to a small power pack. These were powerful radar guns of the type used by state police, modified to jam the museum's new infrared Doppler radar system, said to be so sensitive it could detect the motion of a cockroach across the carpeting. Once the radar jammers were in place and active, the man straightened up, dusted his knees, and gave a low, dry chuckle. Movements now almost languid, he removed a flashlight from the satchel, turned it on, and played the dull green beam about the hall. A precise wavelength of green light, chosen because none of the sophisticated electromagnetic sensors in the hall could see it. The man strolled casually to the center of the hall where a square 4-foot pillar had been constructed, on top of which was set a thick plexiglass box. He bent down and looked in the box. Resting inside on thick satin was the dark form of a heart-cut diamond of extraordinary, almost incredible size. Lucifer's heart, the museum prize gem, which had been called the most valuable diamond in the world. It was certainly the most beautiful. A fine place to start. With a small cutting tool, the man opened a hole in the plexiglass. Then, with a series of slender tools machined precisely for this purpose, and some of the tiny sticky pads, he reached in and removed the diamond, being careful to prevent the trigger pin under the diamond from rising. Another deft movement placed a large glass marble on the same stand, which would keep the pin depressed. The man held the diamond in his hand, shining the flashlight up through it for a moment. In the green light it looked black and dead, without color, almost like a piece of coal. But the man was not perturbed. He knew that a red diamond under green light always looked black, and this diamond was red. Or more precisely, a rich cinnamon, but without a trace of brown. It was the only diamond of its color in the world. Blue diamonds were created by boron or hydrogen trapped in the crystal matrix, green diamonds by natural radiation, yellow and brown diamonds by nitrogen, and pink diamonds by the presence of microscopic lamellae. But this color, nobody knew. He held it up and peered through it to the flashlight below. He could see his Ove-Kep-No eyes reflected and multiplied by the diamond facets, creating a surreal kaleidoscope of eyes and more eyes, hundreds of them, staring every which way inside the gem. He moved the gem back and forth, from eye to eye, enjoying the spectacle. And the strangest thing of all was that the eyes were of different colors. One hazel, the other a milky, whitish blue. 53. Larry Enderby sat at his console in the Advanced Technology Center, puffing slightly. The hollowness in his stomach had gone, replaced with an uncomfortable bloated feeling. He felt like a frigging suckling pig, to tell the truth. He belched, let out his belt a notch. All that was missing was the shiny red apple for his mouth. He glanced over at his co-workers, Walt Smith and Jim Choi Smitty, who, true to his nature, had acted with restraint, was staring at a bank of monitors, no worse for wear. The same could be said for Choi, who was slumped at his terminal, a glazed expression on his face. During the 15 minutes Smitty had allotted, Choi had indeed shown a remarkable ability to bolt down jumbo shrimp and glasses of champagne. Enderby had given up counting shrimp at 62. He eased up another bolus of air, then patted his stomach gingerly. They'd gotten to the food table just in time. The feeding frenzy was almost over. There was a dribble of caviar on his shirt front, and he flicked it away with a fingernail. But that fourth glass of champagne he'd chugged at the last moment had probably been a mistake. He just hoped he could keep it together for the rest of his shift. He glanced up at the clock. Only another hour. They'd verify that the Astor Hall's upgraded security system was fully operational, then go through the procedure of mothballing the old system. No sweat, he'd done it dozens of times before. He could probably do it in his sleep. A low chime sounded. That's it, Smitty said. 20 minutes. He glanced over at Choi. What's the status of the Astor Hall system? Choi blinked a little blearily at his screen. Test completed without incident. His eye swept the cluster of video feeds. Hall looks fine. Error logs? None, the system's nominal. And the beam modulation? Every 5 minutes as programmed, no deviation. Smitty walked over to the wall of monitors. Enderby watched as he peered at the video feeds devoted to the Astor Hall of Diamonds. He could see case after case of the precious gems, gleaming faintly in the infrared light. There was no movement, of course. Once the laser beams were activated after lockdown, not even guards were permitted in the high-security exhibition halls. Smitty grunted his approval, then walked over to his monitoring station and picked up the internal phone. Carlos, it's Walt in the ATC. We've completed the 20-minute shakedown of the Astor Hall laser grid. How'd it look from Central Security? A pause. Okay, good. We Luglung get the standard scheduling online and mothball the prior. He hung up the phone and glanced over at Enderby. The pit says that everything 5 by 5. Larry put it to bed. Mot Luglung helped Jim finalize the automation routines for the laser grid. Larry nodded and pulled his chair closer to the console. Time to put the old security system in backup mode. He blinked, wiped the back of a hand across his mouth, then began typing in a series of commands. Almost immediately, he sat back. That's strange. Smitty looked over. What is? Enderby pointed at an LED screen sitting on the side of his workstation. A single red dot glowed in its upper left corner. When Mott rolled back the first zone into standby mode, the system gave me a code red. Smitty frowned. A code red was the legacy system's alarm setting. In the Astor Hall, this would have been activated only when a diamond was removed from its setting. What zone was that? Zone Mort. What's it contain? Enderby turned to a separate console, accessed the accession and inventory database, typed in a SQL query, just a single diamond Lucifer heart. That's right in the center of the room. Smitty walked over to the bank of video monitors, peered at one closely. Looks fine to me. We dealing with some kind of software glitch here. He glanced back toward Enderby, roll back zone high. Enderby typed a few more commands into his primary terminal. Immediately, a second red dot glowed into view on the LED screen. That's giving me a code red too. Smitty walked over, a worried look coming onto his face. Enderby stared at the screen. His mouth was dry, and the alcohol haze was dissipating fast. "Do a global rollback," Smitty said. "All zones in the hall." Enderby took a deep breath, then typed a short sequence on his keyboard. Immediately, he was flooded with dismay. "Oh no," he breathed, "no." The little LED screen on Enderby's desk had Duetta blossomed into a Christmas tree of red. For a moment, there was a shocked silence. Then Smitty waved his hand dismissively. "Let's not have a cow here. What we've got is a software glitch. Incompatibility between the new system and the old probably crashed the legacy system. Must happened when we pulled it offline. Nothing to get excited about, Larry. Shut down the old system, one module at a time, then reboot from the backup master. Shouldn't we report to Central? What, and make ourselves look like idiots? We'll report after we've solved the problem." "Okay, you're the boss," and Enderby began to type. Smitty mustered a weak grin and gestured at the video screens of the empty hall, the diamonds glittering within their cases. "I mean, hey, take a look. Does the hall look robbed to you?" Enderby had to chuckle. Maybe Smitty was acquiring a sense of humor after all. 54. D'Agosta moved through the channels on the portable police band radio he'd pulled from the rolls, searching for more official chatter about him and Pendergast. Their appearance at Kennedy had set off an APB across the entire length of Long Island, from Queens to Bridgehampton. The rolls had been impounded at the rental lot, and in time the authorities had identified the Toyota Camry they'd stolen and put out an advisory on that as well. They'd managed to evade several roadblocks established on the Long Island Expressway by keeping to back roads and taking their cues from the radio advisories. They were in a net, and the net was drawing tighter. Still, Pendergast searched, stopping at one all-night service area after another, refusing to give up, and yet to D'Agosta it seemed a hopeless task, the kind of last resort, brute-force police work that soaked up man-hours and rarely yielded results. It was a numbers game in which the numbers were just too damn big. Pendergast screeched into an all-night service area at Yafank, which looked just like the 24 others they had already visited, glassed in front, sickly green fluorescent lights beating back the bitter darkness. At some point, D'Agosta mused, they were going to get an attendant who had heard about the APB, and that would be it. Yet again, Pendergast leaped out of the Camry like a cat. The man seemed to burn with a fierce, inextinguishable flame. They'd been at it more than 12 hours straight, and during all that time spent alternately searching and evading, he'd said few words not directly related to the game at hand. D'Agosta wondered how long the agent could keep it up. Pendergast was into the little store, and in the sleepy attendant's face before the man could even rouse himself from his cozy chair behind the counter, where he'd apparently been watching a martial arts movie. "Special Agent Pendergast, FBI," he said in his usual cool voice, which somehow managed to convey menace without being offensive, as he passed his shield across the man's field of view. At the same time, D'Agosta reached over and snapped off the television, creating a sudden, unnerving silence. The man's chair legs clunked down on the floor as he hastily righted himself. "FBI? Sure, yeah, right. What can Mort do for you?" "When do you go on shift?" Pendergast asked. "At midnight. Mort want you to look at these." He removed the prints he had collected at Kennedy, held one in front of the attendant. "Have you seen this man?" "He would have come in last night sometime between 1 and 3. The attendant took the photo, screwing up his face. D'Agosta watched carefully, relaxing slightly. Clearly, the guy knew nothing of the APB. He glanced out toward the dark highway. It was almost 4 in the morning. It was only a matter of time. They weren't ever going to get a lead. This was needle and haystack stuff. The police would find them and... "Yeah," the guy said. "I saw him." The air in the tiny store went electric. "Look at this photo as well, please." Pendergast passed the man a second image. "Might want you to be sure." He spoke quietly, but his body was tense as a coiled spring. "That's him again," the man murmured. "But remember those funny eyes. Kind of freaked me out." "Did you see this car?" Pendergast murmured, showing him a third image. "Well, Mort can it say Mort remember that. He did the self-serve, you know." Pendergast took back the photographs. "And your name is?" "Art Malik." "Mr. Malik, can you tell us if anyone was with him?" "He came into the store alone, and like Mort said, Mort did not to go out, so Mort really can say if there was anybody in the car. Sorry." That's all right. Pendergast returned the photos to his jacket and drew still closer. Now tell me exactly what you remember from the time this man arrived to the time he left. Well, it was last night, like you said. Must have been close to 3 in the morning. There wasn't anything unusual about it. He pulled up, filled the car himself, came in to pay. Cash. Right. Did you notice anything else about him? Not really. Had a funny accent, kind of like yours. No offense, Malek added hastily. In fact, he looked kind of like you. What was he wearing? A labored effort to remember. All Mot can remember is a dark overcoat. Long. Did he do anything else but pay? Seems to me he wandered about the aisles a bit. Didn't buy anything, though. At this, Pendergast stiffened. Mote assume you have security cameras in the back aisles? Sure do. More'd like to see the tapes from last night. The man hesitated. The system recycles them on a 30-hour loop, and it gets erased as, Then please stop the security system now. Mort must see the tape. The man almost jumped to comply, hastening into a back office. Looks like we finally got a lead, said D'Agosta. The pair of eyes Pendergast turned on him seemed almost dead. On the contrary, Diogenes hoped we would find this place. How do you know? Pendergast didn't answer. The man came huffing out of the back room with a videotape. Pendergast ejected the movie from the VCR and shoved in the security tape. A ceiling-level shot of the tiny store came into view. A time and date stamp in the bottom left corner. Pendergast punched the rewind button, stopped, rewound again. Within a minute, he'd located the BAAM timestamp for January Haimitam. Next, he cued it back another half hour to allow for a margin of error. Then they began watching the tape at accelerated speed. The black and white picture quality was poor. The aisles of the convenience store glowed and flickered on the screen. Now and then a huddled shape raced through on fast forward like a pinball, bounced around grabbing things off shelves, then disappeared again. Suddenly, Pendergast jabbed the play button, slowing it to a normal pace, as yet another dark figure entered the screen. The figure strolled down the aisle, its eyes, differing shades of gray, seeking out and fixing on the security camera. It was Diogenes. A smile spread over his face as he casually reached into his pocket and withdrew a piece of paper. He unfolded it and nonchalantly held it up to the camera. Bravo, freighter. Tomorrow call at Bon Samasau and ask for Viola. This will be our last communication. May our new lives begin. Velias. 46, said D'Agosta. That's not a legit emergency number. Then he stopped. It was not a telephone number, he realized, but an address. 466 First Avenue was the underground entrance at Bellevue that led to the New York City morgue. Pendergast rose, ejected the tape, and put it in his pocket. You can keep that, said the attendant helpfully as they left. Pendergast slipped behind the wheel, started the Camry, but did not move. His face was gray, his eyes half-lidded. There was a terrible silence. D'Agosta could think of nothing to say. He felt almost physically ill. This was even worse than at the Dakota. Worse because for the last 12 hours they'd had hope. Slender, but hope nevertheless. Look, check the police band, he said stiffly. It was a pointless gesture, just something to keep himself busy, and even police chatter about the APB was preferable to the dreadful silence. Pendergast didn't respond as D'Agosta turned on the radio. A burst of frantic overlapping voices poured from the speaker. Instinctively, D'Agosta glanced out the window. Had they been spotted? But the roads around the service area were deserted. He leaned forward and changed the frequency. More frantic voices. What the hell? Must have punched the button and changed the frequency again and again. Almost half the available channels were taken up, and the talk wasn't about them. Something big, it seemed, was going down in the city. As he listened, trying to figure out what it was, he became aware that Pendergast was listening too, suddenly totally alert. The talk on the current channel was about the Museum of Natural History, a theft of some kind. It seemed the Astor Hall of Diamonds had been hit. Go to the command and control channel, Pendergast said. D'Agosta dialed it in. Rocker wants you to sweat the techies, a voice was saying. This was an inside job, that much is clear. D'Agosta listened in disbelief. Rocker at Mota 4 in the morning, this must be gigantic. They got 'em all, including Lucifer's heart? Yep, and see who knew the specs on the security system, get a list, move through it fast. Museum security, too. Got that. Who's the insurer? Affiliated Transglobal. Geez, they were going to shit bricks when they learn about this. D'Agosta, glancing at Pendergast, was shocked at the rapt expression on his face. Strange how, at this moment of ultimate crisis, he could become so fixated on something that had no bearing or the problem at hand. The museum's president is on his way, and they've gotten the mayor out of bed. You know how he'll crucify anybody who lets him get behind the curve on a major. Someone knocked off the Diamond Hall, said D'Agosta. Won't guess that why we've been temporarily upstaged. Pendergast said nothing. D'Agosta was taken aback by the look on his face. Hey, Pendergast, he said. You okay? Pendergast turned his pale eyes toward him. No, he whispered. More dunna get it. What's this got to do with anything? It's a diamond heist. Everything. And then the FBI agent looked away, out into the winter darkness. All these brutal killings, all these mocking notes and messages, nothing more than a smokescreen. A cruel, cold-blooded, sadistic smokescreen. He tore away from the curb and headed back into the neighborhood they had just passed through. Where are we going? Instead of answering, Pendergast jammed on the brakes, pulling up in front of a split-level house. He pointed to an F-150 pickup parked in the driveway. For sale was written on the windshield in soap. We need a new vehicle, he said. Get ready to move the radio and laptop into that truck. Buy a car at 4 a.m.? A stolen car is reported too quickly. We need more time. Pendergast got out of the car and strode up the short concrete walk. He rang the bell, rang it again. After a minute, the lights on the second floor came on. A window scraped open, and a voice shouted down, What do you want? The pickup? It's operational? Hell, pal. It's 4 in the morning. Will hard cash help get you out of bed? With a muttered curse, the window shut. A moment later, the porch light came on, and a corpulent man in a bathrobe appeared at the door. It's 3,000, and it works good. Got a full tank of gas, too. Pendergast reached into his suit, removed a book of cash, peeled off 30 hundreds. What's going on? The man asked a little blearily. Pendergast pulled out his badge. He nodded at D'Agosta. Yes, NYPD. Balancing the radio and laptop under one arm, Agosta removed his shield. We reworking an undercover narcotics job. Be a good citizen and keep this to yourself, all right? Sure thing, the man accepted the cash. The keys? The man disappeared, came back a moment later with an envelope. The titles is in there, too. Pendergast took the envelope. An officer will be by shortly to take care of our previous vehicle, but don't say anything about the car or about us, not even to another police officer. You know how it is, Vekep, I te hot undercover cases. The man nodded vigorously. Sure do. Hell, the only books mut read are true crime. Pendergast thanked the man and turned away. A minute later, they were inside the truck, accelerating from the curb. That should buy us a few hours, Pendergast said as he raced back in the direction of the Montauk Highway. 55. Diogenes Pendergast drove slowly, without hurry, through the bleak winter townscapes along the old stone highway, Barnes Hole, East Side, Springs. Ahead, a traffic light turned red, and he coasted to a stop at the intersection. He eased his large head to the left, to the right. A wintry potato field stretched to one side, frozen and dusted with snow. At its edge stood a dark wood of bare trees, branches etched in white. The world was black and white, and it had no depth. It was flat, like a nightmare confection of Edwin A. Abbott. Fie, how frantically I square my talk. The light moved down, indicating it had turned green, and Diogenes slowly depressed the accelerator. The car nosed forward and swung right onto Springs Road as he turned the wheel, letting it slide through his hands as the car straightened out. He increased the pressure on the accelerator, easing off as the vehicle approached the speed limit. More gray potato fields passed on his right, beyond which stood several rows of gray houses, and beyond that, the Akabanak marshes. All gray, exquisite gray. Diogenes reached to the dash and turned the heater vent several clicks to the right, increasing the flow of warmth into the glass, steel, and plastic compartment that enclosed his body. He felt neither triumph nor vindication, only a curious kind of emptiness, the sort that came with the achievement of a great thing, the completion of a long-planned work. Diogenes lived in a world of gray. Color did not enter his world, except fleetingly when he least expected it, coming in from the corner of his eye like a Zen koan, koan, ko, koan, ko, kokoriko, kokoriko. Long ago, his world had attenuated to shades of gray, a monochromatic universe of shape and shadow where true color had vanished even from his waking dreams. No, not quite. Such a statement would be dissembling, melodrama. There was a final repository of color in his world, and it was there, in the leather satchel beside him. The car moved down the empty road. No one was out. He could tell from a shifting of the monochromatic landscape around him that night was relinquishing its hold on the world. Dawn was not far away. But Diogenes had little use for sunlight, just as he had little use for warmth or love or friendship or any of the countless things that nourish the rest of humanity. As he drove, he played back in meticulous detail the events of the night before. He went over every last action, motion, statement, taking pleasure in satisfying himself that he had made no errors. At the same time, he thought of the days ahead, mentally ticking off the preparations he would have to make, the tasks he'd need to perform, the great journey he would make. And aber not the journey's end. He thought of Viola, of his brother, of his childhood, multi-threaded, multiplexing waking daydreams that seemed more real than the present. Unlike the other bags of meat and blood that made up his species, Diogenes mused, he could process several disparate trains of thought simultaneously in his head. The event which had robbed Diogenes of color had also stolen his ability to sleep. Full oblivion was denied him. Instead, he drifted. He lay on his bed in a world of waking dreams, memories of the past, conflagrations, conversations, conflations, certain animals poisoned and dying with exquisite restraint, racked bodies on splintered roods, a hair shirt fashioned from nerve ganglia, a mason jar of fresh blood. The disconnected images from his past played on the screen of his mind like a magic lantern show. Diogenes never resisted them. Resistance would be futile, and futility itself was, of course, to be resisted. He let the scenes drift in and out as they would. All this would change. The great wheel would come around because he, after all, was about to break a butterfly upon a wheel. The thing that had preyed upon his mind would at long last be exercised. His revenge on his brother was all but complete. As he drove, Diogenes let his thoughts drift back almost 30 years. At first, after it had happened, he had lost himself in the inner maze of his mind, wandering as far from reality and sanity as it was possible to go, while even a small part of him remained prosaic, quotidian, able to interact with the outside world, whose true nature now, thanks to the event, stood revealed to him. But then, slowly, very slowly, insanity alone lost its power to shelter. It was no longer a comfort, even a bitter one, so he came back, but he was like a diver who had gone too deep, run out of air, and rushed to the surface only to be racked by the bends. That was the worst moment of all. And yet it was at this very moment, as he balanced on the cruel knife edge of reality, that he comprehended there was a purpose waiting for him back in the real world. A double purpose, a reckoning and a reclamation. It would take decades of planning. It would be in his own self-referential world a work of art, the masterpiece of a lifetime. Why then, I'll fit you. And so Diogenes did return to the world. He knew now what kind of place it really was and what kind of creatures inhabited it. It was not a lovely world, no, not a lovely world at all. It was a world of pain and evil and cruelty, walked on by vile creatures of piss and excrement and bile. But his newfound purpose, the end toward which he had bent all his intellect, made such a world just bearable. He became a chameleon par excellence, hiding everything, behind a fast-changing skin of disguise, prevarication, misdirection, irony, cool detachment. At times, when his will threatened to crumble, he found that certain temporary pastimes were enough to divert him, to haul him up from the deeps. The emotion that sustained him some might call hatred, but for him it was the mead that nourished him, that gave him superhuman patience and a fanatic's attention to detail. He found he could live not merely a double life, or a triple life, but in fact could assume the very personalities and lives of half a dozen invented people, in several different countries, as the needs of his work of art required. Some of the personalities he had assumed years, even decades before, as he laid the complex groundwork of his master plan. Ahead an intersection. Diogenes slowed, turned right. Night was relinquishing its hold on the world, but Suffolk County still slept. It gave Diogenes comfort to know that his brother Aloysius was not one of those sunken in voluptuous or erotic stupefaction. Nor would Aloysius sleep well again, ever. Just now he would be growing fully conscious of the dimensions of Vekepat Hate he, Diogenes, had done to him. His plan had the power and functional perfection of a well-oiled bear trap, and now Aloysius was caught in its jaws, awaiting the arrival of the hunter and the merciful bullet to the brain. Only Diogenes would show no such mercy. His eyes strayed back to the satchel on the passenger seat. He had not opened it since filling it hours before, the transcendental moment when he looked at, or rather into. The diamonds at leisure had almost arrived, the moment of freedom, of release, he had so long yearned for. For only through the intense, brilliant, refracted light issued by a deeply colored diamond could Diogenes escape, if only for a moment, his black and white prison. Only then could he recapture that faintest and most sought after of his memories, the essence of color. And of all the colors he most longed for, red was his overriding passion, red in all its myriad manifestations. Lucifer heart, that was where he would begin, and where he would end. The alpha and the omega of color. Then there would be Viola to take care of. The instruments had all been cleaned, polished, honed, and stropped to their sharpest edges. Viola would take some time. She was a Grand Cru wine that merited being taken up from the cellar, brought to room temperature, uncorked, and allowed to breathe, before being enjoyed, one exquisite sip after another until nothing was left. She had to suffer, not for her sake, but for the marks it would leave on her body. And no one would be better able to interpret those marks than Aloysius. They would induce a suffering in him equal to, if not exceeding, the pain they caused the body's owner. Perhaps he would start with a recreation in the cottage damp stone basement of the scene depicted in Judith and Holofernes that had always been his favorite painting of Caravaggio S. He'd stood in front of it for hours at the Galleria Nazionale d'Arte Antica in Rome, wrapped in admiration. The lovely little furrow of determination on Judith's brow as she did the knife work, the way she capite every part of her body, save her bare hands and arms, away from the messy work in progress. The bright, strong cords of blood that slashed diagonally across the bedsheets. Yes, that would make a fine start. Perhaps he and Viola could even study the painting together before he got to work. Judith and Holofernes. With the roles reversed, of course, and the addition of a pewter bleeding bowl so that none of the precious nectar would be lost. Diogenes passed through the empty village of Gerard Park. Gardiner's Bay appeared ahead of him, a dull, cold sheet of date noxe broken by the dark outlines of distant islands. The car eased right onto Gerard Drive, Accabonac Harbor on one side, the bay on his left, less than a mile more now. As he drove, he smiled faintly. "Veil freighter," he murmured in Latin, "veil." Viola had pulled the chair up to the barred window, and she watched the first streak of light creep over the black Atlantic. A smudge of dirty chalk, with a sense of surreal detachment. It was like a nightmare she couldn't wake from, a dream as real and vivid as it was senseless. What scared her most of all was the realization of just how much trouble and expense Diogenes had gone to in creating this prison cell, riveted steel walls, floor, and ceiling, a steel door with a tumbler lock from a safe, not to mention the unbreakable windows, the special plumbing and wiring. It was as secure as a cell in the highest security prison, maybe more so. Why? Was it really possible that, with dawn approaching, she had mere minutes to live? Yet again she forced this useless speculation from her mind. She had long since concluded that escape was impossible. A great deal of thought had gone into constructing her prison, and her every effort to seek a way out had been anticipated and blocked. He had been gone all night. At least that's what the utter silence seemed to tell her. From time to time she had banged and screamed on the door, at one point striking a chair against it again and again, until the chair had come apart in her hands. No one had come. The smear of chalk took on a faintly bloody tinge, a lurid glow over the heaving Atlantic. A ferocious wind dotted the dark ocean with dim flecks of whitecaps. Wisps of frozen snow, or was it sand, whipped along the ground. Suddenly she sat up, abruptly alert. She had heard the faint, muffled sound of a door opening. She rushed to her own door, pressed an ear against it. The very faintest of sounds came from below. A footfall, the closing of a door. He was back. She felt a sudden surge of fear and glanced across the room toward the window. The limb of the sun was just now climbing above the gray Atlantic and just as quickly rising into a black bar of storm cloud. He had made it a point to arrive just at dawn, in time for the execution. Viola curled her lip. If he thought he was going to kill her without a struggle, He was sorely mistaken. She would fight him to the death. She swallowed, realizing how foolish her bravado was, aimed against a man who would surely have a gun and know exactly how to use it. She fought against a sudden, panicky hyperventilation. A strange set of conflicting feelings rose within her. On the one hand, an urgent instinctive desire for survival at whatever the cost. On the other, an ingrained need to die. If death, in fact, was near, with dignity, not with screaming and struggling. There were more sounds, and without thinking, she immediately lay down on the floor to listen at the tiny space between the door and the threshold. The sounds were still faint and muffled. She rose and ran into the bathroom, tore the toilet paper from its receptacle, unraveled it with a fierce shake of her hand, and pulled the cardboard tube free. Then she ran back to the doorframe, pressing one end of the tube to her ear, and squeezing the other end up against the long crack of the jamb. Now she could hear Mo Usehat better. The rustle of clothing, the setting down of several things, the sound of a latch being undone. There was a sudden sharp intake of breath. Next, a long, long silence. 5 minutes passed. Then came a strange and terrible sound, a low, agonized keening, almost like the warning moan of a cat. It rose and fell in sing-song fashion before suddenly ascending in volume to become a shriek of pure, undistilled, absolute anguish. It was inhuman, it was the shriek of the living dead, it was the most horrifying sound she had ever heard, and it came from him. 56. The cab pulled up in front of the Times building. Smithback impatiently signed the credit card receipt. The fare was $1 Bonheimilam, paying with the card he'd picked up at his apartment. He handed the slip back to the cabbie, who took it with a frown. "Where's the tip?" the driver said. "Are you kidding? Moat could have flown to Aruba for what Moat just paid you. Look, pal, Moat got gas insurance expenses up the wazoo." Smithback slammed the door and ran into the building, sprinting for the elevator. He would DUET touch base with Davies, let his boss know he was back in town, make sure his job wasn't on the line, and then head straight to the museum in Nora. It was 9:15. She hadn't been at the apartment, and he assumed she'd already left for work. He punched the button for the 33rd floor and waited while the elevator rose with maddening slowness. At last it arrived, and he exited the car and jogged down the hall, pausing outside Davies' door just long enough to catch his breath and smooth down the unruly cowlick that always seemed to pop up at the worst possible time. He took a deep breath, gave the door a polite rap. "It's open," came the voice. Smithback stepped forward into the doorway. Thank God Harriman wasn't anywhere in sight. Davies glanced up from his desk. "Bill, they told me you were at St. Lucas, practically at death's door." Mort made a quick recovery. Davies looked him over, his eyes veiled. "Glad to see you looking so fat and happy." He paused. "Mort, take it you'll be providing us with a note from your doctor?" Of course, Smithback stammered. He assumed Pendergast could fix that, as he seemed able to fix everything else. "You picked a convenient time to disappear." Davies' voice was laced with irony. "Modede no to pick it. It picked me." "Have a seat." "Well, Moat was just on my way kepa." "Moat, beg your pardon. I didn't realize you had a pressing engagement." On hearing the icy tone in the voice, Smithback decided to sit down. He was dying to see Nora, but it wouldn't pay to piss off Davies any more than he already had. Bryce Harriman was able to take up the slack during your recent indisposition, both on the Duchamp killing and that other one up at the museum, since the police are now saying they relo no caide. Smithback sat forward in the chair. "Excuse me, did you say a murder up at the museum? What museum?" "You really have been out of it. The New York Museum of Natural History. A curator was murdered there 3 days ago." "Who?" "Nobody heard of. Worry about it. You were long off that story. Harriman's taken it over." He snapped up a manila envelope. "Here's what Mot got for you instead. It's a big story, and Mot look be frank with you, Bill. Mot feel a certain trepidation in trusting it to someone in shaky health. Mot D have considered passing it on to Harriman too. Only he has got a lot on his plate as it is, and he was already in the field when the news broke 20 minutes ago. There was a big robbery at the museum last night. Seems it's a busy place these days. You were the one with contacts there, you wrote that book on the place. So it's your story, despite my feelings of concern." "But who?" He shoved the envelope at Smithback. Somebody cleaned out the Diamond Hall last night while a big function was underway. There's going to be a press conference at 10. Your credentials are in there. He glanced at his watch. That is half an hour, you better get moving. About the killing at the museum, Smithback said again. Who was it? Like I said, nobody important. A new hire named Green. Margot Green. What? Smithback found himself gripping the seat, reeling. It was impossible. Impossible. Davies gazed at Smithback with alarm. Are you all right? Smithback rose on shaking legs. Margot Green murdered? Do you know her? Yes, Smithback barely got the word out. Well, better that you not handling the story then, said Davies briskly. Reporting on a subject too close to you, my old editor used to say, is like trying to be your own lawyer. You've got a fool for a lawyer and a fool for a, hey, where are you going? 57. As Nora turned the corner from Columbus Avenue onto West Bamie Street, she immediately realized something big had happened at the museum. Museum Drive was packed with police vehicles, unmarked cars, and scene of crime vans, these in turn surrounded by television vans and a seething crowd of reporters. She checked her watch. It was 9:45, usually a time when the museum was still waking up. Her heart quickened. Had there been another killing? She walked briskly down the service drive to the employee entrance. The police had already cleared a path for arriving museum employees and were pushing back an increasingly unruly crowd of rubberneckers. Apparently, whatever happened had already been reported on the morning news, as the crowds were swelling even as she watched. But because of the opening the night before, she'd overslept and hadn't had time to listen to the radio. Museum employee, one cop asked. She nodded, pulling out her badge. What's going on? Museum's closed. Go over there. But what? The cop was already shouting at someone else, and she found herself propelled toward the security entrance, which seemed to be mobbed with museum security. Manetti, the security director, was there, gesturing frantically at a pair of hapless guards. All arriving staff to the roped area on the right, one of the guards shouted. Have your badges ready. Nora saw George Ashton in the milling crowd of arriving employees and grabbed his arm. What's happened? He stared at her. You must be the only one in the city who doesn't know. Somewhat overslept, she said testily. This way, a policeman bawled. Museum employees this way. The velvet ropes that had blocked off the gawkers and press from the gala the night before were now being put to a second use, this time to funnel museum staff to a holding area near the security entrance, where guards were checking IDs and calming irate employees. Someone hit the Astor Hall last night, said Ashton breathlessly. Cleaned it out, right in the middle of the party. Cleaned it out, even Lucifer's heart? Especially Lucifer's heart. How? Nobody knows. I thought the Astor Hall was impregnable. So they said. Move back and stay to the right, a cop yelled. We look have you inside in a moment. Ashton grimaced. Just what Mort need the morning after 5 glasses of champagne. More like 10, Nora thought wryly as she recalled Ashton's slurred ramblings of the previous evening. Police and museum guards were checking IDs, questioning each employee, then moving them to a second penned area just before the security entrance. Any suspects? Nora asked. None, except that they reconvinced the burglars had inside help. ID's, a cop bawled in her ear. She fished in her purse again and showed her ID. Ashton did the same. Dr. Kelly, the cop, had a clipboard. Another pulled Ashton aside. May Mort ask a few quick questions? Fire away, Nora said. Were you at the museum last night? Yes. He marked something down. What time did you leave? About midnight. That's all. Step over there, and as soon as we can, we LeGlunk open the museum and you can go to work. We'll be in touch with you later to schedule an interview. Nora was shunted to the second holding area. She could hear Ashton's raised voice behind her, demanding to know why he had been read his rights. The curators and staff waiting around her beat their hands in the cold, their breath filling the air. It was a gray day, and the temperature hovered just below freezing. Voices were raised in complaint all around. Nora heard a commotion from the street and looked. The press had suddenly surged forward, cameras juggling on shoulders, boom mics swinging. Then she saw the reason. The museum doors had swung open. The museum's director, Frederick Watson Colopy, appeared, flanked by Rocker, the police commissioner. A phalanx of uniformed policemen stood behind them. Immediately, the press erupted in a clamor of shouted questions and waved hands. It was the start, it seemed, of a press conference. At that same moment, she saw a frantic movement off to one side. She turned toward it. It was her husband, fighting through the crowd, shouting frantically and trying to reach her. "Bill!" She rushed forward. "Nora!" Smithback plowed through a milling crowd of hangers-on, sent a beefy museum security guard sprawling, hopped the velvet ropes, and muscled his way through the museum employees. "Nora!" "Hey, where's that guy going?" A policeman struggled to intercept him. Smithback cut through the last of the crowd and almost ran into Nora, enveloping her in a bear hug and lifting her bodily off the ground. "Nora, God did miss you." They hugged, kissed, hugged again. "Bill, what happened to you? What's that bruise on the side of your head?" "Never mind about that," Smithback replied. "Mot diuete heard about Margot. Was she really killed?" Nora nodded. "Mot went to her funeral yesterday." "Oh my God, Mot can believe it's true." He wiped savagely at his face, and Nora saw that his eyes were leaking tears. "Mot can believe it." "Where were you, Bill?" Mot was so worried. "It's a long story. I was locked in an insane asylum." "What?" "Mot look tell you about it later. M've been worried about you too. Pendergast thinks there's a maniac killer wandering around knocking off all his friends." "No, he warned me. But it was right before the opening. There was nothing Mot Seo Ulade." "This man's not supposed to be here," a museum guard interrupted, stepping between them. "This is for museum employees only." Smithback swung around to respond, but they were interrupted by the shriek of feedback on an improvised Feng-An system. A moment later, Commissioner Rocker stepped up to the mic and asked for silence, and miraculously got it. "Met with the Times," said Smithback, scrounging some paper out of his pocket and fumbling for a pen. "Here, use mine," Nora said, her arm still around his waist. The crowd was silent as the police commissioner began to speak. "Last night," Rocker began, "the Astor Hall of Diamonds was burglarized. At this point, the scene of crime teams are still on the site, along with some of the best forensic experts in the world. Everything that can be done is being done. It's too early for leads or suspects, but Mot promise you, as new developments arise, we will keep the press informed. Sorry, Mot can to give you more, but it's still very early in the investigation. Mot will say this. It was an extremely professional job, obviously planned long in advance, by technologically sophisticated thieves who appear to have been intimately familiar with the museum's security system and who used the distraction of last night's opening gala to their advantage. It will take a while to analyze and understand how they penetrated the museum's security. That's about all Mot have to say for the present. Dr. Colopy?" The museum's director stepped forward, standing straight, trying to put the best face on things, and failing. When he spoke, a tremor underlay his words. "Mort want to reiterate what Commissioner Rocker just said. All that can possibly be done is being done. The truth is, most of the diamonds stolen are unique and would be instantly recognizable to any gem dealer in the world. They cannot be fenced in their present form." A murmur of unease went up at the implication they might be recut. "My fellow New Yorkers, but know what a great loss this is to the museum and to the city. Unfortunately, we just don't know enough yet to be able to say who might have done it, or why, or what their intentions are." "What about Lucifer's heart?" someone shouted from among the press. Colopy seemed to stagger. "We redoing all we can, Mort promise you." "Was Lucifer's heart stolen?" another shouted. Mort liked to turn the floor over to the museum's public affairs director, Carla Rocco. A barrage of shouted questions followed, and a woman stepped forward, holding up her hands. "Mort look take the questions when there's silence," she said. The clamor subsided, and she pointed. "Miss Lilienthal of ABC, your question? What about Lucifer Hart? Is it gone?" "Yes, it was among the diamonds taken." A turbulent murmur followed this unsurprising revelation. Rocco held up her hands again. "Please!" "The museum claimed their security was the best in the world," a reporter shouted. "How did the thieves get through?" "We reanalyzing it as we speak. Security is multi-layered and redundant. The hall was under constant video surveillance. The thieves left behind a mass of technical equipment." "What kind of technical equipment?" It'd take days, maybe weeks, to analyze. More shouted questions. Rocco pointed to another reporter. Roger, how much is the collection insured for? $100 million. A murmur of awe. What's it actually worth? The reporter named Roger persisted. The museum never put a value on it. Next question to Mr. Worth from NBC. What's Lucifer's heart worth? Again, you can put a value on it. But let me please emphasize that we expect to recover the gems one way or another. Colopy stepped forward abruptly. The museum's collection consists mostly of fancy diamonds, that is, colored ones, and most are unusual enough to be recognizable from color and grade alone. That is especially true of a diamond like Lucifer's heart. There's no other diamond in the world with its deep cinnamon color. Nora watched as Smithback stepped over the velvet cord and into the group of press, waving his hand. Rocco pointed to him, squinted. Smithback from the Times? Isn't Lucifer's heart considered the finest diamond in the world? The finest fancy diamond. Yes, at least that's what more have been told. So how are you going to explain this to the people of New York? How are you going to explain the loss of this unique gemstone? His voice was suddenly shaking with emotion. It seemed to Nora that all the anger Smithback felt at Margot's death and at his enforced separation from her was being channeled into his question. How could the museum have allowed this to happen? No one allowed this to happen, said Rocco defensively. The security in the Astor Hall is the most sophisticated in the world. Apparently, not sophisticated enough. More chaos and shouting erupted. Rocco waved her hands. Please, let me speak. The roar died to an uneasy rumble. The museum deeply regrets the loss of Lucifer's heart. We understand its importance to the city, and indeed to the country. We're doing all we can to recover it. Please be patient and give the police time to do their work. Miss Carlson of the Post? This is for Dr. Colopy. Not to put too fine a point on it, but you were holding that diamond in trust for the people of New York, to whom it really belongs. How do you, personally, as the head of the museum, intend to bear responsibility for this? The rumble was rising again, but it suddenly died away as Colopy held up his hands. The fact is, he said, any security system devised by man can be defeated by man. That a rather fatalistic view, Carlson continued. In other words, you admitting the museum can ever guarantee the security of its collections. We certainly do guarantee the security of our collections, Colopy thundered. Next question, Rocco called. But the reporters had latched onto something and weren't going to let go. Can you explain what you mean by guarantee? The greatest diamond in the world has just been stolen, and you tell us its security was guaranteed? Mut explain, as face swelled ve kepte hat anger. There's a bit of cognitive dissonance floating around here, Smithback shouted. Mort make that statement because Lucifer's heart was not among the diamonds stolen, Colopy cried. There was an astonished silence. Rocco turned and looked at Colopy in amazement, as did Rocker himself. Excuse me, sir, Rocco began. Silence. Mut met the only person in the museum privy to this information, but under the circumstances, Mut don't see any point in keeping the information back any longer. The stone on display was a replica. A real diamond artificially colored by radiation treatments, the true Lucifer's heart has always been safely locked in a vault at the museum insurance company. The gem was too valuable to put on display. Our insurance company wouldn't allow it. He raised his head, a glitter of triumph in his eyes. The thieves, whoever they are, stole a fake. A roar of questions followed. But Colopy simply mopped his brow and retreated. This press conference is over, shouted Rocco to no effect. No more questions. But it was clear, from the frantic hands and the shouts, that it was not over, and that there were many, many more questions to come. 58. Passed as they drove through one deserted beach town after another. Dawn had swelled into a dismal day, bitterly cold, with a knife-edged wind whipping out of a pewter sky. D'Agosta was still listening moodily to the police radio. He was growing increasingly concerned. The police chatter concerning them had abruptly dropped off. Not due because of the gem heist, although that filled most of the channels, but because they'd probably switched to more secure channels that could be monitored from their portable police band radio. It was becoming obvious to him they had reached the end of the line. Hitting more convenience stores was hopeless. With a full tank of gas, Diogenes would have no further reason to stop. Their previous score in Yafank had only confirmed what Diogenes wanted them to know, that he had gone east and that Viola would shortly be dead. Beyond that, nothing. D'Agosta felt sick for Pendergast. It was hopeless, and he knew it. Still, they soldiered on, stopping at motels, marts, all-night diners, each time exposing themselves to the possibility of being spotted and arrested. What few scraps D'Agosta had managed to glean from the radio had been disheartening. Bolstered by a new and strong federal presence, the police were rapidly closing in. New roadblocks had been erected, and local authorities were on full alert. Inevitably, they learn about the purchase of the pickup truck. Unless Pendergast had something truly clever up his sleeve, their free-range hours were numbered. The pickup swerved abruptly and D'Agosta clutched the roof handle as Pendergast screeched into a small parking lot, coming to a halt in front of a 24-hour Starbucks. Beyond lay a public parking lot, and beyond that, the gray, rolling Atlantic. They sat for a moment while the police radio, still tuned to the museum theft, droned on. Some kind of press conference was in session, being broadcast over one of the public channels. "No way they stopped here," said D'Agosta. "What Mot met after is a wireless hotspot." Pendergast opened the laptop, booted it up. "No doubt there's one inside. Mot luglunk use a sniffer to find an open port, tap into the net that way. Mot up my pattern recognition software, running at the Dakota. Perhaps it has something more to tell us." D'Agosta watched morosely as Pendergast tapped on the keyboard. "Would you be so kind as to order us some coffee, Vincent?" he asked without looking up. D'Agosta got out of the truck and entered the Starbucks. When he returned a few minutes later with a couple of lattes, Pendergast had moved into the passenger seat and was no longer typing. "Anything?" Pendergast shook his head. Slowly he sat back, closed his eyes. D'Agosta eased himself into the driver's seat with a sigh. As he did so, he noticed a police cruiser turning into the parking lot. It slowed as it passed them, then halted at the far end of the lot. "Shit, that cop's running our plates." Pendergast didn't respond. He sat motionless, eyes closed. "That's it. We re-screwed." Now the cruiser eased into a three-point turn at the end of the lot and headed back toward them. Pendergast opened his eyes. "Mot luglunk, hold the drinks. See what you can do about getting him off our tail." Instantly, D'Agosta slammed the truck into drive and peeled out, fishtailing past the cruiser and onto the road, paralleling the boardwalk. The cruiser snapped on its lights and siren, accelerating behind them. They tore along the dune road. Moments later, D'Agosta heard another siren, this one coming from somewhere ahead. "The beach," said Pendergast, gingerly balancing the latte. "Right." D'Agosta shifted into 4WD, spun the wheel, and bashed through the railing onto the boardwalk. The truck rumbled across the uneven wooden planks, hit the railing on the far side, and was briefly airborne as it made the 2-foot drop to the sand. In a moment, they were racing along the beach, just beyond the surf. D'Agosta glanced back to see the squad cars in the sand, still following. They were going to have to do better. He accelerated further, tires spinning up jets of damp sand. Ahead, he could see an area of dunes, one of the many preserves along the south shore. He swerved into it, broke down another wooden fence, and hit the scrubby dunes at 40. It was clearly a large preserve, and he had no idea where he was going, so he angled the truck into the roughest-looking section, where the brush was heaviest and the dunes highest, covered with a scattering of scrubby pines. No way the cruisers could follow them in here. Suddenly, Pendergast sat up, like the snapping of a steel spring. D'Agosta bashed through some more heavy brush, then glanced into the rearview mirror. Nothing. The cruisers had been stopped, but D'Agosta knew their respite was only temporary. All the police stations along the south shore had beach patrol buggies. He knew. He used to drive one in another life just a few months back. They were still in deep shit, and he'd have to find some other way to— "Stop the truck," Pendergast said abruptly. "No way," Martby got to. "Stop." Something in the tone caused D'Agosta to jam on the brakes. They swerved wildly, stopping beneath the shadow of an overhanging dune. He killed the lights and the engine at the same time. This was crazy. They'd left a set of tracks any idiot could follow. The radio was still on the press conference, and Pendergast was listening intently. Always been safely locked in a vault at the museum's insurance company. The gem was too valuable to put on display. Our insurance company wouldn't allow it. Pendergast turned to Diagosta, a look of astonishment and sudden fierce hope lighting up his face. That's it. What? Diogenes finally made a mistake. This is the opening we need. He had his cell phone out. But wish to hell. But knew what you were talking about. Moat going to make some calls. As of now, you have but one vital task, Vincent. Get us back to Manhattan. The faint sound of a siren came up from behind the screen of dunes. 59. Smith slowly shut his cell phone, stunned by the bizarre call he had just received. He found Nora looking at him curiously. They had finally opened the museum staff entrance, and employees were streaming past them, rushing to gain the warmth of indoors. "What is it, Bill?" she asked. "Who was that?" "Special Agent Pendergast. He managed to track me down on this loaner cell phone Mott picked up at the Times. What he want?" Moat sorry, he felt dazed. Moat said, "What did he want? You look shell-shocked." "Just had a most, extraordinary proposal put to me." "Proposal? What are you talking about?" Smithback roused himself and grasped Nora's shoulder. "Moat Lung, tell you about it later. Look, are you going to be okay here?" Moot worried about your safety, with Margot dead and all these warnings of Pendergast's. The safest place in New York City is inside that museum right now. There must be 1,000 cops in there. Smithback nodded slowly, thinking, true. Listen, Mort do have to go to work. Mort coming in with you. Mor've got to talk to Dr. Colopy. Colopy? Good luck. Smithback could already see a large, angry crowd of reporters being kept from the museum by a string of policemen and guards. No one was getting in but employees, and Smithback was well known, all too well known, to the guards. He felt Nora put an arm around his shoulder. "What are you going to do?" "Matwe've got to get inside." Nora frowned. "Does this have to do with that call of Pendergast?" "It sure does." He looked into her green eyes, his gaze wandering over her copper hair and freckled nose. "You know what Mort'd really like to do." "Don't attempt me, Mort. Have a ton of work to do. Today's the public opening of the exhibition, assuming we ever open again." Smithback gave her a kiss and a hug. He started to break away, but found that Nora wouldn't release him. "Bill," she murmured in his ear, "thank God you were back." They held each other a few moments more, then Nora slowly let her arms fall away. She smiled, winked, then turned and walked into the museum. Smithback watched her disappearing form. Then he shouldered his way into the crowd of employees lined up outside the door, bypassing the thicket of reporters who had been shunted off to one side. All the employees had their IDs out, and the crowd was thick. Police and museum guards were checking everybody as identification. It was going to be a bitch getting in. Smithback thought a moment, then pulled out his business card and scribbled a short note on the back. When his turn came to pass through the security barrier, a guard barred his way. ID. Moat Smithback of the Times. "You're in the wrong place, pal. Press is over there." "Listen to me. Moat have a very urgent and private message for Dr. Colopy. It must be delivered to him immediately, or heads will roll. Moat not kidding, yours too." Smithback glanced at the guard's nameplate. "Mr. Primus, if you donna deliver it." The guard wavered, a look of fear in his eyes. The museum administration had not made life easy in recent years for those on the bottom, fostering a climate of fear more than family. Smithback had used this fact before, to good effect, and he hoped it would work again. "What's it about?" the guard named Primus asked. "The diamond theft. Mort have private information." The guard seemed to waver. Mort done to know. "Moat not asking you to let me in. Moat asking you to deliver this note directly to the director. Not to his secretary, not to anyone else, just to him. Look, Moat not some schmuck, okay? Here are my credentials." The guard took the press pass, looking at it doubtfully. Smithback pressed the message into his hand. "Danta read it, put it in an envelope, and deliver it personally. Trust me, you'll be glad you did." The guard hesitated a moment. Then he took the card and retreated to the security office, reappearing a few moments later with an envelope. "I sealed it in here. Never looked at it." "Good man." Smithback scribbled on the envelope. "For Dr. Colopy, extremely important to be opened immediately. From William Smithback, Jr. of the New York Times." The guard nodded. Moat Lung see it as delivered. Smithback leaned forward. "You don't understand. Mort want you to deliver it personally." He glanced around. "Mort don't trust any of these other bozos." The guard flushed, nodded. "All right. Envelope in hand, he disappeared down the hall. Smithback waited, cell phone in hand. 5 minutes passed. 10. 15. Smithback paced in frustration. This was not looking good. Then his phone gave a shrill ring. He opened it quickly. "This is Colopy," came the patrician voice. "Is this Smithback?" "Yes, it is. One of the guards will escort you to my office immediately." A scene of controlled chaos greeted Smithback as he approached the grand carved oaken doors of the director's office. Outside was a confabulation of New York City police, detectives, and museum officials. The door was shut, but as soon as Smithback's escort announced him, he was shown inside. Colopy stood pacing before a great row of curved windows, hands clasped behind his back. Beyond the windows lay the wintry fastness of Central Park. Smithback recognized the security director, Minetti, along with several other museum officials standing before Colopy's desk. The museum director noticed him, stopped pacing. "Mr. Smithback?" "That's me." Colopy turned to Minetti and the other officials. 5 minutes. He watched them leave, then turned to Smithback. He was gripping the card in one hand, his face slightly flushed. "Who's behind this outrageous rumor, Mr. Smithback?" Smithback swallowed. He had to make this sound good. "It's not exactly a rumor, sir. It came from a confidential source, which Moat can't reveal, but Moat made a few calls, checked it out. It seems there might be something to it." "This is intolerable. Mort have got enough to worry about without this. It's just some crank speculation, best ignored." Mort met not sure that would be wise. "Why? You are not going to publish unsubstantiated calumnies like this in the Times, are you? My assertion that the diamond is safe at our insurance company ought to be enough." "It's true the Times does the publish rumors. As I said, Mort got a reliable source that claims it's true. Mort can't ignore that." "Bloody hell." "Let me pose a question to you," Smithback said, keeping his voice the soul of reasonableness. "When was the last time you personally saw Lucifer Hart?" Colopy shot him a glance. "It would have been 4 years ago when we renewed the policy." "Did a certified gemologist examine it at the time?" "No. Why, it's an unmistakable gemstone." Colopy's voice trailed off as he realized the weakness of his remark. "How do you know it was the genuine article, Dr. Colopy?" Mort made a perfectly reasonable assumption. "That's the crux of it, isn't it, Dr. Colopy? The truth is," Smithback continued gently, "you don't know for a fact that Lucifer Hart is still in the insurance company vault, or if a gemstone is there, whether it is the real one. This is an absurd spinning of a conspiracy theory." The director set off pacing again, hands balled up behind his back. "Mort don't have time for this. You would want to let a story like this get out of control. You know how these things tend to assume a life of their own in Mutt. Do have to file my article by this evening." "Your article? What article?" "About the allegations. You publish that and my lawyers will eat you for breakfast." "Take on the Times, Mort, don't think so." Smithback spoke mildly and waited, giving Colopy plenty of time to think things out to the inevitable preordained conclusion. "Damn it," Colopy said, spinning on his heel. "I suppose we Looklunk just have to bring it out and have it certified." "An interesting suggestion," said Smithback. Colopy paced. "It Looklunk need to be done publicly, but under tight security, of course. We can just invite every Tom, Dick, and Harry in to watch. May Mort suggest that all you really need is the Times? The others will follow our lead. They always do. We read the paper of record." Another turn. Perhaps you rewrite. Another pace across the room, another turn. "Here's what Moat Met going to do. Moat Met going to get a gemologist to certify that the stone held by our insurance company is in fact Lucifer's heart. We'll do it right there at affiliated Transglobal Insurance headquarters under the tightest security. You Looklung be the only journalist there, and damn it, you'd better write an article that will scotch those rumors once and for all. If it as genuine. It'll be genuine, or the museum will end up owning affiliated Transglobal Insurance, so help me God. What about the gemologist? He'd have to be independent for credibility." Colopy paused. "It's true we can use one of our own curators. And his reputation will obviously need to be unimpeachable. Mutluglun contact the American Council of Gemologists. They could send one of their experts." Colopy walked to the desk, picked up the phone, and made several calls in rapid succession. Then he turned back to Smithback. "It's all arranged. We Luglunk meet at the affiliated Transglobal headquarters, Mot Hai Baimi Mot Avenue of the Americas, 42nd floor, at 1 o'clock precisely. And the gemologist? A fellow named George Kaplan, said to be one of the best. He glanced at Smithback. Now, if you Luglung excuse me, Mot got a lot to do. See you at 1. He hesitated. And thank you for your discretion. Thank you, Dr. Colopy. 60. D'Agosta listened to the sirens coming across the dunes. They grew louder, receded, then grew louder again. From his days with the Southampton PD, he recognized the tinny sound as coming from the cheap units mounted on the dune patrol buggies. They'd sat here in the shadow of a sand dune, hiding, assessing the situation at least 5 minutes. If he remained on the beach, there was no way their truck was going to escape dune buggies. And yet, if he went back on the street, he'd be nabbed immediately, now that they knew his approximate location, vehicle, and license plate. They were now near Southampton, D'Agosta's old stomping ground, and he knew the lay of the land, at least in general terms. There had to be a way out. He would just have to find it. He started the truck, popped the emergency brake. Hold on to your seat, he said. Pendergast, who had apparently finished making a string of cell phone calls, glanced over. Mordam in your hands. D'Agosta took a deep breath. Then he gunned the engine, the pickup digging out of the hollow and climbing the side of a dune, shooting huge jets of sand behind them. They plunged into another depression, wound around several dunes, then climbed diagonally up the flank of an especially large one that separated them from the mainland. As they topped it, D'Agosta got a backward glimpse of several patrol buggies scooting along the hard sand a quarter-mile back, with at least 2 others in the dunes themselves, no doubt following their tracks. Shit, they were closer than he'd expected. D'Agosta jammed the pedal to the floor as the pickup topped the dune. For a moment, they were airborne. Then they landed on the far side, bottoming out in the loose sand, churning and grinding their way through a patch of dense brush. The preserve ended, and the path ahead was blocked by several Grand Hampton estates. As he fought with the wheel, D'Agosta quickly arranged the local topography in his head. If they could get past the estates, he knew, Scuttlehole Marsh lay beyond. The dunes leveled out, and he bashed the truck through a slat fence, emerging onto a narrow road. On the far side was a high boxwood hedge, surrounding one of the great estates. He tore alongside the hedge, and where the road curved up ahead, he saw what he was looking for, a sclerotic patch in the foliage, and he veered off, aiming directly for it. The pickup truck hit it at 40, bashed through the hedge, tearing off both mirrors in the process, and then they were accelerating across a 10-acre lawn, a huge Georgian mansion on the left, a gazebo and covered pool on the right, the way beyond blocked by an Italian rose garden. He flashed past the pool at speed, ripped through the rose garden, nicked the arm off a sculpture of some naked woman, and crashed through a raised vegetable bed that lay beyond. Up ahead, like a green wall, stood another unbroken line of hedge. Pendergast looked back through the rear window of the pickup truck, a pained expression on his face. Vincent, you recutting quite a swath, he said. They can add nude statue molestation to my growing list of crimes. For now, though, you'd better brace yourself, and he accelerated toward the hedge. They hit it with a shuddering crash that nearly stopped the vehicle dead. The engine coughed and sputtered, and for a moment D'Agosta feared it would die. But they fought their way out the far side of the hedge, still running. Across another narrow road, he could see a split-rail fence, and beyond that the marshes surrounding Scuttlehole Pond. For the past couple of weeks it had been cold, very cold. Now D'Agosta was going to find out if it had been cold enough. He tore along the road until he found a break in the fence, then pointed the truck through it and went off-road again. He was forced to slow down as he wound through the sparse jack pine forest that surrounded the marsh. He could still hear the sirens coming faintly from behind. If he had gained ground cutting through the estate, it was precious little. The stunted pines gradually gave way to marsh grass and sandy flats. Ahead he could see the dead stalks of cattail and yellow marsh grass. The pond itself seemed lost in the gray light. Vincent, Pendergast said calmly, you aware there's a body of water ahead? But no. The pickup accelerated over the frozen verge of the marsh, the wheels sending shards of crackling ice, skittering away on either side like a wake. The speedometer edged back up to 30, then 35, then 40. For what he was about to do, he was going to need all the speed he could get. With a final slapping sound, the cattails scattering in their wake, the pickup truck was on the ice. Pendergast gripped the door handle. The lattes forgotten. Vincent? The truck was moving fast across the ice, braking it as they went with a machine gun chatter. D'Agosta could see in his rearview mirror that the ice was cracking and shattering behind them, some pieces even flung up and skittering away, black water slopping up. The sound of fracturing ice boomed across the lake like the reports of cannon. "The idea is they want to be able to follow us," said D'Agosta through clenched teeth. Pendergast didn't answer. The far shore, lined with stately homes, steadily approached. The truck felt almost like it was floating now, rising up and down like a powerboat on the continuously breaking crust of ice. D'Agosta could feel he was losing momentum. He applied just a little more gas, being careful to ease down slowly on the accelerator. The truck roared, wheels spinning, the crackle and snap of ice growing louder. 200 yards. He gave it more gas, but it just spun the wheels faster. The amount of power being transferred from the wheels to the slick surface was steadily decreasing. The truck jerked, bounced, slowed, and began to slew sideways as the craquelure of failing ice spread out from them in all directions. This is no time for half measures. D'Agosta jammed the pedal to the floor once again as he spun the wheel. The engine screamed, the truck accelerating, but not quite enough to stay ahead of the horrible disintegration of ice. 100 yards. The engine was now screaming like a turbine, the truck still yawing sideways, moving now on inertia alone. The far shore was close, but the truck was slowing. Vekepte hat every passing second. Pendergast had scooped up the laptop and police radio under his arm and seemed to be preparing to open his door. "Not yet." D'Agosta gave the wheel a sharp check, just enough to straighten out the truck. The nose, the heavier part, was still up, and as long as it stayed that way. With a horrible sinking sensation, the front of the truck began to settle. There was a moment of breathless suspension, and then it nosed down sharply and slammed into the forward edge of ice, stopping the truck cold. D'Agosta flung open the door and launched himself into the freezing water, clutching at the breaking edge of ice, gripping it, hauling himself up onto a jagged floe. He scrambled away crab-like onto solid ice as the bed of the pickup truck swung upward vertically, the back wheels still spinning off watery slush. And then as he watched, the truck plunged straight down with a rush of forced air, slopping him with a wave of icy water, cakes of broken ice dancing and churning in its wake. After the truck had vanished, there, on the far side of the gaping hole, stood Pendergast, standing on the ice as if he'd merely stepped out of the truck computer and radio, tucked under one arm, black coat dry and unruffled. D'Agosta rose unsteadily to his feet on the groaning ice. They were a mere dozen yards from shore. He glanced back, but the dune buggies had not yet appeared on the shore of the pond. "Let's go." In a moment they reached the shore and hid themselves behind a raised dock. The buggies were just arriving, their yellow headlights piercing the bitter gray air. The story that met their eyes was evident enough, a long broken path of heaving ice that led most of the way across the lake to a gaping hole, littered with broken chunks of ice. A slick of gasoline was slowly rising and spreading in rainbow patterns. Pendergast peered across the lake from between the slats of the dock. That, Vincent, was a most ingenious maneuver. "Thanks," D'Agosta said through chattering teeth. "It will take them a while to determine that we're still alive. Meanwhile, shall we see what the neighborhood has to offer in the way of transportation?" D'Agosta nodded. He had never been so cold in his life. His hair and clothes were freezing, and his hands burned with the cold. They crept up along the hedges of one of the great houses, all summer cottages currently shut up for the winter. The driveway was empty, and they moved around the side of the house and looked in the garage window. There sat a vintage Jaguar on blocks, the wheels stacked in the gloom of one corner. "That should do," Pendergast murmured. "Garage alarmed," D'Agosta managed to say. Naturally. Pendergast glanced around, found a wire tucked behind a drain pipe, followed it to the garage door, and in a few minutes had found the alarm plate coupling. "Very crude," he said, jamming a stray nail behind the plate and prying it loose, being careful not to cut the connection. Then he picked the lock on the garage door, raised it a foot, and they slid underneath. The garage was heated. Warm yourself, Vincent, while Mort get to work. How in hell did you avoid going in the water? D'Agosta said, standing directly on top of the heating vent. Perhaps my timing was better. Taking off his coat and jacket and rolling up his crisp white sleeves, Pendergast set the 4 tires in place, jacked up one end of the car, slipped the tire on and bolted it, then followed the same procedure for the other 3 wheels. Feeling warmer? He asked as he worked. Sort of. Then if you don't mind, Vincent, open the hood and connect the battery. Pendergast nodded toward a toolbox that sat in one corner. D'Agosta pulled out a wrench, opened the hood, connected the battery, checked the fluid levels, and examined the engine. Looks good. Pendergast kicked away the final block and jacked down the last wheel. Excellent. No one to call the cops about a stolen car. We shall see. Although the area seems deserted for the winter, there's always the danger of a nosy neighbor. This Mincham Nammaitu Mark 7 saloon is not an inconspicuous vehicle. Now, for the moment of truth, please get in and help me start her. D'Agosta clambered into the driver's seat and waited for instructions. Foot on the accelerator, choke out, gear in neutral. Check, D'Agosta said. When you hear the engine turn, give it a bit of gas. D'Agosta complied. A moment later, the car roared to life. Ease off the choke, Pendergast said. He walked over to the alarm box, glanced around, picked up a long wire, attached it to both metal plates in the alarm, then opened the door. Take her out. D'Agosta eased the Jag out. Pendergast shut the garage door and got into the rear of the vehicle. Let's get the heat on in this baby, said D'Agosta, fiddling with the unfamiliar controls as he drove onto the street. You do that. Pull over and let it run for a few minutes. Mortem going to lie down and, ho, what's this? He held up a loud sports jacket checkered in various shades of light green. A stroke of luck, Vincent. Now you look the part. D'Agosta drew off his sodden coat and tossed it on the floor, putting on the sports jacket instead. How becoming. Yeah, right. At that moment, Pendergast's cell phone rang. D'Agosta watched as the agent plucked it from his pocket. Yes, Pendergast said. I understand. Yes, excellent, thank you. And he hung up. We have 3 hours to get to Manhattan, he said, checking his watch. Do you think you can manage it? You bet, D'Agosta hesitated. Now you want to tell me who that was and what the heck you've been up to? That was William Smithback. The journalist? Yes. You see, Vincent, at last, at long, long last, we might have been given a break. How do you figure that? Diogenes was the person who robbed the Astor Hall last night. D'Agosta turned to stare at him. Diogenes, you sure? Undoubtedly. He has always had an obsession with diamonds. All these murders were just a horrible distraction to keep me busy while he planned his real crime, the robbing of the Diamond Hall, and he chose to take Viola last to ensure my maximal distraction during the robbery itself. Vincent, it was a perfect crime, after all, in a spectacular public sense, not one aimed simply at myself. So what makes this a break for us? What Diogenes did Nicanova kep, seu lade no, was that the finest gem of all, no doubt the one he most wanted, wasn't on display. He didn't steal Lucifer Hart. He stole a fake. So Moat met going to steal the real Lucifer's heart for him and make a trade. Is the motor warmed up? Let us get back to New York. There's no time to waste. D'Agosta eased the car away from the curb. M've seen you pull a few rabbits out of your hat. But how in the hell are you going to steal the world? That's greatest diamond on the spur of the moment. You don't know where it is, you don't know anything about its security. Perhaps. But as it happens, Vincent, my plans are already in motion, and Pendergast patted the pocket where his cell phone was. D'Agosta kept his eyes on the road. There's a problem, he said in a quiet voice. What's that? We assuming that Diogenes still has something to trade. There was a brief silence before Pendergast spoke. We can only pray that he does. 61. Laura Hayward walked briskly up the steps of the Lower Manhattan Federal Building, Captain Singleton at her heels. Singleton was, as usual, dressed nattily, camel's hair topcoat, Burberry scarf, thin black leather gloves. He hadn't said much on the ride downtown, but that was okay. Hayward hadn't felt much like talking. It had been barely 24 hours since D'Agosta walked out of her office and away from her ultimatum, but it might as well have been a year. Hayward had always been an exceptionally level-headed person, but as she walked into the federal building, she had an almost overpowering sense of unreality. Maybe none of this was happening. Maybe she wasn't on her way to an urgent FBI briefing. Maybe Pendergast wasn't the most wanted criminal in New York and D'Agosta his accomplice. Maybe she'd just wake up, and it would be January Jaime Mote again, and her apartment would still smell of vinous, overcooked lasagna. At the security checkpoint, Hayward showed her shield, checked her weapon, signed the clipboard. There wasn't going to be a happy ending, because if D'Agosta wasn't Pendergast's accomplice, he would be Pendergast's victim. The conference room was large, paneled in dark wood. Flags of New York and the United States drooped from brass flagpoles on both sides of the entryway, and color photos of various government types lined the walls. A huge oval table dominated the room, surrounded with leather chairs. The coffee urn and the table heaped with donuts and crullers, a staple of NYPD departmental meetings, was absent. Instead, a pint bottle of spring water had been placed before each chair. Unfamiliar men and women in dark suits were standing around in knots, talking quietly among themselves. As Hayward and Singleton entered, the groups began making their way quickly toward the chairs. Hayward chose the nearest seat, and Singleton sat down beside her, removing his gloves and scarf. There was no place to hang their stuff, and as a result, they were the only two people in the room wearing coats. At that moment, a tall, stocky man walked into the conference room. Two shorter men followed on his heels, like obedient hounds. Each of the two carried a brick of red folders under his arm. The tall man stopped for a moment, glancing around the table. Unlike the rest of the faces in the room, pallid from the New York winter, his was sunburned. It was the even artificial tan you got from a salon. This man had spent long hours working someplace sunny and hot. His eyes were small, narrow, and pissed off. He walked to the head of the table, where 3 seats had been left empty, and took the middle one. His 2 retainers sat to his right and his left. "Good morning," the man said in an abrasive Long Island accent at odds with the sunburn. "Mote met Special Agent in Charge Spencer Coffey, and with me are Special Agents Brooks and Rabiner. With their assistance, Mote Luglunk be leading the search for Special Agent Pendergast." The man seemed to spit out the final word, and as he said it, the anger spread from his eyes to his entire face. "The facts as we know them so far are these. Pendergast is a primary suspect in 4 homicides, 1 in New Orleans, 1 in D.C., and 2 here in New York. We have DNA and fiber evidence from all 4 sites, and we re-cooperating with local authorities in an effort to gather more." Singleton shot Hayward a meaningful look. Coffey's idea of cooperation had been a phalanx of FBI agents swooping down on her office, grilling her men, and taking whatever evidence struck their fancy. Ironic how Hurove kept no request for the Quantico profile had aroused Coffey's interest in the first place. Clearly, we read dealing with a mentally unbalanced individual. The psych profile confirms it. There is a high probability he is planning additional homicides. He was last spotted yesterday afternoon at Kennedy Airport, where he eluded security guards and police officers, stole a rental car, and drove away. He abandoned his own vehicle at the rental lot, a Rolls-Royce. A low murmur went around the room at this, punctuated by several scoffs and dark looks. Pendergast must have made more than his share of enemies during his tenure with the FBI. There have been unconfirmed sightings of Pendergast at several convenience stores and gas stations in Nassau and Suffolk counties last night and this morning. We re-following up on those now. Pendergast is traveling with another man, believed to be NYPD Lieutenant Vincent D'Agosta, and Mort just had news of a high-speed chase in the vicinity of Southampton. Preliminary eyewitness accounts from the officers involved would seem to ID Pendergast and D'Agosta. Hayward shifted uncomfortably in her chair. Singleton stared straight ahead. "We have teams searching Pendergast Bamihainyan's street apartment and his New Orleans townhouse as we speak. Any information we discover that might shed light on his future movements will be passed down the line to you. We're resetting up a command and control structure that will allow for quick dissemination of new information. This is going to be a very fluid situation, and we have to be ready to revise our strategy accordingly." Coffey nodded to his retainers, and they stood up and began walking around the table, passing out the red folders. Hayward noticed that neither she nor Singleton received one. She'd assumed this was to be a working meeting, but it appeared that Special Agent in Charge Coffee already had his Ove Kepna ideas about how to handle the case and neither needed nor wanted input from anybody else. You look find your initial instructions and assignments in these folders. You will be working in teams, and each team will be assigned 6 field agents. Our immediate priority is to determine Pendergast's movements over the last 24 hours, look for patterns, set up checkpoints, and draw in the net until we have him. We don't know why. He's running around Long Island, stopping at convenience stores and gas stations. Those we've interviewed indicate he's been looking for someone. Moat look be expecting hourly verbal reports from each team, made either to me directly or to Special Agents Brooks and Rabiner. Coffee stood up heavily, sweeping the table with his angry gaze. Mortmet not going to sugarcoat this. Pendergast is one of our own. He knows all the tricks of the trade. Even though it seems we've got him pinned down on eastern Long Island, he could still elude us. That's why we're throwing the entire resources of the Bureau into this. We need to nail this bastard. And quickly the reputation of the Bureau's at stake. He surveyed the table again. Any questions? Yes, Hayward said. All eyes turned toward her. She hadn't intended to speak, but the word had just tumbled out involuntarily. Coffee glanced at her, small eyes narrowing to pinpricks of white. Captain, Hayward, isn't it? She nodded. Go ahead, please. You haven't mentioned the role of the NYPD in the search. Coffee's eyebrows shot up. Role? That's right, Matev heard a lot about what the FBI is going to do, but nothing about the cooperation with the NYPD you mentioned earlier. Lieutenant Hayward, our latest information, if you've been listening, has Pendergast in Suffolk County. There's not a great deal you can do for us out there. True. But we've got dozens of detectives here in Manhattan who are familiar with the case. We've developed virtually all the evidence. Lieutenant, Coffee interrupted. No one is more grateful for the NYPD assistance in furthering this investigation than Maud A.M., but he didn't look grateful. If anything, he looked more pissed off than before. At the moment, however, the matter is outside your jurisdiction. Our immediate jurisdiction, yes, but he could always return to the city, and given that Agent Pendergast is wanted in 2 murders, Moat met in charge of investigating. Moat want to make sure that once he's apprehended, we've got access for interrogation. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Coffee snapped. The man's still at large. Any other questions? The room was silent. Good, there, just one last thing. Coffee's voice went down a few notches. Mort want anybody taking any chances. Pendergast is armed, desperate, and extremely dangerous. In the event of a confrontation, a maximal armed response will be appropriate. In other words, shoot the son of a bitch, shoot to kill. 62. Gord Kaplan excited his Gramercy Park brownstone, paused for a moment at the top of the steps to check his cashmere coat, flicked off a speck of dust, pinched his perfectly knotted cravat, patted his pockets, inhaled the crisp January air, and descended. His was a quiet tree-lined neighborhood, his brownstone facing the park itself, and even in the cold winter weather there were mothers Vakep, Tahat, their children walking the winding lanes, their cheerful voices rising among the bare branches. Kaplan fairly tingled with anticipation. The call he had received was as unexpected as it was welcome. Most gemologists lived their entire lives without ever having the opportunity to gaze into the depths of a gemstone 1/1,000,000th as rare or famous as Lucifer's heart. He had, of course, seen it at the museum behind a thick piece of glass under execrable lighting, but until now he hadn't known just why the lighting was so bad. Had it been lit properly, at least a few gemologists, himself included, would have recognized it as a fake. A very good fake, to be sure. A real diamond, irradiated to give it that incredible cinnamon color, no doubt enhanced by colored fiber optic light, skillfully delivered from beneath the gem. Kaplan had seen it all in his 40 years as a gemologist, every rip-off, cheat, and con game in the business. He chided himself for not realizing that a diamond like Lucifer heart couldn't be put on display. No company would insure a stone which was always in full public view, its location known to the world. Lucifer and Vakep? Ate was it worth? The last red diamond of any quality that had come up for sale was the Red Dragon, a 5-carat stone that had gone for $16 million. And this one was 9 times as large, a better grade and color, without a doubt the finest fancy-colored diamond in existence. Value? Name your price. After receiving the call, Kaplan had spent a few moments in his library, refreshing himself on the history of the diamond. With diamonds, it was usually the case that the less color the better, but that was true only up to a point. When a diamond had a deep, intense color, it suddenly leaped in value. It became the rarest of the rare, and of all the colors a diamond could possess, red was by far the rarest. He knew that in all the crude production from all the De Beers mines, a red diamond of quality surfaced only about once every 2 years. Lucifer Hart made the word unique sound hackneyed. At 45 carats, it was huge. A Hart-cut stone with a GIA grade of VVS1 Fancy Vivid. No other stone in the world even came close. And then there was the color. It wasn't ruby red or garnet colored, either of which was exceedingly rare in its own right. Rather, it was an intensely rich reddish orange, a color so unusual that it defied naming. Some called it cinnamon, and while Kaplan thought it more reddish than true cinnamon, he himself could not find a better word to describe it. The closest analogy he could think of was blood in bright sunlight, but if anything, it was even richer than blood. No other object in the wide world possessed its color. Nothing. Its color was a scientific mystery. To find out what gave Lucifer's heart its unique color, scientists would have to destroy a piece of the diamond, and that, of course, would never happen. The diamond had a short, bloody history. The raw stone, a monster of some more 2 carats, had been found by an alluvial digger in the Congo in the early Mochin Bass. Not realizing, because of its color, that it was even a diamond, he used it to pay a long-running bar tab. When the man later learned what it was, he tried to get it back from the barman, only to be rebuffed. So one night he broke into the barman's home, killed the man, his wife, and their 3 children, and then spent the rest of the night trying to hide his crime by cutting up the corpses and throwing them off the back porch to the crocodiles in the Buyamai River. He was caught, and during the gathering of evidence for the murder trial, part of which involved killing and examining the stomach contents of a dozen river crocodiles, a police inspector was killed by an enraged reptile and a second drowned trying to save him. The gemstone, still uncut, made its way through the black market and several other rumored killings before it resurfaced in Belgium as the property of a notorious black market dealer. The man badly botched the cleaving of the stone, leaving a nasty crack in it, and subsequently committed suicide. The now damaged rough stone bounced around the diamond demimonde for a while, ultimately ending up in the hands of an Israeli diamond cutter named Ahrens, one of the best in the world. In what was later called the most brilliant cutting ever done, Ahrens was able to produce a heart-shaped gem from the cracked rock in just such a way as to remove the flaw without fracturing the stone or losing too much material. It took Ahrens 8 years to complete the cut. The process had since passed into legend. He spent 3 years looking at the stone, then another 3 practicing the cutting and polishing on no fewer than 200 plastic models of the original, experimenting in ways to optimize the size, cut, and design while removing the exceedingly dangerous flaw. He succeeded in much the same way Michelangelo was able to sculpt the David out of a badly cracked block of marble other sculptors had rejected as unworkable. When Ahrens was done, he had produced an extraordinary heart-cut stone along with another dozen or so smaller stones, all from the same rough. He named the biggest stone Lucifer's heart after its grim history, commenting to the press that it was the very devil to cut. And then, in an act of extraordinary generosity, Ahrens willed the stone to the New York Museum of Natural History, which he had visited as a child, and whose Hall of Diamonds had determined what his life's work would be. He sold the dozen or so much smaller stones cut from the same rough for what was rumored to be an astonishing sum, but strangely enough, none of the stones had ever resurfaced on the market. Kaplan assumed they had been made into a single, spectacular piece of jewelry, which remained with the original owner, who wished to keep her identity secret. Kaplan swung around the corner of Gramercy Park and walked west toward Park Avenue, where he had the best shot of catching a cab headed uptown. He had half an hour, but you could never predict midtown traffic at lunchtime, and this was one appointment he did not want to be late to. As he stopped at the corner of Lex to wait for the light to change, he was startled to see a black car roll up beside him, window down. Inside sat a man in a green sports jacket. "Mr. George Kaplan?" "Yes?" The man leaned over, presented the badge of a New York City police lieutenant, and opened the door. "Get in, please." Mort, have an important appointment, officer. What's this all about? Moat no, affiliated Transglobal Insurance. Moat met your escort. Kaplan peered closely at the badge. Lieutenant Vincent D'Agosta. It was a genuine shield. Kaplan was well versed in such things, and the man behind the wheel really couldn't be anything other than a cop, despite the unusual choice of apparel. Who else would Kanoe Kep about his appointment? That's kind of you. Kaplan climbed in, the door shut, the lock shot down, and the car eased away from the curb. Security is going to be high, said the policeman. Then he nodded at a gray plastic box on the seat between them. Moat Luglung have to ask you to surrender your cell phone, your wallet Ve Kep. They had all your identification, any weapons you might have, and all your tools. Put them in that box next to you. Moat Luglung pass them to my colleague, and they Luglung all be returned to you at the vault after they've been thoroughly vetted. Is this really necessary? Absolutely, but make sure you can understand why. Kaplan, not very surprised under the circumstances, removed the requested items and placed them in the box. At the next light, at Park Avenue, a vintage Jaguar that had been following them pulled up alongside. The windows of both vehicles went down, and the policeman handed the box through the window. Glancing into the other car, Kaplan saw that the driver had carefully groomed, pale blonde hair and was wearing a nicely tailored black suit. Your colleague drives a most unusual car for a policeman. He's a most unusual man. When the light changed to green, the Jaguar turned right and headed for Midtown, while the policeman driving Kaplan turned south. Beg your pardon, officer. But we should be heading north, Kaplan said. Affiliated Transglobal Insurance is headquartered at Mot Hai Baimi Mot Avenue of the Americas. The car accelerated southward, and the policeman looked over unsmillingly. Sorry to inform you, Mr. Kaplan, but this is one appointment you want to be keeping. 63. They gathered in the sitting room of Harrison Granger, CEO of Affiliated Transglobal Insurance. The executive suite was perched high in the Affiliated Transglobal Tower, looking north up the Great Canyon of Avenue of the Americas to its terminus, a half-dozen north, at the dark rectangle of Central Park. At 1 o'clock precisely, Granger himself emerged from his office, a florid man with cauliflower ears and a narrow head, expansive, balding, and cheerful. Well, are we all here? He looked around. Smithback glanced about. His mouth felt like paste, and he was sweating. He wondered why in the world he had agreed to this insane scheme. What had sounded like a fabulous escapade earlier that day, a chance at a one-of-a-kind scoop, now appeared mad in the harsh light of reality. Smithback was about to participate in a very serious crime, not to mention compromising all his ethics as a journalist. Granger looked around, smiling. Sam, you make the introductions. Samuel Beck, the security chief, stepped forward with a nod despite his nervousness. Smithback couldn't help noticing the man had feet as small as a ballerina S. Mr. George Kaplan, the security chief, began, senior associate of the American Council of Gemologists. Kaplan, a neat man dressed in black, sporting a trimmed goatee and rimless glasses, had the elegant look of a man of the last century. He gave a short, sharp bow. Frederick Watson Colopy, director of the New York Museum of Natural History. Colopy shook hands all around. He didn't look especially pleased to be here. William Smithback of the New York Times. Smithback managed a round of handshakes, his hand as damp as a dish rag. Harrison Granger, Chief Executive Officer, Affiliated Transglobal Insurance Group Holding. This set off another series of murmured greetings. Rand Marconi, CFO, Affiliated Transglobal Group. Oh God, thought Smithback, were all these people coming? Foster Lord, Secretary, Affiliated Transglobal Group. More handshakes, nods. Skip Magwigan, Treasurer, Affiliated Transglobal Group. Yet again, Smithback plucked weakly at his collar. Jason McTeague, Security Officer, Affiliated Transglobal Group. It was like announcing the nobility arriving at a formal ball. A heavily armed security guard shifted on his feet, nodded, didn't offer his hand. And Modem Samuel Beck, Director of Security, Affiliated Transglobal Group. Suffice to say, we all been checked, vetted, and cleared. He gave a quick smile at his own witticism, which was reinforced by a hearty laugh from Granger. All right, then, let's proceed, said the CEO, holding out his hand toward the elevators. They headed deep into the bowels of the building, descending first one elevator, then a second, then a third, at last winding through long and unnamed cinder block corridors before arriving at the largest, most polished, most gleaming vault door Smithback had ever seen. Staring at the door, his heart sank still further. Beck busied himself with a keypad, a series of locks, and a retinal scanner while they all waited. At last, Beck turned. "Gentlemen, we now have to wait 5 minutes for the timed locks to disengage. This vault," he continued proudly, "contains all our original executed policies, every single one. An insurance policy is a contract, and the only valid copies of our contracts are here, representing almost $500 billion of coverage. It's protected by the latest security systems devised by man. This vault is designed to withstand an earthquake of Chin on the Richter scale, an F5 tornado, and the detonation of a 100-kiloton nuclear bomb." Smithback tried to take notes, but he was still sweating heavily, the pen slippery in his hands. "Think of the story. Think of the story." There was a soft chiming sound. "And that, gentlemen, is the signal that the vault's locks have disengaged." Beck pulled a lever, and the faint humming of a motor sounded the door slowly swinging outward. It was staggeringly massive, 6 feet of solid stainless steel. They moved forward, the well-armed security guard bringing up the rear, and passed through 2 other massive doors before entering Vekep. Hadate was evidently the main vault, a huge steel space with metal cages enclosing drawer upon metal drawer rising from floor to ceiling. Now the CEO stepped forward, clearly relishing his role. "The inner vault, gentlemen. But even here the diamond is not kept unprotected, where it might tempt one of our trusted employees. It is kept in a special vault within a vault, and no fewer than 4 affiliated transglobal executives are needed to open this vault. Myself, Rand Marconi, Skip Magwigan, and Foster Lord." The 3 men, dressed in identical gray suits, bald, and looking enough alike as to be mistaken for brothers, all smiled at this. Clearly they didn't get many chances to strut their stuff. The interior vault stood at the far end of the chamber, another steel door in the wall. 4 keyholes were arrayed in a line across its face. Above them, a small light glowed red. "And now we wait for the outer vault doors to be locked before we open the inner vault." Smithback waited, listening to the series of motorized hummings, clickings, and deep rumbles. "Now we are locked in, and as long as the inner safe is unlocked, the outer vault doors will remain locked. Even if one of us wanted to steal the diamond, we could leave with it," Granger chuckled. "Gentlemen, take out your keys." The men all removed small keys from their pockets. "We set up a small table for Mr. Kaplan," said the CEO, indicating an elegant table nearby. Kaplan eyed it narrowly, pursing his lips with tight disapproval. "Is everything in order?" the CEO asked. "Bring out the diamond," Kaplan said tersely. Granger nodded. "Gentlemen?" Each of the men inserted his key into one of the 4 keyholes. Glances were exchanged. Then the keys were turned simultaneously. The small red light turned green and the safe clicked open. Inside was a simple metal cabinet with 8 drawers. Each one was labeled Vekep Atehat a number. "Drawer number high," said the CEO. The drawer was opened. Granger leaned in and removed a small gray metal box, which he carried over to the table and placed before Kaplan Vekep Te Hat Reverence. The gemologist sat down and began fussily laying out a small collection of tools and lenses, adjusting them with precision on the tabletop. He took out a rolled pad of plush black velvet and laid it out, forming a neat square in the middle of the table. Everyone watched him work, the people forming a semicircle around the table, with the exception of the security guard, who stood slightly back, arms crossed. As a last step, Kaplan pulled on a pair of surgical gloves. "Morte, I'm ready. Hand me the key." "Motmet, sorry, Mr. Kaplan, but rules require me to open the box," said the security director. Kaplan waved a hand irritably. "So be it. Donna, drop it, sir. Diamonds may be hard, but they shatter as easily as glass." Beck leaned over the box, inserted the key, and raised the lid. All eyes were riveted on the box. "Don't touch it with your naked, sweaty hands," said Kaplan sharply. The security director withdrew. Kaplan reached into the box and plucked out the gem as nonchalantly as if it were a golf ball, laying it on the velvet in front of him. He opened a loop and leaned over the stone. Suddenly he straightened up and spoke in a sharp, high, querulous voice. "Mote beg your pardon, but really, Mote can't work being crowded around like this, especially from behind. Mote beg you, please." Of course," said Granger. "Let's all step back and give Mr. Kaplan some room." They shuffled back. Once again, Kaplan bent to examine the gem. He picked it up, kept a four-pronged holder, turned it over. He laid down the loop. "Hand me my Chelsea filter," he said sharply, to no one in particular. Which is that?" Beck asked. "The white oblong object over there." The security director picked it up and handed it over. Kaplan took it, opened it, and examined the gem again, muttering something unintelligible. "Is everything to your satisfaction, Mr. Kaplan?" asked Granger solicitously. "No," he said simply. The tension in the vault went up a notch. "Do you have enough light?" the CEO asked. A freezing silence. "Hand me the diamond night." "No, not that. Beck handed him a strange device with a pointed end. Ever so gently, Kaplan touched the stone with it. There was a small beep and a green light. At least we know it's not moissanite," the gemologist said crisply, handing the device back to Beck, who did not look pleased to be cast in the role of assistant. More mutterings. "The polariscope, if you please." After a few false starts, Beck handed it to him. A long look, a snort. Kaplan stood up and looked around, eyeing everyone in the room. "As far as Mort can tell, which is too much given the horrendous lighting in here, it's probably a fake. A superb fake, but a fake nonetheless." A shocked silence. Smithback stole a glance at Colopy. The museum director's face had gone deathly white. "You're not sure?" the CEO asked. "How can Mort possibly be sure? How can you expect an expert like me to examine a fancy colored diamond under fluorescent lighting?" A silence. "But shouldn't you have brought your own light?" ventured Granger. "My own light?" Kaplan cried. "Sir, forgive me, but your ignorance is shocking. This is a fancy colored diamond," grated Vivid. "And you cannot simply bring in any old light to look at it with, but need real light to be sure. Natural light, nothing else will do. No one said anything about having to examine the finest diamond in the world under fluorescent lighting. This is an insult to my profession." "You should have mentioned this when we made the arrangements," said Beck. Mott assumed. Mott was dealing with a sophisticated insurance company, knowledgeable on the subject of gemstones. Mott had no idea. Mott would be forced to examine a diamond in a stuffy basement vault, not to mention with half a dozen people breathing down my neck, as if Mott met some kind of zoo monkey. "My report will be that it is a possible fake, but that final determination will await re-examination under natural light." Kaplan crossed his arms and stared fiercely at the CEO. Smithback swallowed painfully. "Well," he said, taking what he hoped were intelligible notes, "Mott guess that's it there's my story." "What's your story?" Colopy said, turning on him. "There's no story. This is inconclusive." "I should certainly say so," said Granger, his voice shaky. "Let's not jump to conclusions." Smithback shrugged. "My original source tells me that diamond's a fake. Now Mr. Kaplan says it may be a fake." "The operative word here is may," Granger said. "Just a moment." Colopy turned to Kaplan. "You need natural light to tell for sure." "Isn't that what Mort just said?" Colopy turned to the CEO. "Isn't there some place he can view the stone under natural light?" There was a moment of silence. Colopy drew himself up. "Granger," he said in a sharp voice, "the safekeeping of this stone was your responsibility." "We can bring the stone up to the executive boardroom," Granger said. "On the 8th floor. There's plenty of light up there." "Excuse me, Mr. Granger," said Beck, "but the policy is quite firm. The diamond cannot leave the vault." "You heard what the man said. He needs better light." "With all due respect, sir, Mort have my instructions, and not even you can alter them." The CEO waved his hand. "Nonsense! This is a matter of critical importance. Surely we can get a waiver." "Only with the written, notarized permission of the insured." "Well, then, we've got the museum's director right here. And Lord's a notary public, aren't you, Foster?" Lord nodded. "Dr. Colopy, you'll give the necessary written permission?" "Absolutely, this has got to be resolved now." His face was gray, almost cadaverous. "Foster, draw up the document." "As Director of Security, most strongly recommend against this," said Beck quietly. "Mr. Beck," said Granger, "Mort appreciate your concern, but more to think you fully comprehend the situation. We have $100 million limit on our policy at the museum, but Lucifer's heart is covered in a special rider, and one of the conditions of the stone being kept here for safekeeping is that there's no limitation of liability. Whatever the Gaia independently determines the stone's value to be, we must pay." We got to have an answer to the question of whether this stone is real, and we got to have it now. Nevertheless, said Beck. For the record, Moat still opposed taking the gem out of the vault. Duly noted. Foster, draw up the document and Dr. Colopy will sign it. The secretary took a piece of blank paper from his suit jacket, wrote some lines. Colopy, Granger, and Magwigan signed it, then Lord notarized it with his signature. Let's go, said the CEO. Moat met calling a security escort, said Beck darkly. At the same time, Smithback watched as the security chief slid a gun out of his waistband, checked it, flicked off the safety, and slid it back. Kaplan picked up the stone with the 4-prong. Mort look do that, Mr. Kaplan, said Beck quietly. He took the handle of the 4-prong and gently laid the stone in its velvet box. Then he shut the lid and locked it, pocketing the key and placing the box under his arm. They waited while Kaplan packed up his supplies. Then they shut the inner door and waited for the outer one to open. They proceeded back through the succession of massive doors, where they were met by a brace of security guards. The guards escorted them to a waiting elevator bank, and within 5 minutes Smithback found himself being ushered into a small but extremely elegant boardroom, done up in exotic wood. Light flooded in through a dozen broad windows. Beck stationed the 2 extra security guards outside the doors, then shut and locked them. Everyone please stand back, he said. Mr. Kaplan, will this do? Splendid, said Kaplan with a broad smile, his whole mood seeming to change. Where do you want to sit? Kaplan pointed to a seat in a corner between 2 windows. That would be perfect. Set yourself up. The jeweler busied himself laying out all his tools again, spreading the velvet. Then he looked up. The stone, please? Beck laid the box next to him, unlocked it with the key, and raised the lid. The gemstone lay inside, nestled in its velvet. Kaplan reached in, plucked it out with the 4-prong, and called for a Grobet double lens. Using this device, he peered at the diamond, first looking at it through one lens, then the other, then both at once. As he held it, light struck the gemstone, and the walls of the room were suddenly freckled, Vekepte dots of intense cinnamon color. Several minutes passed in absolute silence. Smithback realized he was holding his breath. At length, Kaplan slowly laid the diamond down on the velvet, swiveled the Grobet lenses from his eyes, and bestowed a beaming smile on the waiting audience. Ah, yes, he said, how wonderful it is. Natural light makes all the difference in the world. This is it, gentlemen. Without the slightest doubt, this is Lucifer's heart. He placed it back down on the velvet pad. There was a relieved exhalation, as if everybody else in the room had been holding their breaths along with Smithback. Kaplan waved his hand. Mr. Beck, you may put it away, with the 4-prong, if you please. Thank the Lord, said the CEO, turning to Colopy and grasping his hand. Thank the Lord is right, Colopy replied, shaking the hand while dabbing at his forehead with a handkerchief. Moat had a bad moment back there. Meanwhile, Beck, his face unreadable but still dark, had reached over with the 4-prong to pick up the gem. At the same time, Kaplan rose from his chair and bumped into him. Moat beg your pardon. It happened so fast that Smithback realized what he'd seen only after the fact. Suddenly, Kaplan had the gem in one hand and Beck's gun in the other, pointed at Beck. He fired it almost in Beck's face, just turning the barrel enough so the bullets went past and buried themselves in the wall. He fired 3 times in rapid succession, the incredibly loud reports plunging the room into terror and confusion. As everyone dropped to the floor, Beck included. And then he was gone, out the supposedly locked door. Beck was up in a flash. Get him! Stop him! As he picked himself up from the floor, ears ringing, Smithback could see through the double doors the 2 security guards sprawled on the floor, scrambling back to their feet and taking off down the hall, fumbling with their guns. He's got the gem, Colopy cried, struggling to his feet. He's got Lucifer's heart. My God, get him! Do something! Beck had his radio out. Security Command, this is Samuel Beck. Lock down the building. Lock it down. Mort don't want anyone going out. Anything going out. No garbage, no mail, no people, nothing. You hear me? Shut off the elevators. Lock the stairwells. Mort want a full security alert and all security personnel to search for a George Kaplan. Get an image of his face from the security checkpoint video cam. Nobody leaves the building until we've got a security cordon in place. No. To hell with fire regulations. That's a direct order. and Moat want an X-ray machine suitable for detecting a swallowed or concealed gemstone, along with a fully staffed technical team to man it at the 6th Avenue entrance on the double. He turned to the rest of them. And none of you are to leave this room without my permission. 2 exhausting and trying hours later, Smithback found himself in a line with what seemed like 1,000 employees of affiliated Transglobal Insurance. The line snaked interminably around the interior lobby of the building, coiling 3 times about the elevator banks. On the far side of the lobby, he could see employees trundling carts piled with mail and packages, running them all through X-ray machines of the kind found in airports. Kaplan had not been found, and privately, Smithback knew he wouldn't be. As Smithback approached the head of the line, he could hear a hubbub of voices raised in argument from a large group of people shunted to one side who had refused to allow themselves to be X-rayed. Outside were fire trucks, their lights flashing, police cars, and the inevitable gaggle of press. As each person in line was thoroughly searched and then put through the X-ray machine, finally emerging into the gray January afternoon, there would be scattered applause and a burst of camera flashes. Smithback tried to control his sweating. As the minutes crawled by, his nervousness had only grown worse. For the 1,000th time, he cursed himself for agreeing to this. He had already been searched twice, including a revolting body cavity search. At least the others in the executive boardroom had been subjected to the same kind of search, Colopy insisting on it for himself and the rest, including the officers of affiliated Transglobal Insurance and even Beck. Meanwhile, Colopy, almost beside himself with agitation, had been doing all he could to convince Smithback to keep mum not to publish anything. Oh God, if they only knew. Why, oh why, had he ever agreed to this? Only 10 more people in line ahead of him now. They were putting the people, one at a time, into what looked like a narrow telephone booth, with no fewer than 4 technicians examining various CRT screens affixed to it. Someone in front of him was listening to a transistor radio with everyone else crowding around. Amazing Hatove Cape news got out, and it appeared the real Kaplan had been released unharmed in front of his brownstone a half hour ago, and was now being questioned by the police. Nobody yet knew who the fake Kaplan was. Just 2 more people to go. Smithback tried to swallow, but found that he couldn't. His stomach churned with fear. This was the worst part, the very worst of all. And now it was his turn. 2 technicians stood him on a mat with the usual yellow footprints, and searched him yet again, just a little too thoroughly for comfort. They examined his temporary building pass and his press credentials. They had him open his mouth and searched it with a tongue depressor. Then they opened the door of the booth and put him inside. "Don't move. Keep your arms at your side. Look at the target on the wall." The directions rolled out with rapid efficiency. There was a short hum. Through the safety glass, Smithback could see the technicians poring over the results. Finally, one nodded. A technician on the other side opened the door, placed a firm hand on Smithback's arm, and drew him out. "You free to go," he said, pointing to the building exit. As he gestured, the technician brushed briefly against Smithback's side. Smithback turned and walked the 10 feet to the revolving door, the longest 10 feet of his life. Outside, he zipped up his coat, ran the gauntlet of flashbulbs, ignored the shouted questions, pushed through the crowd, and walked stiffly up Avenue of the Americas. At Nam South Street, he hailed a cab, slid into the back. He gave the driver the address of his apartment, waited until the cab had moved out into traffic, turned and glanced searchingly out the rear window for a full 5 minutes. Only then did he dare settle into his seat, reach into his coat pocket. There, nestled safely in the bottom, he could feel the hard, cold outline of Lucifer's heart. 64. D'Augusta and Pendergast sat, without speaking, inside the Mark Bay, on a bleak stretch of Vermilion Avenue in the Inwood section of Upper Manhattan. The sun was dropping slowly through layers of gray, setting with a final slash of blood-red light, which cast a momentary glow over the dusky tenements and bleak warehouses before it was extinguished in bitter night. They were listening to Maureen Commour Wynn's New York's all-news radio station. The station repeated its top stories on a 22-minute cycle, and it had been continuously broadcasting news of the museum. Diamond heist, the announcer's excited voice in contrast to the somber mood inside the vehicle. Just 10 minutes earlier, a new story had broken. A related but even more spectacular item, the theft of the real Lucifer heart from affiliated Transglobal Insurance headquarters. D'Agosta had no doubt the police had tried desperately to keep a lid on that one, but there was no way something that explosive could be kept under wraps. The most brazen diamond theft in history, taking place right under the noses of museum and insurance company executives, and following hard on the heels of the diamond heist at the museum. Sources close to the investigation say the same thief is suspected of both crimes. Pendergast was listening intently, his face as hard and pale as marble, his body motionless, his cell phone sat on the seat between them. Police are questioning George Kaplan, a well-known gemologist, who was on his way to identify Lucifer's heart for affiliated Transglobal Insurance when he was abducted near his Manhattan townhouse. Sources close to the investigation say that the thief then assumed his identity in order to gain access to the diamond. Police believe he may still be hiding in the affiliated Transglobal building, where a massive manhunt is still underway. Pendergast leaned over and shut off the radio. "How do you know Diogenes will hear the news?" D'Agosta asked. "He look looing hear it. For once he's at a loss. He didn't get the diamond. He'll be in agony, on edge, listening, waiting, thinking, and once he learns what's happened, there will be only one course of action available to him." "You mean he Luglunk know it was you who stole it?" "Absolutely. What other conclusion could he come to?" Pendergast smiled mirthlessly. "He know, and with no other way to send me a message, he Luglunk call." Sodium lights had come up, burning pale yellow along the length of the empty avenue. The temperature had dropped into single digits, and a brutal wind swept up from the Hudson, blowing before it a few glittering flakes of snow. The cell phone rang. Pendergast hesitated just a second. Then he turned it over, punching the tiny speaker on the back into life. He said nothing. "Av, Frater," came the voice from the speaker. A silence. D'Agosta glanced at Pendergast. In the reflected glow of the streetlights, his face was the color of alabaster. His lips moved, but no sound came. "Is that any way to greet a long-lost brother? With disapproving silence?" "Modam here," Pendergast said in a strained voice. "You re there, and how honored, Modam, to be graced with your presence. It almost makes up for the vile experience of being forced to call you. But leave us not bandy civilities. Mote have but one question. Did you steal Lucifer's heart?" "Yes." "Why?" "You know why." There was a silence at the other end of the phone, then a slow exhalation of breath. "Brother, brother, brother." "Modem, no brother of yours." "Ah, but that S were you wrong. We are brothers, whether we like it or not, and that relationship defines who we are." "You know that, don't you, Aloysius?" "Mote know that you're a sick man, desperately in need of help." "True. Modem sick. No one recovers from the disease of being born. There is no cure to that sickness short of death. But when you get down to it, we all sick you more than most. Yes, we are brothers, in sickness as well as in evil." Again, Pendergast had no response. "But here we are, bandying civilities again. Shall we get down to business?" No answer. "Then Mott will lead the discussion. First, a big fat bravo for pulling off in one afternoon what Mott took years to plan, and ultimately failed to accomplish." D'Agosta could hear a slow patting of hands over the phone. Mote assumed this is all about making a little trade. A certain personage in exchange for the gemstone. Why else would you have gone to what was undoubtedly a bit of trouble? "You assume correctly, but first," Pendergast's voice faltered, "you want to know if she is still alive." This time it was Diogenes who let the silence draw out. D'Agosta stole a glance at Pendergast. He was motionless, save for the twitch of a small muscle below the right eye. "Yes, she is still alive at present. You hurt her in any way, and Mote Luklung hunt you to the ends of the earth." "Tut, tut. But while we re on the subject of women, let's talk a little bit about this young thing you've kept cloistered in the mansion of our late lamented ancestor. If indeed she is young, which Mote met beginning to doubt. Mote find myself most curious about her. Her in particular. In fact, Mote sense that what one sees on the surface is what one sees of an iceberg, the merest fraction. There are hidden facets to her, mirrors within mirrors, and at a fundamental level Mote sense that something in her is broken." During this speech, Pendergast had stiffened visibly. "Listen to me, Diogenes. Keep away from her. You come close to her again. Approach her in any way, and I—" "Do what? Kill me?" Then my blood would be on your hands, more than it already is, as well as that of your 4 dear friends. Because you, Frater, are responsible for all this. You know it. You made me what Mort am. Mort made you nothing. Well said, well said. A dry, almost desiccated laugh came over the tiny speaker. Listening, D'Agosta felt a chill of repulsion. Let's get to it, Pendergast managed to say. Get to it, just when the conversation was becoming interesting. Don't you want to talk about how utterly and completely responsible you are for all this, ask? Any family shrink. They look lunk. Tell you how important it is that we talk it out, Frater. Suddenly, D'Agosta could take it no longer. Diogenes, listen to me, you sick fuck. You want the diamond? Then you cut with the bullshit. No diamond, no Viola. If you hurt Viola, Mot Luglung take a sledgehammer to the diamond and mail you the dust. If you think Mot met kidding, keep talking. Empty threats. D'Agosta brought his fist down on the dashboard, making a resounding crash. Careful, easy. The voice was suddenly high and panicked. So shut the hell up. Stupidity is an elemental force, and Mort respect it. You risk still talking. We'll do this on my terms, said Diogenes briskly. Do you hear me, my terms? With 2 conditions, Pendergast said quietly. 1. The exchange must take place on the island of Manhattan, and within 6 hours. 2. It must be set up in such a way that you can renege. You tell me your plan and Mot'll be the judge. You have 1 chance to get it right. That sounds like 5 conditions, not 2. But of course, brother. Of course. Mot have to say, though, this is a knotty little problem. Mot Luglung call you back in 10 minutes. Make it 5. More conditions, and the phone went dead. There was a long silence. A sheen of moisture had appeared on Pendergast's brow. He plucked a silk handkerchief from his suit jacket, dabbed his forehead, replaced it. Can we trust him? D'Agosta asked. No, never. But Motten think he Luglung have enough time to arrange an effective double cross within 6 hours. And he wants Lucifer heart, wants it with a passion and Mott cannot comprehend. Mott think we can trust that passion, if we can trust nothing else. The phone rang again, and Pendergast pressed the speaker button. Yes? Okay, Frater. Time for a pop quiz in urban geography. You know of a place called the Iron Clock? The railroad turntable? Excellent. And you know its location? Yes. Good. We'll do it there. You'll no doubt want to bring your trusty sidekick, Vinny. Moat intend to. Listen to me carefully. Mot Luglung meet you there at 6 minutes to midnight, enter through Tunnel Sow, and step slowly out into the light. Vinny can hang back in the dark and cover you, if you wish. Have him bring his weapon of choice. That will keep me honest. Feel free to bring your own lesbear or whatever fashion accessory you're carrying these days. There'll be no gunplay unless something goes wrong, and nothing's going to go wrong. Modve kepanote my diamond, and you want your viola da gamba. If you know the layout of the Iron Clock, you Luglunk realize it is the perfect venue for our, shall we say, transaction. Mort understand. So do Mort have your approval, brother? Satisfied that Mort can cheat you? Pendergast was silent for a moment. Yes. Then a presto. And the phone went dead. That bastard gives me the creeps, said D'Agosta. Pendergast sat in silence for a long time. Then he removed the handkerchief again, wiped his forehead, refolded the handkerchief. D'Agosta noticed Pendergast's hands were trembling slightly. You all right? He asked. Pendergast shook his head. Let us get this over with. But rather than move, he remained still, as if in deep thought. Abruptly, he seemed to come to some decision, and then he turned and, to D'Agosta's surprise, took his hand. There's something Mort Met going to ask you to do, Pendergast said. Mort warn you in advance. It will go against all your instincts as a partner and as a friend. But you must believe me when Mort say it is the only way. There is no other solution. Will you do it? Depends on what it is. Unacceptable. Mort wants your promise first. D'Agosta hesitated. A look of concern settled over Pendergast's face. Vincent, please. Absolutely critical that Mort can rely on you in this moment of extremity. D'Agosta sighed. Mort promise. Pendergast's tired frame relaxed in obvious relief. Good now, please listen carefully. 65. Huygens Pendergast stared at the cell phone, lying on the pine table for a long time. The only indication of the strong emotion running through him was a faint twitching of his left little finger. A mottled patch of gray had appeared on his left cheek, and were he to look in a mirror, which he did only when applying a disguise, he knew he'd find his Ojo Sarko looking deeder than usual. Finally, his gaze strayed from the telephone to a small bottle topped by a rubber membrane, and lying next to it, a glass and steel hypodermic needle. He picked up the bottle, held it upside down while inserting the needle, drew out a small quantity, thought a moment, drew out more, then capped the needle with a plastic protector and placed it in his suit pocket. His gaze then went to a deck of tarot cards sitting on the edge of the table. It was the Albano weight deck, the one he preferred. Picking it up, he gave the deck an overhand shuffle, then laid 3 cards face down before him in the spread known as the Gypsy draw. Putting the rest of the deck to one side, he turned over the first card, the High Priestess. Interesting. He moved his hand to the second card, turned it over. It showed a tall, thin man in a black cloak, turned away, head bowed. At his feet were overturned golden goblets, spilling red liquid. In the background was a river, and beyond that, a forbidding-looking castle. The 5 of Cups. At this, Diogenes drew in his breath sharply. More slowly now, his hand moved to the third and final card. He hesitated a moment, then turned it over. This card was upside down. It portrayed a hand above a barren landscape, thrusting out of a dark cloud of smoke. It held a massive sword with a jeweled hilt. A golden crown was impaled on the end of its blade. The Ace of Swords, reversed. Diogenes stared at the card for a moment, then slowly exhaled. He raised it in a shaking hand, then with one violent motion tore it in half, then in half again, and scattered the pieces. Now his restless gaze moved to the black velvet cloth, laid out and rolled up at the edges, on which lay Boncham Tamatam diamonds, almost all of them deeply colored, scintillating underneath the bright gem light clamped to the table's edge. As he stared at the diamonds, his agitation began to ease. Restraining an exquisite eagerness, his hand roved over the ocean of glittering trapped light before plucking one of the largest diamonds, a vivid blue stone of 33 carats, called the Queen of Narnia. He held it in his palm, observing the light catch and refract within its saturated deeps, and then with infinite care raised it to his good eye. He stared at the world through the fractured depths of the stone. It was like kicking open a door just a crack and catching a glimpse of a magic world beyond, a world of color and life, a real world. So different from this false, flat world of gray mundanity. His breathing became deeper and more even, and the trembling in his hand subsided as his mind loosened in its prison and began to ramble down long-forgotten alleys of memory. Diamonds. It always started with diamonds. He was in his mother's arms, diamonds glittering at her throat, dangling from her ears, winking from her fingers. Her voice was like a diamond, pure and cool, and she was singing a song to him in French. He was no more than 2 years old, but nevertheless was crying, not from sorrow, but from the aching beauty of his mother's voice. In spite of myself, the insidious mastery of song betrays me back till the heart of me weeps to belong. The scene faded. Now he was wandering through the great house on Dauphine Street, down long corridors and past mysterious rooms, many of them, even then, having been shut up for ages. But when you opened a door, you would always find something exciting, something wondrous and strange, a huge draped bed, dark paintings of women in white and men with dead eyes. You would see exotic objects brought from faraway places, panpipes made of bone, a monkey's paw edged in silver, a brass Spanish stirrup, a snarling jaguar head, the wrapped foot of an Egyptian mummy. There was always his mother to flee to, with her warmth and her soft voice and her diamonds that glittered as she moved, catching the light in sudden bursts of rainbow. The diamonds were here. They were alive. They never changed, never faded, never died. They would remain beautiful and immutable for all time. How different from the fickle vicissitudes of the flesh. Diogenes understood the image of Nero watching Rome Beu Ro No while gazing at the conflagration through a gemstone. Nero understood the transformative power of gems. He understood that to gaze at the world through such a stone was to transform both the world and oneself. Light was vibration, and there were special vibrations from a diamond that reached the deepest levels of his spirit. Most people could hear them. Perhaps nobody else on earth could hear them, but he could. The gemstones spoke to him. They whispered to him. They gave him strength and wisdom. Today the diamonds, not the cards, would provide divination. Diogenes continued to gaze deeply into the blue diamond. Each gemstone had a different voice, and he had picked this stone for its particular wisdom. He waited, murmuring to the gemstone, beseeching it to speak. And after a moment it did. In response to his murmured question, a whispery answer came back like an echo of an echo, half heard in a waking dream. It was a good answer. Viola Maskelyne listened to the strange murmuring, almost like a prayer or a chant that came from below. The sound was so low she could make out nothing. This was followed by an unnerving half-hour silence. Then at last came the sound she'd been dreading. The scrape of a chair, the slow, careful footfall of the man climbing the staircase. All her senses went on high alert, her muscles trembling, ready to act. A polite rap on the door. She waited. Viola? Mort should like to come in. Please step round the bed to the far side of the room. She hesitated, then did as he requested. He had said he was going to kill her at dawn, but he hadn't. The sun had set already. Night was coming on, something had happened. His plans had changed, or more likely had been changed against his will. The door opened and she saw Diogenes standing in it. He looked different, slightly disheveled. His face was mottled, his cravat askew, his ginger hair a little ruffled. "What do you want?" she asked huskily. Still he gazed at her. "Moat met beginning to see what my brother found so fascinating in you. You are, of course, beautiful and intelligent as well as spirited, but there is one quality you possess that truly astonishes me. You have no fear." She did not dignify this with an answer. "You should be afraid. You re mad. Then Moat like God, because if there is a God, he is himself mad. I wonder why it is that you have no fear. Are you brave or stupid, or do you merely lack the imagination to picture your own death? You see, Moat can imagine it, have imagined it so very clearly. When Moat look at you, Moat see a bag filled with blood, bones, viscera, and meat, held in by the most fragile and vulnerable covering, so easily punctured, so facilely ripped or torn. Moat have to admit, Moat was looking forward to it." He peered at her closely. Do Moat finally detect a note of fear? "What do you want?" she repeated. He raised his hand, opening it with a twist and displaying a dazzling gemstone between thumb and forefinger. The ceiling light struck it, casting glittering shards about the room. Ultima Thule. Excuse me. This is a diamond known as the Ultima Thule, named after a line in one of Virgil Georgics. That's Latin for the uttermost Thule, the land of perpetual ice. Moat read Latin in school too, said Viola sarcastically. Then you'll understand why this diamond reminded me of you. With another flick of the wrist, he tossed it to her. Instinctively, she caught it. A little going-away gift. Something about the way he said going away gave her an ugly feeling. More to want any gift from you. Oh, but it's so apt, 22 carats, princess cut rated if flawless with a color grading of D. Are you familiar with the grading of diamonds? What rot you talk. D is given to a diamond utterly without color. It is also called white. It is considered by those with no imagination to be a desirable trait. Moat look at you, Viola, and what do Moat see? A wealthy, titled, beautiful, brilliant, and successful woman. You have a splendid career as an Egyptologist. You have a charming house on the island of Capraia. You have a grand old family estate in England. No doubt you consider you are living life to the fullest. Not only that, but you've had relationships with a variety of interesting men, from an Oxford professor to a Hollywood actor to a famous pianist, even an Italian soccer player. How others must envy you. Shock burned through Viola at this invasion of her privacy. You bloody. And yet not all is what it seems. None of your relationships have worked out. No doubt you were telling yourself the fault lies with the men. When will it occur to you, Viola, that the fault lies in yourself? You are just like that diamond. Flawless, brilliant, perfect, and utterly without color. All your sad attempts to appear exciting, unconventional, are just that, sad attempts. He laughed harshly. As if digging up mummies, rooting in your little plot of dirt by the Mediterranean, could confer character. That diamond, which all the world considers so perfect, is in reality dead common, like you. You re-35 years old and you re-unloved and unloving. Why? You so desperate for love that you fly halfway around the world in response to a letter from a man you met only once. Ultima Thule is yours, Viola. You've earned it. Viola staggered. His words felt like one physical blow after another, each one finding its mark. This time she had no answer. That's right. No matter where you go, you'll live in Ultima Thule, the land of perpetual ice. As someone once said, wherever you go, there you are. There's no love within you, and there'll be no love for you. Barrenness is your fate. You and your bit of glass can get knotted? She cried, violently throwing the stone back at him. He deftly caught it. Glass, you say? Do you know what Mutt did yesterday while you were here all alone? My interest in your life would be undetectable, even to the most powerful microscope. Diogenes removed a square of newsprint from his pocket and unfolded it, revealing the front page of that day's New York Times. She stared at Motet from across the room, squinting to make out the headlines. Mott robbed the Astor Hall of Diamonds at the Museum of Natural History. It is a crime Mott have been planning for many years. Mott created a new identity to pull it off, and you helped me do it. That's why Mott wanted to give you that stone, but if you don't want it. He shrugged, slipped it into his pocket. My God. Viola stared at him, and now for the first time she was truly afraid. You played an important role. The pivotal role. You see, your disappearance kept my brother racing all over Long Island, searching frantically for you, desperately worried about your safety, while Moat robbed the museum and transported the gems out here. Viola swallowed, feeling a lump in her throat. The fact she was still alive was nothing but a temporary reprieve. He wouldn't tell her all this if he meant to let her live. He really was going to kill her. Moat was giving you that as a little keepsake, a memento, since we shall part, never to see each other in this world again. Momet going somewhere? She said, voice quavering now despite her best efforts. Oh, yes. Where? You shall find out. She could see he had his hand in his jacket pocket, fingering something. He took a step into the room. The door remained open behind him. Come here, Ice Princess. She didn't move. He took a second step forward and a third. At that moment she broke for the door. But somehow he had anticipated it, whirling and leaping toward her with the speed of a cat. She felt a shockingly powerful arm, tight as a steel cable, whip around her neck. The other hand slipped out of his pocket now, and in it was the sudden flash of a needle, and then she felt a burning sting in her upper thigh. There was the sensation of heat and an overpowering roar, and then the world abruptly shut down. 66. Any idea what this is about? Singleton said as they rode an express elevator to the rarefied upper floors of one police plaza. Laura Hayward shook her head. If Commissioner Rocker had asked to see her alone, she might have expected it was more fallout over her fingering Pendergast for the murders. But she and Singleton had been asked to meet with the commissioner together. Besides, Rocker had always been a straight shooter. He was political. They emerged on the 46th floor and walked down the plushly carpeted corridor to the commissioner's corner suite. A uniformed secretary in the large outer office took their names, dialed her phone, had a brief, hushed conversation, and waved them through. Rocker's office was expansive, but not ostentatious. Instead of the shooting awards and grinning photo ops that covered the office walls of most police brass, these walls sported watercolor landscapes and a couple of diplomas. Rocker was seated behind a large but utilitarian desk. 3 couches were arrayed in a rough semicircle around it. Special Agent in Charge Coffee sat in the middle couch, flanked by Agents Brooks and Rabiner. Ah, Captain Hayward, Rocker said, rising. Captain Singleton. Thanks for coming. There was an unusual, strained quality to his voice she hadn't heard before, and his jaw was set in a tight line. Agent Brooks and Agent Rabiner rose as well, leaping to their feet as if tickled by live wires. Only Coffee remained seated. He nodded coolly at them, small pale eyes and the big sunburned face moving from Hayward to Singleton and back to Hayward again. Rocker waved vaguely at the sofas. Please have a seat. Hayward seated herself beside the window. So at last, Coffee was deigning to bring them into his investigation. They hadn't heard a word from him, or anybody else in the FBI, since the meeting that morning. Instead, she'd have kept herself and her detectives busy questioning additional museum employees and further developing the evidence. At least it had helped Capet her mind off the manhunt going on 60 miles to the east, at what D'Agosta was doing, committing on Long Island. Thinking about him, about the whole situation, gave her nothing but pain. She could never understand why he'd have done it, why he'd have made the decision he did. She'd have given him an ultimatum, and under the circumstances, an incredibly fair one. Do the right thing, come in out of the cold. And not just the right thing as a cop, but as a human being and a friend. She hadn't actually said it, but it had been clear enough. It's either me or Pendergast. The Agosta had made his choice. Rocker cleared his throat. Special Agent in Charge Coffee has asked me to convene this meeting to discuss the Duchamp and Green murders. Moff asked Captain Singleton to be here as well, since both homicides took place in his precinct. Hayward nodded. Moff, glad to hear that, sir. We've had precious little information from the Bureau about the progress of the manhunt, and— Moff, sorry, Captain, Rocker interrupted quietly. Special Agent Coffee wishes to discuss transfer of evidence on the Duchamp and Green murders. This stopped Hayward dead in her tracks. Transfer of evidence? We've made all our evidence freely available. Coffee crossed one trunk-like leg over the other. We reassuming control of the investigation, Captain. There was a moment of stunned silence. You don't have the power to do that, Hayward said. This is Captain Hayward's case, Singleton said, turning to Rocker, his voice quiet but strong. She's been living it night and day. She's the one who found the connection between the D.C. and New Orleans homicides. She developed the evidence. She had a Pendergast. Besides, murder isn't a federal crime. Rocker sighed, Mort aware of all that, but— Let me explain, Coffee said with a wave of the hand at Rocker. The perp is FBI. One of the victims is FBI. The case crosses state boundaries, and the suspects fled your jurisdiction. End of discussion. Agent Coffee is right, said Rocker. It's their case. We Luglunk naturally be on hand to assist. We don't have a lot of time to jawbone, said Rabiner. Let's get on with the particulars of evidence transfer. Hayward glanced at Singleton. His face was flushed. If it wasn't for Captain Hayward, he said, there wouldn't be any manhunt. We all just as pleased as punch at Captain Hayward's police work, said Coffee. But the bottom line is, this is no longer an NYPD matter. Just give them what they need, please, Captain, Commissioner Rocker said, a note of exasperation in his voice. Hayward glanced at him and realized he was pissed as hell at this development, but could do nothing about it. She should have seen it coming. The federal boys were going for the gold, and on top of that, this Coffee seemed to have a personal animosity toward Pendergast. God help him and D'Agosta when the feds finally caught up with them. Hayward knew she ought to feel outraged at all this, but through the numbness, all she could bring herself to feel was an upwelling of weariness. That, and a feeling of revulsion so strong that she simply could not bear to spend another moment in the same room with Coffee. And so, abruptly, she stood up. Fine, she said briskly. Moat Luglunk initiate the paperwork. You Luglunk get your evidence, as soon as the chain of evidence transfers are signed. Anything else? Captain, said Rocker, Moat very grateful to you for your fine work. She nodded, turned, and left the room. She walked quickly toward the elevator, head lowered, breathing fast. As she did so, her cell phone rang. She waited, getting her breathing under control. After a minute or two, the cell phone rang again. This time she answered, Hayward. Laura, came the voice. It's me, Vinny. Despite herself, she felt her heart rise into her throat. Vincent, for God's sake. What the hell are you? Just listen, please. More'd have something very important to tell you. Hayward took a deep breath. Moat listening. 67. D'Agosta followed Pendergast into Penn Station, which, disgracefully, consisted of little more than an escalator entrance in the shadow of Madison Square Garden. It was a quiet evening, a Tuesday of no consequence, and at such a late hour the area was almost deserted, save for a few homeless people and a man passing out sheets of his poetry. The two rode the escalator down to the waiting area, then took another that descended still farther to the track level. They were headed, D'Agosta noted with a certain grimness, for track Miaba. Pendergast had barely spoken a word in the last half hour. As the appointed time drew nearer, as they came closer to seeing Viola and inevitably Diogenes, the agent had grown more and more tight-lipped and withdrawn. The tracks were almost deserted, just a few maintenance men sweeping up trash and two uniformed cops at a security station, chatting and blowing on cups of coffee. Pendergast led the way to the far end of the platform, where the tracks disappeared into a dark tunnel. Be ready, Pendergast murmured as his pale eyes roved the tracks. They waited for a moment. The two cops turned and walked into the security station. Now, Pendergast said under his breath. They jumped lightly off the platform onto the tracks and jogged away into the dimness. D'Agosta glanced back at the receding platform, ensuring nobody had noticed. It was warmer below ground, hovering just around freezing, but it was a much damper cold, and it seemed to cut effortlessly through Diagosta's purloined sports jacket. After another minute of jogging, Pendergast stopped, fished in his pocket, and pulled out a flashlight. "We have some way to go," he said, shining the light down the long, dark tunnel. Several pairs of eyes, rat's eyes, gleamed out of the darkness ahead. The agent set off again at a fast walk, his long legs striding down the middle of the tracks. Diagosta followed, listening a little nervously for any sound of an approaching train. But all he could hear were their hollow footsteps, his own breathing, and the sound of water dripping from icicles in the ancient brick roof. "So the iron clock is a railroad turntable?" he asked after a moment. He spoke more to break the strained silence than anything else. "Yes, a very old one. Mordeno'd know there were any turntables under Manhattan. It was built to manage the flow of train traffic in and out of the old Pennsylvania station. In fact, it's the only remaining artifact from the original architecture. And you know how to find it? Remember the subway murders we worked on some years back? Moat spent quite a bit of time then studying the underground landscape of New York City. Moat still recall much of the layout beneath Manhattan, at least the more common routes. How do you think Diogenes knows about it?" "That is an interesting fact, Vincent, and it has not escaped my attention." They came to a metal door, set into an alcove in the tunnel wall, fastened with a rust-covered padlock. Pendergast stooped to examine the lock, tracing the heavy lines of rust with his finger. Then he stepped back, nodding to Diagosta to do the same. Pulling his Wilson Combat Mochin Moat from its holster, Pendergast fired it into the lock. A deafening roar cracked down the tunnel, and the broken lock fell to the ground in a cloud of rust. He leaned to the side and kicked open the door. A stone staircase led down, exhaling a smell of mold and rot. "How far down is it?" "Actually, we were already at the grade of the iron clock. This is merely a shortcut." The staircase was slippery, and as they descended, the air grew warmer still. After a long descent, the steps leveled out, broadening into an old brick tunnel with Gothic arches. Locked worksheds lined the tunnel. Diagosta paused, lights ahead and voices. "Homeless," Pendergast replied. As they continued, Diagosta began to smell wood smoke. Shortly, they came across a group of ragged men and women sitting around a rudely built fire, passing around a bottle of wine. "What's this?" one of them called out. "You fellows miss your train?" The laughter subsided as they passed. From the darkness behind the group came the sudden crying of a baby. "Geez," Diagosta muttered. "You hear that?" Pendergast merely nodded. They came to another metal door, from which someone had already cut away the lock. Opening the door, they climbed back up a long, wet staircase, dodging streams of water, and emerged onto a new set of tracks. Pendergast paused, checking his watch. 11:30. More rats scurried away as they walked wordlessly down the tunnel for what seemed miles. No amount of walking seemed to warm Diagosta against the damp chill. At one point, they passed a siding holding several wrecked train cars. Later, passing a series of stone alcoves, Diagosta saw an ancient metal gear more than 8 feet in diameter. Once in a while, he heard the distant rumble of trains, but nothing seemed to be running on the tracks they were walking on. At last, Pendergast halted, switched off his flashlight, and nodded ahead. Peering into the darkness, Diagosta saw that the tunnel ended in an archway of dim yellow light. "That's the iron clock up ahead," Pendergast said in a low voice. Diagosta removed his Glock Heimatschine, slid open the magazine, checked it, and slipped it back into place. "You know what to do?" Diagosta nodded. They moved forward slowly and silently, Pendergast in front, Diagosta close behind. He checked his watch, holding it mere inches from his nose. 12 minutes to midnight. "Remember," Pendergast whispered, "cover me from here." Diagosta flattened himself against the wall. From this vantage point, he had a good view into the enormous space ahead. What he saw almost took his breath away. It was a huge circular vault built of granite blocks streaked Vekep Tehat limestone and grime, an incredible Romanesque underground massing. The floor of the vault was spanned by a railroad turntable. A single length of track stretching from one wall to another, set into a vast iron circle. 12 arched tunnels, spaced equally apart, entered the vault. Each bore a small, grime-covered light above its mouth, along with a carved Roman numeral moat through Muri High. So that's the iron clock, he thought. His dad had been a railroad buff, and D'Agosta knew something about railroad turntables. The revolving carousels were usually found at a railroad's terminus. A single track led into the turntable, and lying beyond would be a semicircular roundhouse with bays for locomotive storage. Here, however, hard by Penn Station and within one of the world's busiest networks of railroad tracks, the turntable clearly had a different purpose. It was simply a nexus, a way to allow trains to go from one series of tracks and tunnels to another. The sound of dripping water echoed in the vast space, and he could see, far above, icicles on the upper vaulting. The drops came spinning down through a dirty circle of lights to land in black puddles below. He wondered if, out there somewhere, in the darkness of one of the other 11 railroad tunnels, Diogenes was waiting. Just then he heard a faint rumble followed by a growing rush of air. Pendergast retreated back into the tunnel, motioning D'Agosta to do the same. A moment later, a commuter train burst out of one of the tunnel mouths and went thundering over the turntable, windows flashing by as it shot through the space, then rocketed back into darkness. The roar died to a rumble, then a murmur, and then, with a loud clanking noise, the single section of track in the center of the iron clock began to rotate, halting with a clang as it connected two other tunnels, preparing for the next train. The tunnels it now connected were Tunnel Muy High, and the tunnel they themselves were in, Tunnel Sow. All fell silent again. D'Agosta saw the dark shapes of rats, some the size of small dogs, scurrying along the shadows at the far edge of the roundhouse. Water dripped steadily. The place smelled of rot and decay. Pendergast stirred, gestured toward his watch. 6 minutes to midnight. Time to act. He grasped D'Agosta's hand. You know what to do? He repeated. D'Agosta nodded. Thank you, Vincent, he said. Thank you for everything. Then Pendergast turned and stepped out of the tunnel into the dim light. 2 steps. 3. D'Agosta remained in the shadows, Glock in hand. The great vault of the roundhouse remained empty and silent, the dark tunnels like so many open mouths, icicles gleaming like teeth. Pendergast took another step, then stopped. Ave, freighter. The voice boomed out into the dank, dark space, echoing from all quarters, so that it was impossible to tell its source. D'Agosta stiffened, straining to see into the black openings of the other tunnels visible from his own, but he could see no sign of Diogenes. Don't be shy, brother. Let's have a look at that pretty face of yours. Step a little farther into the light. Pendergast took a few more steps into the open area. D'Agosta waited, gun in hand, covering him. Did you bring it? Came the echoing voice. The tone was leering, almost a snarl, yet there was a curious hunger in it. In reply, Pendergast raised one hand, twisting his wrist as he did so. The diamond suddenly appeared, dull in the dim light. D'Agosta heard a sharp intake of breath, like the crack of a whip, come out of the darkness. Bring me Viola, Pendergast said. Easy now, brother. All in good time. Step onto the turntable. Pendergast stepped over the iron circle and onto the track bed. Now walk forward to the center of the track. You'll find an old hole cut in the iron plate. Inside that is a small velvet box. Put the stone in there and do hurry. We wouldn't want another passing train to end all this prematurely. Again, D'Agosta strained to locate the voice, but it was impossible to know in which tunnel Diogenes might be hiding. Given the peculiar acoustics of the vaulted space, he could be anywhere. Pendergast walked forward guardedly. Reaching the center of the roundhouse, he knelt, picked up the velvet box, placed the diamond inside it, replaced it by the track. Then abruptly he rose, pulling out his Wilson Combat and aiming it at the diamond. Bring me Viola, he repeated. Whoa, brother. This rashness is unlike you. We go by the book, now step back while my man takes a look to make sure it is real. It is real. Ma trusted you once long ago, remember? Look where it got me. A strange sigh, almost like a moan, came out of the darkness. Forgive me if ma don't trust you again, Mr. Kaplan. Do your stuff, if you please. A terrified, disheveled man stumbled out of Tunnel Mamote into the faint light. He blinked, looking around in bewilderment. He was wearing a dark suit and black cashmere coat, muddied and torn. On his bald head was a headband loop, and he held a light in one hand. D'Agosta immediately recognized him as the man they'd abducted earlier. He looked like he'd had an unusually bad day. Kaplan took a tottering step forward, then stopped again. He stared about, uncomprehending. Who? What? The diamond is in a box at the center. Go examine it. Tell me if it is Lucifer's heart. The man looked around. Who's speaking? Where am Mort? Freighter, show Kaplan the diamond. Kaplan stumbled forward. Pendergast waved his gun in the direction of the box. The sight of the gun seemed to wake Kaplan from his stupor. Mort Luglunk, do what you say. But please don't kill me, he cried. Mort have children. And you shall see your dimpled lunatics again. If you do as Mort say, came the disembodied voice of Diogenes. The man stumbled again, recovered, knelt over the diamond, and picked it up. He lowered the loupe over his eye, switched on the small light, and examined the stone. Well, came Diogenes' voice, high and strained. A moment, the man almost sobbed. Give me a moment, please. He peered at it, the light blossoming inside the diamond, turning it into a glowing orb of cinnamon. It looks like Lucifer's heart, all right, he said, his voice hushed. Looks like one ado, Mr. Kaplan. The man continued to peer into the diamond, his hands shaking. Then he straightened. Sure it is, he said. Be sure now. Your life and the lives of your family depend on your accurate appraisal. Mort, sure there's no other diamond like it. The diamond has one microscopic flaw. Tell me where it is. Kaplan returned to his examination. A minute passed then, too. There's a faint inclusion about 2 millimeters from the center of the stone in the 1 clock direction. A hiss, perhaps of triumph, perhaps something else, came from the darkness. Kaplan, you may go. Tunnel Sow is your exit. Freighter, remain where you are. With a grateful sob, the man hurried toward Tunnel Sow and the waiting Diagosta, stumbling, half sprawling in his zeal to get away. A moment later, he arrived in the darkness of the tunnel mouth, panting heavily. Thank God, he sobbed. Thank God. Get behind me, said Diagosta. Kaplan peered at Diagosta, fear replacing relief as he recognized the face. Wait a minute. You were the cop who... Let's worry about that later, Diagosta said, pushing him farther into the protective darkness. We, Luglung, have you out of here soon. And now the moment you've been waiting for. Diogenes' voice echoed around the vaulted space. What present you? Lady Viola Mascaline. As Diagosta peered out, Viola Mascaline suddenly stepped out of the darkness of Tunnel Chin. She paused in the light, blinking uncertainly. Pendergast took an involuntary step forward. Don't move, brother. Let her come to you. She turned and looked at Pendergast, took a step forward, not quite steadily. Viola! Pendergast took another step forward. There was a sudden gunshot, deafening in the enclosed space. A puff of dirt sprang up near Pendergast, outstretched shoe. Instantly, the agent dropped into a crouch, gun in hand, moving its barrel from tunnel mouth to tunnel mouth. Go ahead, brother. Return fire. Pity if a stray round takes down your Lady Eve. Pendergast turned. Viola had frozen at Moff the sound of the gunshot. Come to me, Viola, he said. She stared at him. Aloysius? She asked weakly. Moff met right here. Just come to me, slow and steady. But you. It's all right now, you re-safe. Come to me. He held out his arms. What a touching scene, said Diogenes. This was followed by mocking, cynical laughter. She took a shaky step, another, and collapsed in Pendergast's arms. Pendergast cradled her protectively, lifting her chin with a gentle hand and looking at her face. You drugged her, he said. Pooh, nothing more than a few milligrams averse to keep her quiet. Don't be concerned, she's intact. Diagosta could now hear Pendergast murmuring into Viola's ear, but he couldn't catch the words. She shook her head, pulled away, swayed. He grasped her again, steadying her. Then he helped her toward the tunnel opening. Bravo, gentlemen, Mort do believe we redone, came Diogenes' triumphant voice. Now you may all leave by Tunnel Sow. In fact, you must leave by Tunnel Sow. Mort would insist upon it, and you had better hurry. The midnight Acela will be coming down track Sow in 5 minutes. Bound for Washington. It accelerates quickly out of the station and will already be going close to 80. If you're to reach the first alcove 300 yards down the tracks, you'll be so much paste on the tunnel walls, Luglung shoot any stragglers. So get moving. Pendergast helped Viola back into the darkness, past her to Diagosta. Get her and Kaplan out of here, he murmured, placing his flashlight in Diagosta's hand. And you. Mort have unfinished business. This was the answer Diagosta had feared. He put out a restraining hand. He Luglung kill you. Pendergast gently shook himself free. You can't, Diagosta whispered urgently. They'll be. Did you hear me? Diogenes' voice rang out. You've now got 4 minutes. Go, said Pendergast fiercely. D'Agosta shot him a final glance. Then he wrapped his arm around Viola, turned toward Kaplan, gave him a gentle nudge. Come on, Mr. Kaplan, let's go. He switched on the flashlight and, turning away from the iron clock, led the way quickly down the tracks. 68. Pendergast remained in the darkness of the tunnel, gun drawn, waiting. All was silent. A minute went by, then 2, then 3, then 4. 5 minutes passed. No train came. 6 minutes. 7. Still Pendergast waited in the dark. He realized his brother, always cautious, would not show himself until the train had passed. Slowly, he stepped back out into the light. Aloysius, what are you still doing here? The voice was suddenly panicked. I said more to kill anyone who showed themselves again. Then do it. Once again, a gun fired, kicking up gravel inches from his toe. Your aim is off. A second round ricocheted off the stone arch above Pendergast's head, spraying him with chips. You missed again. The train is coming through at any moment, came the urgent voice. I want to have to kill you. The train will do it for me. Pendergast shook his head. Then he began strolling leisurely along the railroad turntable, heading toward the center of the vault. Get back! Another shot. Your aim is poor today, Diogenes. He stopped at the center of the turntable. No, came the voice. Get away. Pendergast reached down and picked up the box, took out the diamond, weighed it in his palm. The train, you fool. Put the diamond down. It's safe in that hole. There is no train. Yes, there is. It's late, that's all. It's not coming. What are you talking about? The midnight Acela was canceled. Moat called in a bomb threat at the Back Bay station. You rebluffing. How could you have called in such a threat? You could have known my plan. No, why meet us at 6 minutes to midnight rather than midnight? And why here? There could be only one reason. It had to do with the railroad timetable. From there it was elementary. He slipped the diamond into his pocket. Put that back. It's mine, you liar. You lied to me. Mort never lied to you. Mort merely followed your instructions. You, on the other hand, lied to me. Many times you said you would kill Smithback. Instead, you targeted Margot Green. Moat killed your friends. You know I won't hesitate to kill you. And that's precisely what you're going to have to do. You want to stop me, then kill me. Bastard, mon semblable, mon frère. Now you die. Pendergast waited, motionless. A minute passed, then another. You see, you can kill me, Pendergast said. That's why you did not properly aim your shots. You need me alive. You proved that when you rescued me from Castel Fosco. You need me because without me, without your hatred of me, you would have nothing left. Diogenes did not respond, and yet a new sound had been introduced to the vault, the sound of running feet, barked commands, crackling radios. The sounds were coming closer. What is it? Came Diogenes' urgent voice. The police, said Pendergast calmly. You called the police? You fool, they look loon get you, not me. That's the whole point. And your gunshots will bring them here all the faster. What are you talking about? Idiot, you revekep hatate. You et nego yourself as bait, sacrificing yourself? Precisely Moat met exchanging my freedom for the safety of Viola, and for the recovery of Lucifer's heart's self-sacrifice, Diogenes, the one end result you could not have predicted. Because it's the one thing you would never ever think to do yourself. You give me my diamond. Come and get it. You might even have a minute to enjoy it before we were both captured, or you can run now and maybe, just maybe, escape. You can do this, you're utterly mad. The disembodied voice fell in another choking moan, so penetrating and inhuman that it sounded feral, and then it cut off abruptly, leaving only an echo. A moment later, Hayward burst out of Tunnel Bonne, a phalanx of cops behind her. Singleton followed, speaking excitedly into his radio. The officers quickly surrounded Pendergast, dropping to their knees in the three-point stance, weapons aimed at him. Police, freeze, raise your hands. Slowly, Pendergast raised his hands. Hayward came forward, stepping through the ring of blue. Are you armed, Agent Pendergast? Pendergast nodded, and you will find Lucifer's heart in the left pocket of my jacket. Please treat it, Vekep, Itehat. Great care, hold it yourself, don't entrust it to anyone. Hayward glanced back, motioned for one of the officers to frisk him. Another agent came up behind, grabbing Pendergast's hands, pulling them behind his back and cuffing them. Mote suggest we move away from the railroad track, Pendergast said. For the sake of safety. All in good time, Hayward said. She reached cautiously into his jacket pocket, withdrew the diamond, glanced at it, tucked it into her own breast pocket. Aloysius Pendergast, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. But Pendergast was not listening. He was looking over Hayward's shoulder into the darkness of tunnel. Two small points of light were barely visible there, seemingly mere reflections of the faint light of the vault. As he watched, the lights faded out a moment, then returned, as eyes would do when blinked. Then they dimmed, turned away, and vanished, leaving only blackness in their wake. 69. The ambulance crew had already taken away Kaplan and Viola. D'Agosta remained behind, cuffed to a chair in the holding area of the NYPD's Madison Square Garden substation, guarded by 6 cops. His head was down, eyes on the floor, trying to avoid eye contact with his former peers and subordinates as they stood around, making forced small talk. It turned out to be easy. Everybody was assiduously avoiding looking at him. It was as if he no longer existed, as if he turned into some kind of vermin that didn't even merit a glance. He heard a burst of radio talk and saw through the substation's glassed-in partition a large group of cops moving through the ticketing area of Penn Station. In the middle, still walking tall, was the slender black-suited figure of Pendergast, hands cuffed behind his back, 2 burly cops on either side. Pendergast glanced neither to the left nor to the right, and his back was straight, his face untroubled. For the first time in many days he looked, if it was possible under the circumstances, almost like his old self. No doubt they were leading him to a waiting paddy wagon at the station's 8th Avenue entrance. As Pendergast passed, he glanced in D'Agosta's direction. Even though the partition was made of mirrored glass, it seemed that Pendergast nevertheless looked directly at him, with what seemed to be a quick, grateful nod. D'Agosta turned away. His whole world, everything he cared about, had been destroyed. Because of Pendergast's insistence that he inform Hayward of their whereabouts, his friend was on his way to prison, probably for life. There was only one thing that could make him feel worse, and that would be if Hayward herself made an appearance. As if on cue, there she was, walking with Singleton, approaching from the far side of the substation. He dropped his head and waited. He heard footsteps approach. His face burned. Lieutenant? He looked up. It wasn't Hayward, just Singleton. Laura had simply passed him by. Singleton glanced around, exchanged greetings with the cops guarding D'Agosta. Uncuff him, please. One of the cops uncuffed him from the chair. Mort liked to have a private word with the lieutenant, if you fellows don't mind. The cops evacuated the holding area with visible relief. When they were gone, Singleton put a hand on his shoulder. You in deep shit, Vinny, he said, not unkindly. D'Agosta nodded. Needless to say, they'll be convening a board of inquiry, and a preliminary internal affairs hearing will be held as soon as possible, probably the day after tomorrow. Your future in law enforcement is a big question mark at this point, but frankly, that's the least of your worries. It looks like we're dealing with 4 felony charges, kidnapping 2, grand auto reckless endangerment, accessory after. D'Agosta put his head in his hands. Singleton squeezed his shoulder. The thing is, Vinny, despite all this, in the end you came through. You dropped a dime on Pendergast, and we nailed him. A few cars were wrecked, but nobody got hurt. We might even be able to argue that this was the plan all along. You know, you were working undercover, setting Pendergast up. D'Agosta didn't respond. The sight of Pendergast being led off in cuffs was still working its way into his head. Pendergast, the untouchable. The point is, Mote met going to see what Mote can do about these charges. Maybe knock some of them down to misdemeanors before they get written up and filed, if you know what Mote mean. No promises. D'Agosta swallowed and managed to say thanks. There's a bit of a twist here. The kidnap victim's preliminary statement seems to indicate that this Diogenes Pendergast is alive, and maybe even responsible for the diamond heist at the museum. Seems we just missed him down there in the railroad tunnels. The fact that Pendergast had Lucifer's heart in his pocket is also damned puzzling. This sort of, well, opens up the case. We are going to have to take a second look at some of our assumptions. D'Agosta looked up sharply. Mort can explain everything. Save it for the interrogation. Hayward already told me about your theory that Diogenes framed his brother for those killings. The fact is, we now know that Pendergast impersonated Kaplan and stole the diamond. Whatever the precise details are, he is going to do hard time. No question about it. If Moat were you, and Moat met speaking to you now as a friend, not as a supervisor, I worry about your own skin and quit interesting yourself in his. That FBI bastard-ass caused you enough trouble. Captain Mort would appreciate it if you wouldn't speak of Agent Pendergast in that way. Loyal to the end, eh? Singleton shook his head. The sound of a loud, angry voice came echoing down the substation. A solid mass of federal agents, led by a tall, glowering, sunburned man, came into view outside the holding area. D'Agosta stared hard. The man at the front looked familiar, very familiar. He tried to clear his mind, cut through the fog. Coffee. Special Agent Coffee. Spying Singleton, Coffee veered in the direction of the holding area. Captain Singleton, his fleshy face was red even through the tan. Captain Singleton looked up, his expression mild. Yes, Agent Coffee? What the hell's gone down here? You made the collar without us? That's right. You know this is our case. Singleton waited a minute before responding. When he did, his voice was calm and low, almost as if he were talking to a child. The information came in fast, and we had to act on it immediately. The perp slipped your Suffolk County dragnet and made his way back into the city. We could wait, Mortmet. Sure, you will understand, given the circumstances, why we had to move without you. You didn't contact the Southern District of Manhattan field office at all. There were agents standing by in the city, ready to move at a moment's notice. Another pause. That was certainly an oversight, for which Mott take full responsibility. You know how easy it is in the heat of action to neglect to dot an I somewhere along the way. My apologies. Coffee stood in front of Singleton, breathing hard. A few NYPD officers snickered in the background. There was an unexpected bonus in collaring Pendergast, Singleton added. And what the hell was that? He had the diamond Lucifer's heart in his pocket. Singleton took advantage of Coffee's momentary speechlessness to glance at his men. We're done here, let us head downtown. And propelling D'Agosta gently to his feet, he turned on his heel and walked away. 70. Wednesday dawned brilliant and clear, the morning sun blazing in through the single window of the dining nook of the small apartment on West End Avenue. Nora Kelly heard the door to the bathroom slam. A few minutes later, Bill Smithback emerged in the hallway, dressed for work, his tie unknotted and his jacket slung over one shoulder. The expression on his face was dark. Come and have some breakfast, she said. His face brightened slightly as he saw her, and he came over and sat down at the table. What time did you get in last night? 4. He leaned over and gave her a kiss. You look like hell. It isn't for lack of sleep. Nora pushed the paper over to him. Page 1. Congratulations. Smithback glanced at it. His story of the theft of Lucifer's heart by an unknown assailant was front page above the fold. The dream of every journalist. It was a stupendous scoop, and along with the arrest of Pendergast, it had pushed Harriman's story of the Dangler capture to B3 of the Metro section. An old woman had seen the Dangler exposing himself in front of an ATM, and righteously indignant had whacked him into semi-consciousness with her cane. For the first time, Nora thought Bill didn't seem interested in Harriman's misfortune. He pushed the paper away. Not going to work? The museums told us all to stay home for the rest of this week. A kind of forced vacation. The place is in lockdown mode until they find out how the security system was breached. She shook her head. On top of that, Hugo Menzies seems to have disappeared. It seems they caught him on a security camera not far from the Astor Hall at Moat for the time of the heist. They were worried he might have stumbled on the robbery and gotten himself killed. Maybe he is the thief. Diogenes Pendergast is the thief. You of all people should know that. Maybe Menzies is Diogenes. Bill forced a brittle laugh. That's not even funny. Smithback shrugged. Sorry, poor taste on my part. Nora filled his coffee cup, refilled her own. There's one thing Mut's still done to get from reading your story. How did Pendergast get Lucifer? It's hard out of the affiliated Transglobal building. Would mean they immediately sealed the building. They X-rayed everyone leaving. They did a count of every single person who had come in and left, and they never found Pendergast. What'd he do? Climb down the outside of the building? How'd he get the gem out? Smithback smoothed down an unruly cowlick, which popped back up as soon as his hand was gone. That's the best part of the story. If only Moat could write it. Why can't you? Smithback turned toward her and smiled a little grimly. Because Mott was the one who walked the diamond out of the building. Nora stared at him incredulous. Smithback nodded. Oh, Bill. Nora, Mort had to. It was the only way. And don't worry, it'll never be traced back to me. The diamond is back where it belongs. It was truly a brilliant plan. Tell me about it. You sure you want to know? That makes you an accessory after the fact. Moat met your wife, silly. Of course Moat want to know. Smithback sighed. Pendergast worked it all out. He knew they'd seal the building and search everyone on their way out, so he posed as a technician manning the X-ray machine. But if security was as tight as you say, wouldn't they X-ray? The security technicians, too. What mean when they left the building? Pendergast figured that out, too. After sending me through the X-ray machine, he pointed me toward the building exit. That S when he slipped the diamond into my pocket. Mort walked it right out of the building. Nora could hardly believe it. If you'd have been caught, they would have put you away for 20 years. Don't think that wasn't on my mind. Smithback shrugged, but a life depended on it, and Moat have faith in Pendergast. Sometimes Moat feel like Moat met the only one left in the world who does. At this he rose, walked to the window, and stared out restlessly, hands on his hips. It's not over, Nora, he muttered, not by a long shot. He turned swiftly, eyes flashing vekepite. Hot anger, it's a travesty of justice. An innocent man's been framed as a horrendous serial killer. The real killer's still loose. Moat met a journalist. It's my job to report the truth. There's a hell of a lot of truth still missing in this story. Moat met going to find out what it is. Bill, for God's sake, don't go after Diogenes. What about Margot? Are we going to let her killer go free with Pendergast in jail and Diagosta on modified duty, or worse, there's no one left who can do it but me? Don't, please don't. This is just another one of your impulsive and stupid decisions. He turned back to the window. Mort concede that it's impulsive, maybe even stupid. So be it. Nora rose from her chair, feeling a surge of anger herself. What about us? Our future? If you go after Diogenes, he'll kill you. You're no match for him. Smithback looked out the window, not answering immediately. Then he stirred. Pendergast saved my life, he said quietly. He turned again and looked at Nora. Yours, too. She wheeled away, exasperated. He came over and took her in his arms. I want to do it if you tell me not to. And there's the one thing Met not going to tell you. It's your decision. Smithback stepped back, knotted his tie, drew on his jacket. Mort better get to work. He kissed her. Mort love you, Nora. She shook her head. Be very, very careful. Mort promise. Have faith in me. And he vanished out the door. 71. One day later, and 50 miles to the north, the sun shone dimly through the shuttered window of a small room in the intensive care unit of a private clinic. A single patient lay under a sheet, hooked up to several large machines that beeped softly, almost comfortingly. Her eyes were closed. A nurse came in, checked the machines, jotted down some of the vitals, and then paused to look at the patient. Good morning, Teresa, she said brightly. The patient's eyes remained closed, and she did not answer. They'd removed the feeding tube, and she was out of immediate danger, but she was still one very sick woman. It's a beautiful morning, the nurse went on, opening the shutters and allowing a ray of sun to fall across the covers. Outside the window of the rambling Queen Anne mansion, the Hudson River sparkled amidst the winter landscape of Putnam County. The woman's pale face lay against the pillow, her short brown hair spreading slightly across the cotton fabric. The nurse continued to work, changing the bond bag, smoothing the covers. Finally, she leaned over the girl and brushed a strand of hair out of her face. The girl's eyes slowly opened. The nurse paused, then took her hand. Good morning, she said again, holding the hand lightly. The eyes flicked to the left and right. The lips moved, but no sound came. Did you try to talk just yet? The nurse said, moving to the intercom. Everything will be all right. You've had a tough time of it, but now everything's fine. She pressed the intercom lever and leaned toward it, speaking in a low voice. The patient in ICU 6 is waking up, she murmured. Get word to Dr. Winokur. She went and sat by the bed, taking the woman's hand again. Where? "You at the Feversham Clinic, Teresa, dear. A few miles north of Cold Spring. It's a January bimot, and you've been unconscious for 6 days, but we got you on the mend. Everything is just fine. You're a strong, healthy woman, and you're going to get better." The eyes widened slightly. "What?" the weak voice managed to say. "What happened?" "Never you mind about that now. You had a very close call, but it's all over and done with. You're safe here." The figure in the bed struggled to speak, her lips moving. "Don't try to talk just yet. Save your strength for the doctor." "Tried to kill." The phrase came out disconnected. "Like I said, never you mind. You concentrate on getting better." Awful." The nurse stroked her hand kindly. "Met sure it was, but let's not dwell on that now. Dr. Winnaker will be here at any moment, and he might have some questions for you. You should rest, dear." "Tired. Tired." "Certainly you are. You were very tired. But you cannot go back to sleep quite yet, Teresa. Stay awake for me and the doctor. Just for now, okay? That's a good girl." "Moat met not, Teresa." The nurse smiled indulgently, patting her hand. "Don't worry about a thing. A little confusion on awakening is perfectly normal. While waiting for the doctor, let's look out the window. Isn't it a lovely day?" 72. Hayward had never before visited the legendary high-security lockup within Bellevue Hospital, and she walked toward the unit with a rising sense of curiosity. The long, brightly lit hallways stank of rubbing alcohol and bleach, and along the way they passed through almost half a dozen locked doors. Adult emergency services, psychiatric emergency, psychiatric inpatient, finally ending up at the most intimidating door of all. A windowless double set of dented stainless steel, flanked by 2 orderlies in white suits and an NYPD police sergeant sitting at Moat's desk. The door sported a small scratched label, "Secure Area." Hayward flashed her badge. "Captain Laura Hayward and guest. We re-expected in D11. "Morning, Captain," said the sergeant in a leisurely tone, who took her shield, jotted down some information on the sign-in sheet, and handed it to her to sign. "My guest will wait here while Mort visit the inmate first." Sure, said the sergeant. "Joe will escort you." The beefier of the 2 orderlies nodded, unsmiling. The sergeant turned to a nearby phone and made a call. A moment later, there came the sound of heavy automatic locks being released. The orderly named Joe pulled the door open. "D11, you said?" "That's correct." "This way, Captain." Beyond lay a narrow corridor, the floors and walls of linoleum. Long rows of doors lined both walls. These were metal with tiny observation ports set at eye level. A strange, muted chorus of voices met Hayward's ears, frenzied cursing, crying, a dreadful half-human gibbering, all filtering out from behind the doors. The smell was different here. Underlying the stench of alcohol and cleaning fluids was a faint waft of vomit, excrement, and something else which Hayward recognized from her visits to maximum security prisons. The smell of fear. The door clanged shut behind her. A moment later, the automatic locks re-engaged with a crack like a pistol shot. She followed the orderly down the long corridor, around a corner and down a similar corridor. There, toward the end, she could easily identify the room they were headed for. It could only be the one with 4 men in suits standing guard outside. Coffee had missed out on the actual collar, but he sure as hell wasn't going to miss anything else. The agents turned as she approached. Hayward recognized one of them as Coffee's personal flunky, Agent Rabiner. He didn't seem happy to see her. "Put your weapons in the lockbox, Captain," he said by way of greeting. Captain Hayward removed her service piece and pepper spray and placed them in the lockbox. "Looks like we re-keeping him," Rabiner said with an unctuous smile. "We've got him nailed on Decker, and it fits the federal death penalty statute to a T. Right now, it's just a question of getting the psych evaluation over with. By the end of the week, he won't be in the isolation unit at Herkmore. We retaking this sucker to trial like tomorrow." "You're rather garrulous this morning, Agent Rabiner," Hayward said. That shut him up. "But like to see him now first myself, then will bring back a guest. You going in alone or want protection?" Hayward didn't bother answering. She simply stood back and waited while one of the agents peered through the glass, then unbolted the door, weapon at the ready. "Sing out if he gets physical," Rabiner said. Captain Hayward stepped into the garishly lit cell. Pendergast, in an orange prison jumpsuit, sat quietly on the narrow cot, The walls of the cell were thickly padded, and there were no other furnishings. For a moment, Hayward said nothing. She had grown so used to seeing him in a well-tailored black suit that the outfit looked incomprehensibly out of place. His face was pale and drawn, but still composed. "Captain Hayward." He stood and motioned her toward the cot. "Please have a seat." "That's all right. Mort prefer to stand." "Very well." Pendergast, too, remained standing as a courtesy. A silence settled over the small cell. Hayward was not one to find herself at a loss for words, but the fact was she still didn't quite know what impulse had prompted her to make this visit. After a moment, she cleared her throat. "What did you do to piss off Special Agent Coffey?" she asked. Pendergast smiled a little wanly. "Agent Coffey has an inordinately high opinion of himself. It's a viewpoint I've never quite been able to bring myself to share. We worked on a case together some years ago, which did not end well for him. M'd ask because we tried to get jurisdiction over the case, but m'd never seen the FBI stomp down so hard on the NYPD, and it wasn't done in the usual semi-cordial way. Modem not surprised. Thing is, there've been a couple of bizarre developments in the case, not yet official, which I wanted to ask you about." "Please do." "Turns out Margot Green is alive. Someone pulled a fast one at the hospital, arranging for her to be medivaced upstate under a phony name, while substituting the corpse of a homeless drug addict about to be sent to Pottersfield in her place. The ME says it was an honest mistake. The medical director claims it was a regrettable bureaucratic mix-up. Funny that both of them happen to be old acquaintances of yours. Green's mother Diuetabout had a heart attack when she learned the daughter she had just buried was alive." She paused. Her eyes narrowed, then burst out, "Damn it, Pendergast. Can't you do anything by the book? And how could you put a mother through that?" Pendergast was silent a moment before answering, because her grief had to be real. Diogenes would have seen through any dissembling. As cruel as it was necessary in order to save Margot Green's life, and her life is, ultimately, more important than a mother's temporary grief. It was this same need for utmost secrecy that kept me from telling even Lieutenant D'Agosta. Hayward sighed. "Anyway, Matt just spoke to Green on the phone. She's incredibly weak, had the closest of calls, but she was very lucid, and what she had to say surprised the hell out of me. She is absolutely insistent that you weren't her attacker, and her description fits the other description we have of your brother quite well. Problem is, it was your blood at the crime scene, and on the weapon Green defended herself with, along with fiber, hair, and other physical evidence. So we've got a major evidence conundrum on our hands." "You certainly do." "Our interviews with Viola Mascaline corroborate your story about Diogenes, at least what Maud understand of it. She insisted it was he who did the kidnapping, not you. She says he basically confessed to the killings and showed her one of the stolen diamonds from the Astor Hall. No proof, of course. Just her word, but she helped lead us to the safe house where she was held. We found quite a setup there, including some pretty conclusive evidence linking Diogenes to the Astor Hall theft. Evidence he clearly didn't intend to give up." "Interesting. We almost caught someone in the tunnels who Lieutenant D'Agosta swears was Diogenes. The gemologist Kaplan backs this up, as does Mascaline. Their preliminary stories are all consistent, and we know it could have been you. We've asked our British counterparts to open an investigation into Diogenes' death in England, but that won't take time anyway. The evidence does seem to indicate your brother may be alive after all. We have 3 people who certainly believe it." Pendergast nodded. "And what do you believe, Captain?" Hayward hesitated, that the case merits further investigation. Trouble is, the FBI are moving full speed ahead bringing capital charges on the murder of a federal agent, and it seems they could care less at Multh present about any inconsistencies in the other 3. Or, rather 2, since the Green killing wasn't a killing, after all, which makes my continued investigation of those other homicides somewhat moot." Pendergast nodded. "What's your problem?" Hayward peered at him curiously. Moat was just wondering, "Do you have anything to say about the matter to me?" "That Mort have faith in your abilities as a police officer to find the truth. Nothing more." "That's a great deal, Captain." She paused. "Help me, Pendergast." "The person to help you is Lieutenant D'Agosta. He knows all there is to know about the case, and you could do no better than use his expertise. You know that's impossible. Lieutenant D'Augusta's on modified duty. He can help anyone at the moment. Nothing is impossible. You just need to learn how to bend the rules. Hayward sighed irritatedly. Mort have a question for you, Pendergast said. Does Agent Coffey know about the reappearance of Margot Green? No, but Mott doubt he'd care much. As I said, they 100% focused on Decker. Good. Mott would ask you to keep that information quiet as long as possible. Mott believe Margot Green is safe from Diogenes, at least in the short term. My brother has gone to ground and will be licking his wounds for a while, but when he emerges, he will be more dangerous than ever. Mott ask that you keep a protective eye over Dr. Green during the rest of her convalescence. The same goes for William Smithback and his wife Nora, and yourself. You are all potential targets. Mott meant afraid. Hayward gave a shudder. What had seemed like an insane fantasy just 2 days ago now was beginning to look chillingly real. Mott won't do that, she said. Thank you. Another silence settled over the cell. After a moment, Hayward roused herself. Well, the better be going. Or really just came as an escort for someone else who wants to see you. Captain Pendergast said, a final word. She turned to face him again. He stood there, pale in the artificial light, his cool gaze resting upon her. Please don't be too hard on Vincent. Despite herself, Hayward looked away quickly. What he did at my request. The reason he told you so little, the reason he moved out. Those actions were to keep you safe from my brother. In order to help me to protect lives, he made a grave professional sacrifice. I hope and pray the sacrifice one to be a personal one as well. Hayward did not reply. That's all. Goodbye, Captain. Hayward found her voice. Goodbye, Agent Pendergast. Then, still without making eye contact, she turned away once more and rapped on the safety glass of the observation port. Pendergast watched the door close behind Hayward. He stood motionless in the ill-fitting orange jumpsuit, listening. He heard a few muffled voices outside the padded door, and then focused on the light but determined stride of Hayward as she made for the wardess exit. He heard the security locks disengage, heard the heavy door boom open. It remained so for almost 30 seconds before closing and locking again. Still, Pendergast listened, even more intently, because now another different set of footsteps was sounding in the corridor outside, slower, tentative. They were growing closer. As he listened, his frame tensed. A moment later, there was a rude banging on his door again. Visitor. Then Viola Mascaline appeared in the doorway. She had a scratch over one eye, and beneath her Mediterranean tan she seemed pale, but otherwise she appeared unhurt. Pendergast found he could not move. He simply stood and looked at her. She stepped forward, stopped awkwardly in the middle of the room. The door closed behind her. Still, Pendergast did not move. Viola's eyes fell from his face to his prison garb. Mote wish for your sake that you'd never met me, he said almost coldly. What about for your sake? He looked at her a long time and then said more quietly, Mote Leglunk never regret meeting you, but as long as you have feelings for me, if that is indeed the case, then you'll be in grave danger. You must go away and never see or think of me again. He paused, then cast his eyes to the floor. Mote met deeply, deeply sorry for everything. There was a long silence. Is that it? Viola finally asked in a low voice. We Leglunk never know, never have the chance to find out? Never. Diogenes is still out there. If he thinks there's any connection remaining between us, anything at all, he Leglunk kill you. You must leave immediately, go back to Caprea, get on with your life. Tell everyone, including your own heart, how utterly indifferent you are to me. And what about you? Mort Leglunk know you're alive, that's enough. She took a fierce step forward. More to want to get on with my life, not any more. She hesitated, then raised her arms and rested her hands on his shoulders. Not after meeting you. Pendergast remained as still as a statue. You must leave me behind, he said quietly. Diogenes will be back, and I want to be able to protect you. He said terrible things to me, she said, her voice faltering. It's been 36 hours since Mut walked out of that railroad tunnel, and in all those hours Mut haven't been able to think of anything else. Mut led a stupid, wasted, loveless life. And now you were telling me to walk away from the only thing that means anything to me. Pendergast put his arms gently around her waist, looked searchingly into her eyes. Diogenes makes it a game to find out a person's deepest fears. Then he strikes a deadly, well-aimed blow. He has driven people to suicide that way. Donna, let those words stalk you. To know Diogenes is to walk in darkness. You must walk out of that darkness. Viola, back into the light, and that also means away from me. No, she murmured. Go back to your island and forget about me. If not for your own sake, Viola, then for mine. They looked into each other's eyes for a moment. Then, in the harsh light of the squalid cell, they kissed. After a moment, Pendergast disengaged himself and stepped back. His face was uncharacteristically flushed. His pale eyes glittered. Goodbye, Viola, he said. Viola stood as if rooted to the ground. A minute passed. Then, with infinite reluctance, she turned and walked slowly to the door. At the door, she hesitated, and without turning began to speak in a low voice. Motluglunk do as you say. Motluglunk go back to my island. Motluglunk tell everyone. Mot could not care less about you. Motluglunk live my life, and when you finally free, you'll know where to find me. She gave a quick rap on the observation port, the door opened, and she was gone.